Good morning, good morning, good morning. I am back. It is currently 7:24 a.m. Today's date is the 24th of September 2024. How are you doing this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday morning? Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. Smash your like button, double tap your screen, and subscribe to the channel. Of course, you know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis in the house. It is your boy Genesis in the house. I hope you have had your breakfast and I hope or are getting ready to have your breakfast because you know breakfast is the most important meal of the day. So try to get some breakfast, all right? And sit down. Let's have a good time, all right? All right. Like we all know, the legend, the 45th president of the United States. Some people say he might be the 47th. He held a rally in Pennsylvania last night. So we are going to take a look at the rally he had in Pennsylvania yesterday. And of course, we're going to talk about it and we are going to share ideas. And then we're going to see how or what policies he spoke about and how the crowd responded to him and if those policies actually affects us the American people. All right, you know what time it is. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. All right, let's get straight to business without further delay. We are gonna tune in right now to listen to the 45th, potentially the 47th, and here we go.
Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. That's what you are. And when I look at this crowd and I look at the crowd outside, and we stopped a couple of places and nobody's ever seen anything like it. You know, let me tell you, they have us up in the polls, as you know, in Pennsylvania and all over the place, actually. But when they say we're 3 points up or 4, there's no way. It's got to be a hell of a lot more than that. It has to be. It has to. You know, polls are fake also, just like these people, the fake news. They just... We prove that. We prove that a lot. Well, I just want to thank you. We're here today because early voting begins in Pennsylvania over the next 2 weeks. And we need each and every one of you to go out. Just don't take anything for granted. We have to win Pennsylvania. Go out and make a plan to vote early, vote absentee, or vote in person on Election Day. But you got to get out and vote. You got to say to your husband, Harry, get the hell off that couch. We can't take any chances because our nation is at stake. Our nation is going to hell. What they've done to our country at the border with inflation, with that Afghanistan nightmare that was the most embarrassing day probably in the history of our country, the way they did that. Getting out was fine, but you get out with dignity and strength. What they did was so bad. When you look at October 7th in Israel, it would have never happened. And you look at the Russian attack of Ukraine, would have never, ever happened, not even a thought of it. Think of it. Think of how different this world would have been. Think of how different this country would have been, our country, which is just going so bad. It's so bad. Millions and millions of people are pouring into our country, and they come from jails. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're terrorists at a level, that nobody's ever seen before, and they let them come in. And you have the border czar, this person that can't even speak. She can't ask a question. She can't answer a question from. Now she gets out Oprah Winfrey, who I used to know well. She used to love me until I decided to run for politics. Oh, let's go to Mar-a-Lago, Donald. I love the place so much. No, she used to love me, but once I ran for politics, that was the end of that, and that was okay with me. I couldn't care less, because we got to make our country great again. Got to make it great again, greater than ever before. But Oprah would ask just a simple question, and you get this crazy answer, or you don't get any answer. Just, this is not a president. We had 4 years of this. We're not going to have 4 more years. We won't survive it. I also want you to promise to find at least one voter and get them out to the polls. Find these people. There's so many people. If everybody votes, you know, it's interesting. Christians, we got to get the Christians to vote. You know, I don't know what it is. Relatively, they don't vote a lot. They go to church and they love church, and that's great, but we got to get Christians, evangelicals, we have to get them out to vote. We have to get gun owners. You know, gun owners don't vote. They don't vote. We have to get them out. The NRA gave me their total endorsement. They have every time, total, complete endorsement, but they vote at levels that are very low. You know what it is? It's probably rebellion. They're rebelling. But there's nothing to rebel about. You have to get out. If we had Christians voting in full strength, we couldn't lose. If we had the gun owners voting at full strength, we couldn't lose. We have to get gun owners, because your guns are under siege. She wants to take your guns away. See these votes? We've got about 1 million votes in there. Let's move them. We're fixing the air conditioner in the room, right? No, it's terrible. What happened the last time was disgraceful, including right here. But we're not going to let it happen again. Too big to rig, right? That's one way you do it. Can't let it happen. We got to take our country back from these horrible people, because if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple. Right, Lee? 43 days from now. 43 days we've been waiting for. 4 years. 4 years. We had people that were so incompetent. They were the most incompetent leaders in the whole world. And she is worse than Sleepy Joe Biden. She's worse. She's worse. 43 days from now, we're going to win Pennsylvania and take our country back, and we're going to be so happy. And it'll be the most important day and the most important vote in the history of our country, because we're losing our country. I mean, somebody I heard the other day, pretty smart person, and you think about it, and it could be true. They said, if we don't win this election, there may never be another election in this country. It could happen. Look at Venezuela. Venezuela was the most prosperous country, and now you take a look. And can you believe these stupid people are buying oil from Venezuela? From Venezuela, who was our enemy? They foreclosed on his airplane, a crappy old airplane. But they're giving him billions of dollars for oil. It's not oil, it's tar. It's the worst. And you know, for the environmentalists, you know where they cure the tar? Where they take the tar and they make it into beautiful oil? Houston, Texas, and it all goes flying up in the air. You got to look into that one for all of you wonderful people that talk about the environment like I do, like many of the people in this room do. But they do it. The oil refinery is it's the only one that can do it, because it literally is tar. It's not good stuff. We have the best stuff, and we have the most. We have more liquid gold under our feet, and we're buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need it at all. It's crazy. These people are crazy. What a nice-looking man. Who is that? Oh, that's Trump. What a wonderful-looking person. I'm just checking out the hairstyle as I'm talking. I don't know. Now I'm I'm checking, I'm talking, I'm looking up, I'm saying, I don't love it. Yeah, everyone don't love it. What the hell can you do? There's nothing I can do about it, right? We're stuck with it. Kamala Harris is reportedly giving a speech in Pittsburgh. You know, her speeches are very short. About her plan to, quote, build wealth. She doesn't know anything about building wealth. But she's been in office for 3.5 years. She's saying what she's going to do if she becomes president. But she's been there almost 4 years. She hasn't done anything except destroy our country with millions of people that shouldn't be here. And inflation. And inflation. What the damage that Sleepy Joe, you know, I'm tending to call him Sleepy Joe lately because I called him Crooked Joe. But now he's not, like, is he, who's our president? We don't even have, do we have a president? Why doesn't he leave? Why doesn't he leave? Now think of it. Think of it. I call him Crooked Joe. That was very effective. It got him out of the race. I mean, guess what? No, we had a debate, and he didn't do too well in that debate. And they came to him and they said, you're down 21 points and you're going to lose. This can only happen to me. So I end up with somebody new. But here's the thing. All I have to do is expose her for what she is. She's a communist, okay? She's a communist. And this country is not ready for a communist and hopefully never will be, because that doesn't work. Kamala talks about all these things that she's going to do, but she's been here. Think of it. She's been here for almost 4 years, and she's not done anything. I will do this. I will do that. I will do that. What the hell? She could do them today. You know, they talk about the border. Oh, we have a plan for the border. I didn't have any help. I had a very hostile Congress. And what I did is I said, close the border to the Border Patrol. They're great. And the border was closed. We had the safest border in the history of our country. And that border was a mess. You know, in 2016, I think I won maybe because of the border. The border was very bad. And in 2020, I couldn't talk about the border because there was no problem. My people, my geniuses back there, they all said, sir, you can't really talk about the border. There's no problem. I said, well, I want to at least talk about it. I fix it. They said, people don't care, sir. They don't care. So I didn't talk about the border, but we did get millions of more votes. If you remember 2020, we got millions more votes. Millions. Look at that guy with a rug on over there. Look at him. Look at that handsome guy. You look good. He looks good. But we got millions more votes. But I'll tell you what, and we've been all over Pennsylvania today. 2016 or 2020, we never had the enthusiasm that we have right now. Look at this. Look at this. And the reason is because they're so bad. You know, we never had anything to compare it to. They're so bad. 4 years of destroying our country. We don't have a great country anymore. Remember, I had CAG, Keep America Great. But I couldn't use it because I said, America's not great. I hate to say it, but America soon will be greater than ever before. You watch. We got to win the election. We got to win the election. And I can't call her Harris either. You know, Harris, when I say Harris, nobody knows. Does that make sense? I say, and when Harris, everyone says, who's Harris? Nobody knows this person. No, they don't know her by the name Harris. They know her Kamala. It's strange. The name Harris. And when Harris, and people say, who is that Harris? Nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. Do you know that? Lee, nobody knows. You're a good lawyer. Maybe we have to change your name. You know, but nobody knows a nice name, Harris. I know some people named Harris. They're nice people. She happens to be not a nice person. She happens to be a person that's destroyed everything she's ever touched. Kamala's ruinous economic policies have already cost the typical household $29,000 through rampant inflation. $29,000 per household. She's a one-woman economic wrecking ball, and if she gets 4 more years, her radical agenda will smash the economy into rubble and grind your financial situation right into the dust. You can't have it. You can't have it. We've had it. We've had it. the guy is incompetent, and she's incompetent also. She had the other interview with the other guy, who was a nice guy, I think, from Philadelphia, from Pennsylvania. And he was a nice guy. He was asking her all these, they don't take like I do. Anybody who wants to go, what the hell difference does it make? They have, and how dishonest was ABC? It was 3-on-1. How about this David Muir and the other woman I never heard of? I didn't know. How the hell did she get there? I never heard of her. But David Muir, when I say crime numbers are rising, he interrupts me, kept interrupting. And he said, we have it by fact that crime numbers are going down. I said, anybody that thinks crime is going down is a serious brain problem. And then it got announced the following day that Trump was right, that crime was up 45%. How about them? And I thought she was terrible in the debate. She didn't answer any questions. All she did is tell lies. Bloodbath. She talked about Charlottesville. All these things were all, I hate the word debunked, but it says it. They were all debunked, every one of them. And people said it. Well, the radical left didn't say it, but they've all been fully debunked. All she did was tell lies. But when it came time to ask a question like, what are you going to do about inflation? What are you going to do about keeping taxes low? She was unable to even talk. But the one on Oprah was the worst one, in my opinion. Oprah wanted to climb under the table. It was so embarrassing. She couldn't answer the simplest question. So vote Trump and your incomes will soar, your net worth will skyrocket, your energy costs and grocery prices will come tumbling down, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. The American dream. We don't talk about the American dream anymore, you know that? Mr. Congressman, what a great congressman. I'm going to introduce you guys, but what a good warrior you are. Thank you. We don't talk about the American dream, right? Anymore. We used to talk about it all the time. Today, they don't talk about it. Don't lose hope. We have to have hope. Don't lose hope. Our country's an embarrassment. The whole world is laughing at us. We're going to be stronger. They weren't laughing at us 4 years ago. They were not unhappy to see me head off. And they said, thank goodness we'll never have to see him or deal with him again. China had to pay $472 billion in tariffs. No other president took in 10 cents from China. Not 10 cents. No president took in 10 cents. And remember this, and I just say this, if you look at Ukraine and Russia, but they say Russia. I stopped the Russian pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of it until I came along. I stopped the biggest economic development job, the biggest job they've ever done. I stopped it cold. When Biden came in, he let them build, but he killed our Keystone pipeline, which we needed. He killed Keystone, so he killed, but think of it. And remember this about Russia. Under Bush, they took a lot. Under Biden and Barack Hussein Obama. Has anyone ever heard of him? Barack Hussein, a lot of people say he's actually running the country right now. I don't think so. I don't think so. But some people say he's running our country. But I don't think it's Biden. Under Barack Hussein Obama, they took a lot, right? Under Biden, they're taking everything. They're taking everything. This is Russia. They're taking everything. I mean, Ukraine is destroyed. It's destroyed. They could have made a deal. And you didn't even have to make a deal. Putin was never going in if I were president. But even if he did, you could have made a deal. Now the whole place is destroyed. The cities are knocked down. Millions of people are dead. Far more people are dead than anybody knows. Far more people. When you see those cities get knocked down and they say 2 people are injured, it's all a lot of fake news, I'll tell you. The people are dead, millions of people. And now the whole place has been, the cities have been knocked down, the whole place. They could have made a deal 3 years ago and everything would be happy, vibrant. Their heritage wouldn't have been broken. Those beautiful golden towers are taken down. All of those beautiful ancient towers are rubble on the ground now. I mean, any deal they make, what's the deal? They have to go back. They'll take 100 years to rebuild, and you can never rebuild it like it was. That should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. And you know what? It didn't happen. And even radical left lunatic Democrats say, I will say, if Trump was president, it wouldn't have happened. Putin would have never done it. I said, don't do it, Vladimir. Don't even think. We're not going to do it, Vladimir. I said, Vladimir, we're not going to do that, Vladimir. And China, I had the same, almost identical conversation with President Xi of China. Don't go in. Don't go in. He's got planes circling Taiwan. He wants that so badly. And Vladimir wanted it badly. That was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't do it. He would have never gone in. Would have never happened. All these things would have never happened. But Ukraine now, I see Zelensky is here. I think Zelensky's the greatest salesman in history. Every time he comes into the country, he walks away with $60 billion. Billion. Walks in with $60 billion. He wants them to win this election so badly. But I would do differently. I will work out peace as president-elect. If I win this election, the first thing I'm going to do is call up Zelensky and call up President Putin, and I'm going to say, you got to make a deal. This is crazy. Crazy. They asked Biden, when was the last time you spoke to Putin? He didn't know. Of course he didn't know. What a stupid question. Of course he doesn't know. How would he know a thing like that? But it's been like years. And they keep bombing cities. It's our fault because it's a war that should have never been allowed to happen, and we had the power that it would never have happened. We have an incompetent leader in Biden, and we have somebody who's worse in this new one that they threw into the ring. Central to Kamala's agenda for economic destruction is her plan to impose the largest individual tax hikes in American history onto our public, the largest small business tax hike in history, the largest capital gains tax hike in history. How about the capital gains tax, right? How about that one? And even the brand new wealth confiscation tax or unrealized capital gain. How about that? Unrealized. You know, I know a lot of people that are rich, but they have no cash. They're rich as hell, but what are they going to do? They have to pay cash to unrealized. In other words, you pay a capital gains tax even though you're not selling your property, your stock, or whatever it might be. I don't think it's ever even been done. It's been thought of by communist nations, but I don't think it's ever been done. You know, her father is a fascist. He's a Marxist, and he's a teacher of Marxist economics. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? Where have we come? Which will annihilate, if they do that unrealized capital gain, which I can't believe they can pull it off, but if they do it, it'll annihilate the stock market and wipe out the savings of millions of seniors and middle-class families. It'll wipe out our country. Our country will be driven in, I think anyway it'll happen. A lot of people say the only reason the stock market's high is everyone thinks I'm going to win the election. I believe that's true. A lot of the biggest, smartest. Uncle Sam, look, it's Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is here. Do you agree with that? Uncle Sam says, no, a lot of people agree. I think it's going to be horrible. We don't win for so many other reasons, too, but you'll have a depression like 1929. Kamala Harris is the tax queen, and she's coming for your money, she's coming for your pensions, and she's coming for your savings unless you defeat her in November and you want to take away your guns. Remember that. Always remember that. As president, I will keep Kamala's greedy hands out of your pockets, and we will deliver gigantic tax cuts. I gave you the largest tax cuts in history, and we are going to go further. That's what created the greatest economy. You know, when they say compare yourself now, but do something else. Compare costs now. Compare the cost of bacon with the cost of bacon 4 or 5 years ago. Compare the cost of just groceries. I mean, some of these things have gone up 4, 5, 6 times. Energy, interest rates. How about, I was at 2% interest rates. Now they're at 10%, but you can't get the money, so you got to keep going up. Okay, you're not at 10% if you can't get the money. We will have, I'm very proud of this, and then she copied me on one of them, only one. I'm waiting for the others. We will have no tax on tips. That was an easy one. We will have no tax on overtime. You work overtime. And for our seniors who have been decimated by the stupidity of inflation, these people, what they did to you on inflation, we will have no tax on Social Security benefits. No tax. You've been decimated. They took it all away. They took it all away from you. And for all the suburban households paying high property taxes here in Pennsylvania, I will restore the SALT deduction. Do you know what that is, SALT deduction? You will, to save you thousands of dollars. Maybe I shouldn't bother with, but that's a good one, but you guys don't know what the hell it is. That's a good one. People think of New York, but it actually affects you very much, too. I think I'll keep it off of Pennsylvania. You didn't like that one so much, but it's actually pretty good. It's no wonder that Kamala Harris was just officially endorsed by IRS agents. Do you believe it? That's when you'd say, I'd rather not have that endorsement. But I've been endorsed by virtually every police group in the entire nation. Every police group. Almost every sheriff's group, every police group, every one of them. We just had one, the Fraternal Order. We just had 400,000 policemen. That's the biggest of all the unions, and they endorsed me. And this is the first time in decades, just got endorsed by the rank and file members of the Teamsters, which I happen to think is amazing. That was a surprise. That's automatic for the Democrats, and now the bosses didn't endorse me, but they had a problem because they got 30% of the vote. We got actually 60 or 61% of the vote. Can you believe it? So the people that were in the 61, the people that want us, they said, well, how come you didn't endorse them? They're just going to take a pass. But maybe that's okay. That's all right. We know where they stand, and that's good. Kamala Harris is the candidate of the tax collectors and the Washington bureaucrats. I am the candidate of the American worker, and I always will be. I always will be. But perhaps Kamala's biggest tax hike of all is her vicious attack on Pennsylvania energy. You're under attack. If anybody here believes that she will let your energy industry continue, like fracking, you should immediately go to a psychiatrist and have your head examined. On dozens of occasions, Kamala said that she intends to ban fracking. I'm going to ban it. I'm going to ban it. I think we have a clip. Would you like to see a clip? I spend a lot of money on these clips. Spend a lot of money on these clips.
That's why I am committed to passing a Green New Deal, creating clean jobs, and finally putting an end to fracking once and for all.
Mama Kamala just don't give a frack.
Isn't that great? He's not very funny. Can you? That guy. Those three guys, they're being blown away by Gutfeld. You know, Gutfeld, totally dominant. Those three guys. You remember that guy? When I first ran, it was like 2015, thinking about running. I was going to run. I went on his show, right? And he goes, The Tonight Show, which is dying. They're all dying. Where's Johnny Carson? Bring back Johnny. It made you appreciate, right, Uncle Sam? It made you appreciate the greatness of Johnny Carson and these guys. These three guys, They're so bad, all three of them. All three of them. But this one, I go on a show, and he goes, "Is that your real hair?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Do you mind if I mess it up?" I said, "I'd prefer no." Do you remember this? I said, "I'd prefer it if you didn't, to be honest, but if you have to." So he grabs it, and he starts really going crazy, right? And everybody laughed, and it was a big thing, and it was a big hit. It was all over the place, and he got great ratings and all. And 6 months later, he went out because he was under pressure to apologize because he humanized Donald Trump. Do you remember? And he stood up and he said, "I'd like to apologize. 6 months ago, or whatever it was, I messed up Donald Trump's hair and it humanized him and he became president. And I would like to apologize." How weak and pathetic is a guy like that? And his show died, but the other two shows are dying. The one on ABC is dying. He was the worst host in the history of the Academy Awards. Remember I did that? Remember I wrote I put a truth. Everybody should go to Truth immediately. And by the way, we also love Elon, I have to tell you. Gave me a big endorsement, big one. But remember in the Academy Awards, I said how he's the worst host in the history of the Academy Awards. And this stupid guy goes up, and just before the Best Picture of the Year, the show is almost over. They're waiting for the Best Picture of the Year. He gets up and he says, and his wife said, "Please don't do it. Please, darling, don't go out." His manager said, "Don't do it. I have to do it." He goes out and reads my truth to the entire audience right before the prime time, the Best Picture. And it said basically, he is the worst host of the history. He reads the whole thing. And then I think he said something like, "Ha, ha, ha, he thinks he bothers me," or some crap like that. I said, he's one of the dumbest human beings ever. He should have listened to his wife. What a dope. But all three of them are bad. The hatred. You know, it's supposed to be comedy. It's hatred. It's like terrible. But they're dying. And did anyone see the Gutfeld for last week? So, actually, I said it in the show, you know, so Gutfeld had the highest ratings in his history. And it was the #1 show of the week on all of television, not just on cable, on all of television. It beat all the network shows. But I told her the show, Gutfeld hated me for a long time, hated me. And then he started saying, you know, he didn't know me, but he hated me. People that know me like me. But he just couldn't stand me. And he was pretty strong on that. And then what happened is he started to say, you know, I don't like him, but he gets everything done. He rebuilt our military. We have no wars. He took out the worst terrorists in history. We don't have any problems. We didn't have one terror attack during my administration, with all the terror attacks all over the world. We didn't have countries fighting each other. They wouldn't have done it without my permission. They would call me up to ask whether or not they could go to war with some other country. And I said, you can't do that. And if you do that, I'm going to put big, big taxes all over your country. Okay, we won't do it. And they'd call me up the next day. We've decided not to go to the war. We had no wars. Israel was free. Ukraine was free. They weren't. The whole world. Viktor Orban, who's the prime minister of Hungary, he said, if you want to solve, because now everything's blowing up. The Middle East is going to end up in World War III. Ukraine's going to end up in World War III. So many different, we could end up in World War III with incompetent leadership. With smart leadership, it never happened. But it's tougher now than it would have been 3-4 years ago. I mean, the whole place. And more importantly, no matter what you do, you can't get those cities back. You can't get that civilization back. And you can't get 3 or 4 million lives back. You can't do it. But Gutfeld said, on the show, he said, you know, I don't love this guy, but man, everything he touches, he fixes, he gets it done. Our country was doing great. We had the best economy. And he asked for an interview, and I said, you know, I'll do it, but I'm begrudgingly, 10 minutes. I don't really want to do it because he doesn't like me. I guess I don't like anybody that doesn't like me, I'll be honest. When they don't like me, I don't like them, okay? Sounds childish. Look at the wall. Mr. Wall, stand up, please, Mr. Wall. When they don't like me, Lee, I don't like them. That's the way it is. Call it a personality defect. But we did an interview, and it was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it lasted for 2.5 hours. It just never stopped. There was a great chemistry. We actually liked each other. And he likes me. And he took that interview, and he put it on 5 shows, and his ratings went through the roof, and he's held it. I mean, he's the hottest guy on late night and beyond late night, maybe in a lot of ways. But we love Sean Hannity, too, right? And we love Laura, and we love Jesse, and Janine, and Pete. We like Pete Hegseth. Ainsley's good. We have a lot of good people, and then we have some bad ones, too, including on Fox. You ever notice on Fox, they put me on, I do a great job, and then they follow me with a horrible commercial. You know, I say, what the hell is the good of me doing it if Roger Ailes never allowed bad commercials? What's the purpose of me doing a nice show? And then they put 9 horrible commercials on, which are all lies. Or they put somebody on that's good, and then they always feel like they have to put somebody on who's bad. So the net result is a neutral. And you say, what are you doing it for? You can't do that. Fox should put just the good people on, the people that want to make America great again. They shouldn't put the guys that are professional scammers on. And they shouldn't allow bad commercials. Just a few months ago, Kamala imposed a natural gas export ban. Can you believe that? That is brutalizing Pennsylvania energy jobs. You know about it, right? And Kamala's Green New Deal insanity, I call it the Green New Scam, is shutting down power plants all across America. As a result, Pennsylvania electricity prices are up, despite all of the oil and gas and everything, are up 35% in a very short period of time, with all that stuff underneath your feet, in particular you. Since she took office, we are looking at another rise now of anywhere from 30 to 50% very quickly. And we have so much. We have so much. And you're hit about as hard as anybody. If you vote for me, I will cut your energy and electricity prices in half within 12 months. We're going to cut them down in half. I will terminate the natural gas export ban, which makes it impossible for you to sell your product to a lot of countries that want it desperately because they don't have what we have. We are so rich, we have the greatest, and we don't use it. It makes you really. We have all of this stuff more than anybody. We don't use it. I will get Pennsylvania energy workers pumping, fracking, drilling, and producing like never before. Right? And I don't know about how you feel, but I do, because this was the greatest company in the world 60 or 70 years ago. We are also going to keep U.S. Steel right here in America. We have to be strong and powerful again, and we must put tariffs on foreign predators. They are predators, so that they don't destroy our steel industry. The people that like me the most of the steel, they were dead when I came into office. They were dead. And I put taxes on China. China was dumping massive amounts of steel to destroy our companies. I put a 50% tariff, then I raised it in some cases to 100%. And at a certain level, they said, no mas, we're not doing it. Remember, no mas, Roberto. We love Roberto Durando. And no mas, no mas. And they said no mas, and that was the end of it. And our steel companies were saved and thrived. And now we're losing our steel companies again because we have stupid people in the White House. We must keep our steel companies, and we must keep making steel more than any. If we have a war, are we going to call up, gee, China, could you send us some steel, please? Oh, I forgot about that. If we have a war, think of it. If we need it for our military, how do we build our tanks? How do we build our ships? We wouldn't have any steel. We have to make U.S. Steel great again. It doesn't have to be what it was. It was the greatest company in the world. Think of it. U.S. Steel was the greatest company in the whole world. That would be like whatever. You know, today our big companies are like Google and this and that. They're not the same. U.S. Steel is the strength. Google is all, give me a break. Not the same. Not the same. You see all the stuff that Google and Facebook, you know what, they got caught cheating on the last election, the bad things they did, the 51 agents and all of the stuff, the laptop. Remember, it was Russia. It was Russia, Russia, Russia. No, it was Hunter, 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 as we said. And they affected the election very much. It came out many points, 11 points, 12 points. But that's what we have. And we can never let that happen again. And I said, we're going to go after anybody that gets caught cheating on the election. We're going to go after them harder than anyone's ever been sought before. Because these people are really a threat. They are a threat to democracy. The Democrats are a threat to democracy. That's the real threat. Under my plan, America will be a manufacturing superpower once again. We will be the envy of the world, and we will build that incredible future right here in Pennsylvania. Boy, did I come close. I almost said, I better be careful, because, if I even mention, they'll report it, because I don't want to be. Should I say it, Uncle Sam? I almost said the state of Pennsylvania, but I meant the Commonwealth. I never said the state. I was able to catch it because I'm cognitively very strong. Very, very strong. I was able to catch it. Did you notice that? Right here and I stopped for a second. I said, Pennsylvania. I didn't want. Oh, that's a bad mistake. When you do the state of Pennsylvania, you get yourself. I've seen it. Well, the worst was Biden. He's in Florida, and he says, thank you for being so nice. I love Iowa. I've always loved. I said, oh. Remember, he was in New Hampshire, and he said he was in Maine. I never did that. If you do that, it's career threatening. As it turned out, it was career threatening. But if you do that once, Winston Churchill was this great speaker. Great. I get much bigger crowds than him, but nobody ever says I'm a great speaker. Winston Churchill was a great speaker. If he ever was in London and he said, I'm in Beirut, or because Biden is capable of that, he could go that far off. He compared Florida to Iowa, and then he said it was Idaho, the greatest potato place in the world. He said with Iowa, remember, he said, I love the potatoes in Iowa. No, he meant, right? He didn't mean Iowa. I mean, the whole thing. But I said, if you were Winston Churchill and you make a mistake as to location, like I'm here with you, and if I say, it's great to be in the great state of Illinois, could happen. No matter how great your speech is, you could make the greatest speech in history, and people will go, that was a disaster, right? He did it all the time, but she's worse than him. I'm telling you, watch. She's not as smart as him. He's not smart. He never was smart. He wasn't smart 40 years ago. He was a hale and hearty guy, well met. Did you ever hear Shakespeare? He was hale and hearty and well met, but he wasn't a smart person. But she is a very dumb person, and we can't do that. We can't do that. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude. Another front in Kamala's war on workers is her gigantic migrant invasion. Over the past 3 years, border czar. Do you notice she said, I'm not a border czar. She was a border czar for 3.5 years. Now she's saying I had nothing to do. Whether she was the border czar or just the person in charge of the border, it's been the worst thing ever, maybe one of the worst things ever to happen to our country. Look at what's happening in Springfield, Ohio. Look at what's happened to that beautiful town. Look at what's happened to Aurora in Colorado, where you have a radical left Democrat governor who doesn't have a clue. He's so scared. The Venezuelans are attacking. They're in the real estate business. They're taking over real estate. They're in there like I was, but they take it over with guns. I took it over with the brain. They take it over with guns. But they're in, think of it, Aurora, and they have weapons that the military doesn't even have. AK-47s. I learned about AK-47s 3 weeks ago. That's not a nice. I'm getting very good at learning about weapons. I'm learning a lot about guns. Over the past 3 years, Baltazar Harris has inundated small towns all across America with hundreds of thousands of migrants. Not only has she invited them across our border, unfortunately, she's also illegally flown them in. Remember, she was making excuses. No, we haven't really had too many. And then we found out that they're flying in by big, beautiful jets. They're flying over the border. She's trying to say that the border was sort of secure. It wasn't secure, although the greatest graph in the history of graphs, a thing that I love perhaps as much as any person I've ever met, is my wonderful graph on immigration and the lack of people coming. Do we have that graph? Can we put that graph up? This is my favorite graph. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love that graph, Lee. David, I love it. Oh, isn't that beautiful? I don't care what it says. I don't care if it said I did a lousy job. That's the most beautiful piece of paper I've ever seen. You see the arrow in the bottom? That was the week that I left office. See the arrow in the bottom, the big red arrow? That's the lowest level. This was done by the Border Patrol. This looks like a Trump special. It wasn't. That was done by the U.S. Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. ICE is phenomenal. That was done by the Border Patrol. That was the lowest level of immigration we've ever had in the country. And then these idiots, these stupid idiots took over, and look at what happened to our numbers. Look at what happened. Look at what happened to the numbers. But is that the most beautiful? I love the colors, the blue, the gold, the red. There's everything about it I love the stars. Because if I didn't look over to the right to see that beautiful graph, I said, put up that graph, please. If I didn't look over to the right, I wouldn't be here with you tonight, and that would be a very terrible thing. What a beautiful thing. Think of it, Uncle Sam. Immigration saved my life. Think of it. Immigration saved my life. No, it's great. Well, thank you. And thank you. I sleep with that pace. Every night I go to bed with it. Say, darling, it's time to go to bed. Let's go. What a beautiful sight. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Great job that you were able to get it so fast. I didn't think we were going to be using it. I didn't think I was going to use it in Butler. It was just, I always use it at the end. If I use it, I only use it. You would know. You go to every damn rally, right? He's at every rally. And he makes a lot of money. I think he's probably an accountant. He's a CPA. He's a genius. But he goes to every rally. But, right, I rarely use it. But when I use it, it's always on my left, and it's always at the end of the speech. This time I just thought of it. As you can see, I don't use the teleprompter too much. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to use a teleprompter? Isn't that nice? Right? It's really nice. Thank you very much. By the way, we had a rally in Lee's part of the woods out on Long Island, and that was unbelievable. We filled up where the Islanders play and the Nets were playing. They used to play there, a big, like a Madison Square Garden type arena. We filled it up. We could have filled it up 3 times. It was an amazing, just less than a week ago, right? That was great. Lee was there. Kamala has illegally flown in more than 500,000 migrants, right? When she was saying, no, we don't want to do that. And she's got, these guys actually want these people in our country. It's not even believable. Working with left-wing nonprofits to inundate Pennsylvania communities, changing the character of small towns and villages all over our country and changing them forever. They will never be the same. They will never be. Do you think Springfield will ever be the same? I don't think. The fact is, and I'll say it now, you have to get them the hell out. You have to get them out. I'm sorry. To get them out. Can't have it. Can't have it. They've destroyed it. It's terrible. It's terrible. That was the lowest level of immigration we've ever had in the country. And then these idiots, these stupid idiots took over, and look at what happened to our numbers. Look at what happened. Look at what happened to the numbers. But is that the most beautiful? I love the colors, the blue, the gold, the red. There's everything about it I love the stars. Because if I didn't look over to the right to see that beautiful graph, I said, put up that graph, please. If I didn't look over to the right, I wouldn't be here with you tonight, and that would be a very terrible thing. What a beautiful thing. Think of it, Uncle Sam. Immigration saved my life. Think of it. Immigration saved my life. No, it's great. Well, thank you. And thank you. I sleep with that pace. Every night I go to bed with it. Say, darling, it's time to go to bed. Let's go. What a beautiful sight. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Great job that you were able to get it so fast. I didn't think we were going to be using it. I didn't think I was going to use it in Butler. It was just, I always use it at the end if I use it. I only use it, you would know, you go to every damn rally, right? He's at every rally. And he makes a lot of money. I think he's probably an accountant. He's a CPA. He's a genius. But he goes to every rally. But, right, I rarely use it. But when I use it, it's always on my left, and it's always at the end of the speech. This time I just thought of it. As you can see, I don't use the teleprompter too much. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to use a teleprompter? Isn't that nice? Right? It's really nice. Thank you very much. By the way, we had a rally in Lee's part of the woods out on Long Island, and that was unbelievable. We filled up where the Islanders play and the Nets were playing. They used to play there, a big, like a Madison Square Garden type arena. We filled it up. We could have filled it up 3 times. It was an amazing, just less than a week ago, right? That was great. Lee was there. Kamala has illegally flown in more than 500,000 migrants, right when she was saying, no, we don't want to do that. And she's got, these guys actually want these people in our country. It's not even believable. Working with left-wing nonprofits to inundate Pennsylvania communities, changing the character of small towns and villages all over our country and changing them forever. They will never be the same. They will never be. Do you think Springfield will ever be the same? I don't think. The fact is, and I'll say it now, you have to get them the hell out. You have to get them out. I'm sorry. To get them out. Can't have it. Can't have it. They've destroyed it. It's terrible. It's terrible to say, and it's a tough thing to do. You know, you're going to take in some murderers and things, and you'll put them on the planes and the buses, and you're going to start doing it. Dwight Eisenhower holds the record. Believe it or not, he was a moderate kind of a guy, General Eisenhower, president, and he has the record. He couldn't stand people pouring into our country, and he took a lot and took them out. He's very strong on that. And we have to be strong. We have no choice because this is not sustainable by any country. There's no country that can do this. I mean, what were they thinking when they did it? What were they thinking? This is like, who would allow men to play in women's sports? Well, this is bigger. This is bigger. But it's the same thought. Who would allow? We're allowing open borders where millions of people that we have no idea who they are, where they come from. We don't know if they're murderers, if they're killers. Many are murderers, though, because prison populations are being released into our country. And these are tough people. They're tough people, and they're vicious, evil people in many cases. And we can't, but it's very tough. Because we'll take one young woman with 2 children and they'll put them in a bus to take them back to some country, and it'll be put in the fake news, and it'll be a terrible story. It's terrible. And the whole country will turn against. It's a very tough thing to do. We have to do it carefully. But we have to get murderers and drug dealers and all these people that are coming into our country. We have to get them out of here. It's not sustainable. And not far from here, the 4,000-person town of Charleroi. Do people, you know Charleroi? In Charleroi, Pennsylvania, has seen a 2,000% increase in the population of their town. Do you know that, right? They have has your town changed slightly? Where are you from, Charleroi? Put up, okay, good. I just took a picture with that handsome guy. So would you say your town has changed just a little bit over the last couple of months? It's like, is it a different place, totally different place? It's what? It's completely different. Where are the other people that started screaming about Charleroi? Where are they? Okay, has your beautiful town changed? Yes. You can't do it. 80%, think of it, of the capital, and it's composed of lawless gangs. We're not gonna do this. All of the gang members, MS-13, they're being brought into our country because Venezuela doesn't want it. Remember this. Venezuela has sent their criminals into our country, has emptied their jails, not fully. They've still got people, but I don't know why, because I would have been worse than him. I would have emptied it. If I ran one of those countries, Honduras, any of them, even Mexico to an extent is doing it, and they shouldn't be doing it at all because they're getting rich off of us. They're getting rich. They shouldn't be doing it at all. They're going to stop immediately. But so many of these countries, I would do it. If I were the president of one of these countries, and they're all smart, street smart people, I would have had them all. I don't know why Venezuela does it, but they have a lot of the jail population in our country. They probably couldn't get enough buses and planes. That's probably the only reason. But they're dumping jail populations, the criminals of the street, into our country. And there's only one thing that can happen, and it's really bad. And it's happening, and now you see it. And I said this 3 years ago when I heard about it. I said, this is only going to be bad. Think of the cruelty Kamala Harris is inflicting on the people of Pennsylvania. You live in a small town your whole life. You pay your taxes. You really are exemplary. You pay everything. You do everything. You love your town. You love your country. You know the town so well by name, you're just so proud of it. And suddenly she flies in thousands and thousands of migrants from the most dangerous places on earth, and they deposit them right smack in the middle of your community. And you're a nice person, and you want to be politically correct. I see it very much in the cities, like the governor of Colorado. The guy's a real stiff, but he's up talking, and he says, well, these are fine people. He doesn't want to say that they have AK-47s and they're taking over large portions of real estate. He doesn't want to say it. They want to be politically correct. It's happening in all of these towns that we're talking about because the mayors are afraid, and they're afraid politically too. They don't know, am I supposed to say this is good, or am I supposed to say, and Democrat mayors, every one of them is saying it's a wonderful thing, and not one of them believes it, but they're afraid to go against the stupid party that's in Washington. So now your schools can teach because they can't teach because the majority of students don't speak the language. The housing market is destroyed. Crime is rampant. The jobs are taken by migrants illegally imported to our countries. Your school classes, you can't get in. You can't get into your hospitals. Nobody can get into the hospitals. They're driving to hospitals 300-400 miles away. The media is desperate to stop us from having this conversation. The fake news, look at all of them. They have a lot of people. They have some of the big ones. They have some of the big ones. Wow, oh, that's very impressive. They have some good ones, too. But that's exactly why we must have this conversation. We have to have it because the media doesn't want to talk about it. You know, they don't want to do anything that's going to embarrass Kamala because I don't know why. Number one, the country's going to die. They're going to die. They're already dying to a large extent. But if I get elected, they're going to do much better because we get higher ratings. We get the high, you know, Greg Gutfeld got the highest ratings in the history of his show. Think of it, the #1 show of the night, including networks. Nobody knows that. And maybe I think the #1 show of the week. No, but they'll do much better, but they don't realize that. They haven't realized that yet. This isn't an attack on any group of people. It's common sense. We're really talking about, you know, we're the party of common sense. We're conservative, all that. We are the party of common sense. That's what we are. That's what we are. We want to have strong borders, great education, school choice. Does everybody like school choice? We want to move the Department of Education. We're ranked at the bottom of the list, the worst. We spend more money per pupil than any other country by far. And yet we're at the bottom of the list. Out of 40, we're ranked about number 40. And I'm going to close the Department of Education and move education back to the states. And we're going to do it fast. Maybe I'll have you do that. I'll use Lee. Maybe I'll have you. You could do it. That's not too easy. We'll get somebody great. We'll get Lee Zeldin is here with us tonight. I think that's the job for Lee. Or Vivek. Or we'll get somebody. We like Vivek. We need somebody with a lot of energy, a lot of strength, energy, and intelligence. But it takes centuries to build the unique character of each state. And we are going to. And you know, when you do that, so the #1 rated country is Norway. The #2 is like Denmark. And you know, on and on it goes. Spend much less money than we do, and they have the finest education. In New York City, a few years ago with de Blasio, who was one of the worst mayors in history, by the way, he said, we're going to go with the Norwegian system. That didn't work out too well, okay? You know, when they start throwing the teachers out the window, that wasn't working out. They don't do that in Norway. Historically, they haven't thrown too many teachers out the window in Norway. But we're going to make it good. And you know what's going to happen is out of the 50 states, you're going to have 35, like different ones. Iowa will do good. A lot of the states will do very good. I can think of probably 30, 35 will be good, and 5 will be okay, 10 will be okay. You'll have 4 or 5 that will be terrible, but that's okay. We have to control it. But you'll have Idaho. You'll have Idaho will do a great job. They, you know, no debt, no this. They run a great state. A lot of places will have will have education that can compete with Norway and Denmark and this, but we'll have certain places, and it's the same places like Gavin Newsom, who is a terrible governor. You'll probably have a problem in California, but what you do is you give it to the local communities, and they'll have a great educational system. You don't want to give it to somebody like Kamala because she destroyed San Francisco and then destroyed the whole state. But reckless migration policy can change it very quickly, and it can destroy everything in its way, just like we've seen in London and Paris and Minneapolis. Look at what's happened in London. Look what's happening in Paris. If Kamala Harris wins this election, she will flood Pennsylvania cities and towns with illegal migrants from all over the world, and Pennsylvania will never be the same. You will never be the same. When I'm president, all migrant flights to Pennsylvania will stop immediately. By the way, all migrant flights. Not only to Pennsylvania, everywhere. No, but how about they get caught? You know, we just found that out a few months ago. They're saying, no, we're fighting. In the meantime, people are just pouring in. No, we want to do it. And then we learned that the airplanes are flying. That means that, you know, it's just a big con job. Remember this. For a long time, she's been talking about her experience at McDonald's. I worked at McDonald's over the French fries. It was so hot. I think I'm going to go to a McDonald's next week someplace. I'm going to go. Might not be in your place. I'm going to go to a McDonald's, and I'm going to work the French fry job for about a half an hour. I want to see how it is. But she said she worked and she grew up in terrible conditions. She worked at McDonald's. It was such. She never worked there. And these fake news reporters will never report it. They don't want to report it because they're fake. They're fake. They don't want to report it. She never worked at McDonald's, but it was a big part of her resume. They went to the different places. Did she work here? Did she work here? Did she work here? She said, we don't know who the hell she is. Leave us alone. We're making hamburgers. We will end the invasion of small town Pennsylvania, and we will end the destruction of America. It's destroying our country. This country is going to be better than ever before, but we have to do certain things, and we have to do it quickly. And this is one of the big reasons that we're leading in the polls in Pennsylvania, but I think we're doing a lot better than even the polls say. In the latest Emerson poll, we're up in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia pretty substantially. In today's latest New York Times, if the New York Times gives me a good poll, you know we're way up. The Siena poll, we're up in North Carolina by 3, in Georgia by 4, and in Arizona by 5. Those are swing states, very important. And a poll on a state that Republicans just haven't won in many, many years for president. You have a wonderful governor there who's really working, Glenn Youngkin. He's working hard. He's really pushing it hard. He's in charge of it, and he's doing a good job. A poll just came out in Virginia where we're leading in the state of Virginia. Leading if we win Virginia. If we win Virginia, I don't even know if I need Pennsylvania, but we want to get it anyway. We want to get Pennsylvania. Remember last time? So last time we did better than 60, but in 2016, we were leading by hundreds of thousands of votes in Pennsylvania, and they refused to announce it, remember? And then they announced Wisconsin or Michigan, which we won. But all night long, I said, when are they going to announce Pennsylvania? It would be impossible to catch us based on the numbers. If I lost every vote from then till the end, but they waited till 2 o'clock in the morning, you know? You know why they did that, right? They were trying to see if they could accumulate enough ballots. Very dangerous thing. This is a bad, bad system. And we're winning Pennsylvania, but despite the fact that I almost hate to say that we're winning, why don't I say we're tied so you go out and vote? Or we're down by 1. I always say, pretend you're down by 1. The point is you got to get a vote. We got to win, and we got to win, and can't take any chances. But here in Pennsylvania, you also need to vote for your next senator, Dave McCormick, who I know for a long time. And he's going to defeat Bob Casey. He's going to stop inflation and secure our borders. Do you want to come up for a second? Do you mind? I love this guy. He's a military hero. He's a business hero. And he'll make a great senator. Come on up, David. Say something.
All right, well, Mr. President, thank you so much for that great introduction, and we're going to win the presidency right here in the Senate majority in the Keystone State, so thank you. And the reason we're going to win is because people in Pennsylvania feel like they've lost their economic security. Prices going out of control. The war on fossil fuels. They've lost their physical security. Crime in our cities, illegal immigration, 4,000 fentanyl deaths, and people around the world, adversaries challenging us. So people in Pennsylvania want change, and what I tell them is, listen, it's a battle between common sense and these radical liberal policies under Kamala Harris, and Bob Casey's going to vote for her 99% of the time because he is a weak leader and a rubber stamp for this liberal agenda. And I say also, this is a race between strength and weakness. And when I talk about strength with G.T. Thompson and Sean Parnell, I say, listen, I was standing there at Butler, 15 feet away. I saw you get shot. I saw you go down. And I saw you come up with your fist and say, fight, fight, fight. That's why we're going to win. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. And he's a good man, I'll tell you. Very successful guy. He goes through a lot to do this. And Bob Casey, I can tell you, I was there for 4 years at the highest level. I met everybody. This guy does nothing for Pennsylvania. He's not going to help your oil, your fracking. He's not going to help anything. And David will be a warrior for your Commonwealth. He will be a warrior, total warrior. So thank you, David. Thank you very much. We're also pleased to be joined. Oh, I have so many people here. I have congressmen, I have senators. It's brutal. You know, when you introduce people, you always miss a couple of them. But I'm going to apologize because I see somebody there that I think is a certain senator, but I'm not 100% sure. The eyes aren't what they used to be, I'll be totally honest. The brain is better than it used to be, but the eyes aren't what they used to be. But you always get yourself in trouble, but I'm going to introduce somebody that's been amazing, Congressman Glenn G.T. Thompson, who's sitting with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, G.T. Thank you very much. Great job. He's a warrior. Former Congressman Fred Keller. Fred, thank you very much. I saw him sitting there. A great gentleman who's a real leader, State Senate Majority Leader Joe Pittman. Joe? Whoa. Whoa. Hey, you're popular, Joe. What a family you have, too. What a great family. Thank you very much, Joe. Mayor of Slippery Rock, J.D. Longo. Thank you, J.D. Great job. Thank you. Great job. And a friend of mine who's a warrior and a very strong guy, tough guy. They had a bad deal with that election. It was terrible what happened. Sean Parnell. Sean, stand up. Yeah. They played around with 25,000 ballots. That was another unique one, wasn't it? What a disgrace that was. Anyway, we're 6 weeks away from the most important election in the history of our country, and here are the facts. Kamala Harris once opened.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We are currently listening to the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. I don't know. What do you think? He was in Pennsylvania about 12 hours ago, and now we are currently listening to the rally he had last night. Let's get it.
Borders. She will deliver rampant inflation, and she wants to pack the Supreme Court. You know that. Instead of 9 justices like we have now, Kamala wants to bring it up very substantially. Now, this is a number I heard 2 days ago, potentially to 25 justices, so she can rig the system. Meaning, not she, the whole party can rig the system, the party of communists. She wants to bring it up to 25. That's the first time I heard that number, but I heard it very loud and clear. She might as well have Congress. You know, Congress is supposed to be that, not the Supreme Court. No, they were very brave, the Supreme Court, very brave, and they take a lot of hits because of it. It should be illegal what happens. You know, you have these guys like playing the ref, like the great Bobby Knight. These people should be put in jail the way they talk about our judges and our justices, trying to get them to sway their vote, sway their decision. Kamala was an original creator of Defund the Police movement. Okay. So she was in Defund the Police for years. Anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States. Can you imagine? That's where she came from. That's where she came from. That's her theory, and that's her way, and that's her policy. You know what the policy is? She's changed 15 policies. You know, over the years, I've been like a student of politics for a long time, but I was in the other side. I was writing checks all the time, right? But I was on the other side. But I've never seen anyone go 15 for 15. I've seen guys change one policy, maybe two when they were little ones. She changed everything. She loves oil all of a sudden. She loves the police about, when did that start? A few months ago? But let me tell you, they immediately go back to where they came from. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. These are great patriots, ICE. They take such hits. They are so tough and love our country so much. They get MS-13 out of our country. Under border czar Harris, Venezuela gangs, all these Venezuelan gangs have taken over entire areas of different places in our country because they say, come up and we'll give you. Look, I feel sorry. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but you can't tell me for 15. I've seen guys change one policy, maybe two when they were little ones. She changed everything. She loves oil all of a sudden. She loves the police about, when did that start? A few months ago? But let me tell you, they immediately go back to where they came from. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. These are great patriots, ICE. They take such hits. They are so tough and love our country so much. They get MS-13 out of our country. Under border czar Harris, Venezuela gangs, all these Venezuelan gangs have taken over entire areas of different places in our country, and she supports free health care for illegal aliens while our hospitals and emergency rooms are being overrun by migrants who come up here because they say, come up and we'll give you. Look, I feel sorry. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but you can't tell people to come up. We're going to give you education. We're going to give you free health care because they're going to come up. And if you stop saying that, they won't come any longer. You can't do this. And Newsom does it, and all of them do it, and you can't do it. But migrants make it virtually it's unusable. I mean, the states become unusable, the school systems, the hospital. She lost more than, this is a number that's the worst number that you'll ever hear. I mean, think of it. Think of a big stadium that holds 55,000 people. She lost more than 325,000 migrant children. They're gone. Nobody knows where they are. Many of them are dead. Many of them are in sex trade. Many of them are dead. They've been trafficked. They've been raped. 325,000 children are missing. If one child is missing, it's too many. Think of it. Under her, 325,000 children. As California Attorney, she will destroy our country. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, a term, deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as non-violent crimes. She said they are all non-violent. She praised the idea of 70 to 80% tax. She wants a tax rate of 70 to 80%. Will you be happy paying 80%? I don't think so. She wants to ban the sale of gas-powered vehicles, which will destroy the Pennsylvania way of life. And she even endorsed free sex changes. At first they said, you got to go back and tell me this. And this was recently. She endorsed free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention centers all over our country at taxpayer expense. You don't hear this on Oprah, do you? Think of that. Sex change, you're detained. You're being held in a detention center, and you say, I want to change. I want to become a woman. And they have to give you the operation, which is an immensely expensive operation on top of everything else, $250,000 at least, and then all the drugs involved and everything else. She's sick. I'm telling you, if you put her in, I don't think you will either. Uncle Sam? Uncle Sam, will you put her in? I don't think so. Stand up, Uncle Sam. No, it's terrible. As DA and as Attorney General, she destroyed San Francisco and she destroyed all of California. It's like a different place. It's not recognizable. Now she's coming to destroy the United States of America, and we're not going to let it happen. We can't let it happen. She led the change in California law so that if you steal less than $950, you are not prosecuted. And if you steal more than $950, you're actually not prosecuted either. You wonder. But how about this? The kids are walking in with computers. They're putting stuff, they're adding it up so that if it's less than $950, they go into a judge, they say, Your Honor, it's less than, oh, okay, case dismissed. How sick? Is this country sick? Less than $1,000, you don't get prosecuted. She even lied about Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. Remember, she said, oh, he's fine, he's fine. A great disservice to the American people because he's negotiating with Russia, China, North Korea. He's negotiating with people that are probably in a state of shock. They say, can you believe this? Because they're all at the top of their game. I know all of them, they're at the top of their game. And we are at the most dangerous point in the history of our country. We could end up in World War III because of this lunatic and her. She's so much worse. She wants to take away your guns and your rifles in violation of the Second Amendment. And she's a communist, and everybody knows it, and our country is not ready for a communist president and won't be for a long, long, long time to come. That's why less than 2 months from now, we are going to tell her that we've had enough. Our country can't take it anymore. Kamala, you've been a terrible vice president. You'll be the worst president in the history of our country, superseding even crooked Joe Biden. Kamala, you are a disaster to the United States of America. Kamala, you are fired. You're fired. Get out. Get out. All right, so we have to talk business. I always thought women liked me. I never thought I had a problem. But the fake news keeps saying women don't like me. I don't believe it. I think, you know why? They like to have strong borders. They like to have safety. Nothing personal. I think they like me. But I make this statement. Thank you. I love you too. I love you too. Thank you. But I think they like me because I represent something that's very important. I make this statement to the great women of our country. Sadly, women are poorer than they were 4 years ago, much poorer, are less healthy than they were 4 years ago, are less safe on the streets than they were 4 years ago, are paying much higher prices for groceries and everything else than they were 4 years ago, are more stressed and depressed and unhappy than they were 4 years ago, and are less optimistic and confident in the future than they were 4 years ago. I believe that. I will fix all of that and fast, and at long last, this nation and national nightmare will end. It will end. We've got to end this national nightmare. Because I am your protector. I want to be your protector. As president, I have to be your protector. I hope you don't make too much of it. I hope the fake news doesn't go, oh, he wants to be their protector. Well, I am. As president, I have to be your protector. I will make you safe at the border, on the sidewalks of your now violent cities, in the suburbs where you are under migrant criminal siege, and with our military protecting you from foreign enemies, of which we have many today because of the incompetent leadership that we have. You will no longer be abandoned, lonely, or scared. You will no longer be in danger. You're not going to be in danger any longer. You will no longer have anxiety from all of the problems our country has today. You will be protected, and I will be your protector. Women, Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion. It's all they talk about, abortion, because we've done something that nobody else could have done. It is now where it always had to be, with the states and a vote of the people. And it is and will be, with powerful exceptions like those that Ronald Reagan insisted on for rape, incest, and the life of the mother, but not allowing for Democrat-demanded late-term abortion in the 7th, 8th, or 9th month, or even execution of a baby after birth. Thank you. Thank you very much. Such an important topic. For 52 years, all legal scholars and experts wanted abortion to be with the states and to have a vote of the people. 52 years they fought for this. Republicans, Democrats, liberals, and conservatives. Everyone wanted abortion out of the federal government and into the states. 6 brilliant and very brave justices of the United States Supreme Court were able to do that for you, and they did it. It will never move back to the federal government. We'll never have the votes to do so, and nobody should want it to, because it must now have that very important vote of the people, something sought for many, many years. I have always defended and supported IVF fertility, and so has the Republican Party, and we gave you and give you total support on IVF. Don't let anyone tell you different. We are much stronger than the Democrats. We want beautiful babies in our country. We want you to have your beautiful, beautiful, perfect baby. We want those babies, and we need them. And I will protect women at a level never seen before. They will finally be healthy, hopeful, safe, and secure. Their lives will be happy, beautiful, and great again. And it's my honor to do so. It's my honor to do so. Because that's all they talk about. Our country's a mess. It's a mess. The borders are bad. The trade is bad. The inflation is bad. It's the worst time in your lives in our country. We're being laughed at by everybody in the world. Everything is wrong with our country. Nothing's right. And all they talk about is abortion. The fact is, for 52 years, they've been trying to do what we did. And the votes are all taking place in Ohio. It took place in Kansas. And it was more liberal than people would have thought. But it's taking place all over the land, and the vote's going to change, and it's being negotiated, but it's the vote of the people, and it's with the exceptions. We want to have the exceptions. Some people have to follow their heart, but it's hard not to have the exceptions. It really is. But that's all they talk about. The country's falling apart. We're going to end up in World War III, and all they can talk about is abortion. That's all they talk about. And it really no longer pertains, because we've done something on abortion that nobody thought was possible. And I give those 3 brilliant, if you think about it, and it's 6, but the 3 that we put in, but 6 brilliant justices of the United States Supreme Court, a tremendous hand for their intelligence, but also for their courage. It took a lot of courage to do so. It's where everybody wanted it, every legal scholar, every legal expert. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala Harris, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day 1, I will seal the border and stop the migrant. We're going to stop the migrant invasion. We will stop the migrant invasion into our country. Not sustainable by any country. We will carry out the largest deportation operation of criminals in American history. We have to. I'd rather not say it. I would rather not say it, but we have to. We will end inflation and make America affordable again. It's not affordable. I went to that store today in Pennsylvania, beautiful store. Brian, the son of the owner, what a great young man he was, and we had such an incredible crowd. But he was saying how unbelievable, he hates to do it, but the prices are so high, they've never seen anything. And we looked at a lot of the people at the checkout counter. How are the prices? They're all going, it's terrible. That's all over the country. This happened because of Biden and Kamala. While working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates at 10%. It's too much. They're paying 25%, 28%. It's too much. We're going to become energy independent again and energy dominant in a very short period of time, like no other country has ever been. We will do things that no other country has ever been able to do with energy, because we have more energy than anybody else. And we are going to get ANWR, that I told you about, in Alaska, open and operating immediately. We will close the border, let people come into our country, but only if they come in legally, and we will immediately drill, baby, drill. And we will stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. We are not going to let foreign countries rip us off any longer. And we just about had it stop. And they just broke everything that it's just amazing. What they did is so disgraceful. We will pass call it Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. So if China or any other country, not only China, charges us a 100 or 200% tariff, then we will charge them the exact same 100 or 200% tariff in return. And I will not let Mexico, China, or any other country sell cars into the United States to the detriment of our auto workers. And I will bring the auto industry manufacturing back into the United States. It will be. We're going to bring it back. We're not going to let them. You know, right now, China is building massive car factories. They wouldn't have started it with me, but they didn't know that was going to happen to us 4 years ago. They had no idea. They had no thought that that could happen. Nobody thought that was going to happen. That's why, you know, if I thought that I did poorly in that election, which we didn't, we got more votes than any sitting president in history by a lot. Think of it. If I didn't do that, if I thought I lost that election, I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't be doing this. Much harder. It's easy. You know, you lose, you lose. But when that happens, you can't let people get away with it. You cannot let people get away with it. Our car industry and auto manufacturing will be doubled during my term, and at a number higher than it ever was before. You know, we've lost almost 60% of our automobile manufacturing over decades. And it's now a lot of it's going right into Mexico. We're going to stop that. We're going to stop it very quickly. They weren't doing it with me, but boy, are they doing it now. I will end Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate. I will always protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts on Social Security. We're not going to be changing the age. They're going to end up destroying Social, because they're letting migrants into Social Security at numbers nobody can believe, and you're going to end up, they will destroy your Social Security on top of everything. I will stop the drugs and fentanyl pouring into our country, killing our kids and our families. We will stop it. I had it down to the lowest number in 32 years, and then these people took over, and what happened to our border, what happened to even the drugs pouring in, times 9, they tell me, is 9 times more than we had. And by the way, honestly, you will never be able to solve that problem unless you have the death penalty for drug dealers. And it's not something I like saying. That's the way it is. China has no drug problem. I said to President Xi, do you have a drug problem? No, 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 no. You don't have a drug problem? No, no, no. What do you attribute that to? He said, quick trial. I said, what's quick trial? We take the drug dealer, we give him a quick trial, and if he's guilty, which I guess he probably always is over there, he said, we immediately execute. You got to understand something. It sounds horrible, right? Each drug dealer, he or she, during the course of their life, kills at least 500 people. And when you hear that, how many families do you know where their child had a dose of fentanyl, not even in many cases because they were into drugs. They take another drug and it's laced with fentanyl, not even what you would call a bad drug. They take a medication prescribed by a doctor, it's got fentanyl, and they die right in front of the parents. We will crush all of that. We will stop it, and we're going to stop it fast. Not going to allow it. President Xi and I had a great conversation. I said, you know, you're killing our people. You said it because they make it. You're sending it into Mexico. You're killing our people. And I told him what I was going to do, and he was not happy about that. And we had a deal that he was going to give death penalty to any people making fentanyl and selling it into the United States. And then when Biden took over, that all failed because, you know, these guys aren't going to do anything. They didn't do anything. They don't do anything. Even if you look at the Abraham Accords, what I did for Israel, we had 4 countries. They still have 4 countries. She said every country should have been signed. You would have had peace in the Middle East. But they took the 4 countries. They haven't put 1 country in, 1 additional country. We would have it loaded up. We will crush violent crime and protect all law enforcement, including Border Patrol, ICE, sheriffs, and Secret Service. We will protect them. We will terminate the Green New Scam and spend trillions of unspent dollars on roads, bridges, real infrastructure, and paying down debt, and not fake infrastructure like we have under the Green New Deal, where it's throwing money out the window and causing massive inflation. I will settle the war in Ukraine, and I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. And I think I'm the only one that's going to be able to do that. We are far down the line. And World War III will be this will be a war like no other, because of the weaponry. I always say, this is no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting each other. This is nuclear power with power like nobody's ever seen before. We will have peace through strength. That's what we had. We had no wars during my 4 years. First time. Now, we wiped out ISIS 100%. We did it in 4 weeks. They said it would take 5 years. I did it in 4 weeks. Our military's great. Our military's not woke either. The guys on top, like Milley, and those guys are woke. But you don't have the television guys are all woke. But the real military, you could put them in a...
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We are currently listening to the 45th President of the United States. Some people say he might be the 47th. What do you think? And also, do you think everything he is saying right here in Pennsylvania, this was last night, do you think he is going to actually get it done? Do you believe in this man? Let me know. Let's get it. Put it in the chat right now.
A room for 2 years and scream woke at them, and when they walk out, they'll be shouting, I'm not woke. The job they did with me on ISIS, you know, I inherited that whole mess with ISIS, and we defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate in record time. We have a great military, which you don't hear about. I will support universal school choice, and every parent will be empowered to send their child to the public, private, religious, or charter school that is right for them. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., which are a horror show, making them safe, clean, and beautiful. Again, we're going to rebuild our cities. We'll have to work with Democrats, and that's okay. But we're going to get them cleaned up, and we're going to make them safe, because right now you can't walk across the street in our cities, including Washington, D.C., the capital. We're going to clean it up, make it beautiful again, and make it safe again. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency, because it is failing right now. And if we lose that, it'd be like losing a war. This is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe and unleash safety, prosperity, and peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Every single race, religion, color, and creed. We're going to take care of it all. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, and low inflation so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. It's the American dream. We're bringing back the American dream. We will stop the invasion. We'll end migrant crime, which is at a level that nobody can believe except me, because I said it. As soon as I heard what they were doing with the open border, I couldn't believe it. We built hundreds of miles of wall, and all we had to do is flip up some additional wall panels. We would have picked up 200 miles more. That's much more than I ever said I was going to build, and they didn't do it. And then I realized they wanted open borders. I couldn't believe it. We're going to strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield around our country. We're going to keep critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we are going to keep men out of women's sports. You saw the Olympics with the boxing, with the young, beautiful young Italian girl fighting a person who transitioned. Muhammad Ali would have been scared of this person. Transitioned, and you know the left is sort of a defensive shot, right? So, boom, he gets a left, he hits her in the face. She didn't know what the hell hit her. It was like a horse. I never saw this before. She walked back to her corner. She said, I just got hit with something. What happened? They said, give it another try. Maybe she was just lucky. Sorry. I could get in trouble for that. Uncle Sam said, no, you got it right. But no. So she goes back out, boom, does another left, just a jab. She gets hit, she quits. She says, that's it, I can't fight. This person just hurt me really badly with 2 little jabs. And that person went on to very easily win the gold medal. There was another person who transitioned, Uncle Sam also. Different country, transitioned, different weight class, transitioned, won the gold medal. So you had 2 people that transitioned, both happened to win the gold medal. Is anybody surprised by that? These people are sick. And you know what? It's so demeaning to women, when you think of it. We will defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, and restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. And we must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. You must get out and vote. You have to get out and vote. Everyone here, promise me I'll vote. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. They can't do anything about it. At a certain level, there's not a thing. They cheat like dogs. They cheat so badly. People say, oh, it's a terrible thing to say. The people that know exactly what I'm talking about. You know who knows better than anybody else? Democrat leaders. Those are the ones. On November 5th, it will be considered, you watch, the most important day in the history of our country. We will save our economy. We will save our country on November 5th. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country together. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for double tapping your screen. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Okay, one question. Are you better off now than you were 4 or 5 years ago? I'll say it again. Are you better off now than you were 4 or 5 years ago? Put it in the chat, man. Let's get it.
America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. God bless you. God bless you, Pennsylvania. Go vote.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We just heard the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. We just heard him there in Pennsylvania. This was about 12 hours ago. He was also in another, uh, I would say, he made another speech in Pennsylvania yesterday. And this one is sort of kind of like a sit down conversation with the farmers. So we're going to listen and you let me know what you think. Let's get it.
Energy. And responsible natural gas development should not be a partisan issue. It's a common sense issue. So I want to thank you again for allowing me to speak with you today. It's been an honor, and I really appreciate it.
So thank you very much, Nick Ensquay. So without your job, which is a good job, an energy job, but if you don't put Trump in, you're not going to have any energy jobs in here. They're not going to let you frack. They're not going to let you frack. You know that. She's never said frack in her life until just a short while ago when she realized her poll numbers were dying in Pennsylvania. They're not going to let you or anybody else frack. And so I just want you to be aware of that when you go and cast your vote. I'm not too worried about the people around this table, I must be honest. But you never know. But everybody's aware of it. And I think Pennsylvania's aware of it based on polling that we're getting. You can't let them do it because I didn't realize you were so dependent. Even a farmer would have to be dependent on the energy. But you take that energy out, you take that income out, it's a whole different story for Pennsylvania.
Completely.
And we're not going to let that happen. We got to win the election. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mana Papafavare, the CEO of General Carbide.
Thank you so much. So again, my name is Mana Pap. We're a fully integrated supplier, so we start with our ungraded powders.
It's been an honor, and I really appreciate it.
So thank you very much, Nick Ensquay. So without your job, which is a good job, an energy job, but if you don't put Trump in, you're not going to have any energy jobs in here. They're not going to let you frack. They're not going to let you frack. You know that. She's never said frack in her life until just a short while ago when she realized her poll numbers were dying in Pennsylvania. They're not going to let you or anybody else frack. And so I just want you to be aware of that when you go and cast your vote. I'm not too worried about the people around this table, I must be honest. But you never know. But everybody's aware of it. And I think Pennsylvania's aware of it based on polling that we're getting. You can't let them do it because I didn't realize you were so dependent. Even a farmer would have to be dependent on the energy. But you take that energy out, you take that income out, it's a whole different story for Pennsylvania.
Completely.
And we're not going to let that happen. We got to win the election. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mana Papafavare, the CEO of General Carbide.
Thank you so much. So again, my name is Mana Papafavare. I'm the president and CEO of General Carbide Corporation. We are a 56-year-old manufacturer of carbide and steel tooling components and assemblies for lots of industries that include oil and gas, ammunition tooling, and agriculture, to just name a few. We're a fully integrated supplier, so we start with our ungraded powders all the way to making our finished tools, which we've transformed over a period of years.
Great.
This company was started by my father, Primo J. Papafava, when I was just 5 years old. He was the son of Italian immigrant parents. He enlisted in the Air Force to be a navigator, graduated from Carnegie Tech, now Carnegie Mellon University, with a degree in chemical engineering, and then went to work for a variety of businesses, ending up in a carbide company. He worked his way up, and eventually he started his own business. When he started the business, I was just 5 years old. So I'm very proud of our history. My mother and father taught us a lot. And I lost my father now 22 years ago, and my mother is now 5 years gone. But they taught me about hard work, integrity, and responsibility, as well as respect, charity, and compassion. I'm not as hardworking as any one of these farmers here, I can tell you that, but I do work hard. When my father passed away back in 2002, I was left with the responsibility of carrying on our business and taking care of 250 people that work for us in Westmoreland County. But by the time that COVID arrived, we had grown to 350 people with 3 different businesses in 4 states: Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Michigan, and Hawaii. And even though we were deemed an essential business or a sustainable business by 3 of the states, still General Carbide lost 60% of its business in a very short period of time. Unlike a lot of other companies that kind of rolled into the corner and waited it out, that is simply not our style. In fact, one of our core values is growth. And so we went to our sales team, we told them to look for opportunities, even in light of a very difficult time that we were having. And so one of our market segment managers, his name is Eric Butts, he is also a farmer. So he owns his own farm and he is working for us as a sales manager. He started to look for components in the farming industry made out of carbide, and he found that it was quite a large industry. But the overwhelming amount of these tools are sourced and here by China. But he thought maybe we would have an opportunity by employing kind of American ingenuity and doing some things on our own. So we started to move into the industry. We've been working hard for 4 years on our different agricultural parts with some success, but not as much as we would have hoped due to the cost structure and this competitive landscape with China. As an example, we worked with a potential customer for prototypes for components that go on high-speed planting machines. We made the prototypes, we put them into the field and tested them, and they tested perfectly. But then the customer came back to us and said that even though our cost structure was in line with the domestic producer, we couldn't come close to the prices that they were getting from China, and so they would continue to purchase offshore.
That's why you need tariffs.
This is a loss of $500,000 for just that one part, and there are so many different kinds of parts that we have out there.
For sure.
We're currently working on components for several aspects of agricultural. The market includes better grades of carbide. That also costs more. We have instituted robotics and other innovative processes. We have 24/7 customer service and communication with our customers. And we're now a one-stop shop, but we still cannot compete against Chinese government-subsidized businesses. Additionally, the purchasing agents are not incentivized to buy on a value proposition. They're incentivized to buy the cheapest parts out there, and those parts are coming from China. So I believe we really need to do 3 things. One, I think we need to incentivize our machine manufacturers and our farmers to purchase American machines with American-made components. Secondly, I think we need a stronger stance on China. You said it, that it should cost more to purchase components from China, not just more to purchase the materials, which is what we're up against now. And thirdly, we need to do a better job incentivizing those in purchasing to think about the value proposition, longer running machines in the field. That's really what we need to think about. So to end, I believe in the strength of this nation, Mr. President, but I also believe that you and only you are going to be able to bring back our independence
Amen.
and prosperity. And the last thing that I want to say is...
I agree. That's why you need tariffs. This is a perfect example. They undercut you, drive you out of business, and then they're going to put the price at double and triple. It's no different. It's been that way for hundreds of years. That's what they did with oil. Rockefeller would open up a station on every corner, and you'd have a gas station. Then he'd open up 3, and it cut the price so low, and everybody thought, oh, wow, what a great bargain. He'd put the one guy out of business, and then he'd raise the prices to triple and quadruple what it was. That's the old way, and it's no different with China or anybody else. That's why you need tariffs. We level it off, and now people are starting to understand it. Actually, I was watching Howard Lutnick and John Paulson, 2 of the great geniuses of Wall Street, actually 2 of the most successful people on Wall Street, and they're big on tariffs. They're saying Trump was right all along, and I did it. But that's exactly why. They put you right out of business, and then they'll sell the same product, but they'll be double the price of what you are and make a fortune. That's what they want to do, yes. Among other things. Can you tell the story of your daughter?
Yes, I'm sorry. The last thing I wanted to say is my hardest job is not running 3 businesses. It's actually being a mom to a daughter that is here with me today, Caroline Ray. She's 16 years old. Right there. Would you just raise your hand, honey, so that Mr. President can see? She's right there. She is not in school today, and she asked that she could be here and she could see you. I'm doing everything that I can to try to give her the truth every day. And I just wanted to say, and I told you that 8 years ago when you were running, and she was just 8 years old then, every night she would go to bed and I would kneel on the floor next to her bed and we would pray every single night for you. And every night she would speak out to God and she would say, "Dear God, please let Mr. Trump win, please." And the night of the election, of course, she had to go to bed early because she was in school. But at 2 o'clock in the morning, when we finally knew that you had won, I went into her bedroom. I scooped her up out of her sound sleep, and I was literally tears pouring down. And I said, "Baby, Mr. Trump won, baby. He won, he won." And she said, "Thank you, God. Thank you, God." And so she is here with us today, and I just wanted to let you know that we are still praying for you.
Thank you very much. Well, it's almost more important today. When you add the border where we have millions of people coming in and from prisons and from mental institutions and terrorists and traffickers, human traffickers, drug traffickers, I believe it's more important today. We had a bad border then, and I fixed it, totally fixed it. In fact, it wasn't even a subject at the next election, but we totally fixed it. And but that border was nothing compared to what's happened now. This border is so bad and so dangerous for our country. I think it's more important today. I think it's going to be the most important election in the history of our country. Thank you very much, and thank you, beautiful daughter. Thank you very much. Very nice story. Thank you.
Beth Leeper is a small business owner, former dairy farmer, and current beef and crops farmer from Westmoreland County. I'd like to introduce Beth Leeper.
Mr. President, government and elected officials, and honored guests, thank you for coming to Western PA again today to hear our concerns and address solutions. My name is Beth Leeper, and to play opposite of Nick, I married the farmer's son, who is here today with my 2 sons, Levi and Owen. I am a Christian, a wife, a mother of 3, and a small business owner in that particular order. I, with my husband Brian, own and operate a direct-to-consumer on-the-farm market featuring beef that has been raised on the family farm in Donegal, PA. We procure lamb, chicken, and pork from other small farms in Pennsylvania like ours, and all the animals are harvested through local processors to our specifications. Since opening in 2017, our goal has been to provide our customers with consistently high-quality products while also supporting other small businesses and our community. In May of 2020, we expanded our store and offerings due to the needs of consumers during COVID and to offer other businesses another avenue to sell their goods. We now offer several agricultural and specialty items, all produced in or near the Laurel Highlands area. My husband is also a full-time owner-operator of transport in the dry bulk industry, and I also work part-time for a Christian school as the food service director. I share our occupations as an introduction to explain the challenges, due in large part to the inflation that we have seen, that we have witnessed and experienced both as a producer and a retailer, and also a consumer. As a truck driver, my husband normally fills his truck 2 to 3 times a week with diesel. In January of 21, just after Biden revoked the Keystone Pipeline, one of our fuel receipts totaled $592 for 200 gallons of fuel. That was $2.99 a gallon. In May of 22, a year after our energy independence moved overseas, one of our fuel receipts totaled $996 for 166 gallons of fuel. That was $5.99 a gallon. That $3 per gallon more means upwards of $800 to $1,200 a week in fuel expense, and less to meet our business and families' needs. This net zero approach has also increased farm costs exponentially, which I know comes as no surprise to anyone here today. Fertilizer is up 30 to 60% in 2024, not to mention the increase in seed cost, the fuel, the parts and supplies, and man hours for planting. Electric has doubled from around $400 a month in 21 to $800 a month this year, just to run some equipment and the lights that doesn't include heat. In 2023, feeder calf prices reached an all-time high, coupled with the increase in other commodities and prices to farmers not keeping up, this equals very small profit margins, and therefore, we have been.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Do you think what he's doing now is actually very productive, going to actually meet the farmers? You think that's productive? I think it is. I think it is, because if you're trying to be the next president of the United States, you need to do things like this. Shout out to the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. Let me know what you think.
Been purchasing a fraction of the feeder cattle that we have the capacity to feed. Our farm currently feeds out approximately 70 to 100 head of cattle, and that is reduced from 180 to 200 head just 2 to 4 years ago. But we have the capacity to feed upwards of 400 to 500. Actually, we are currently feeding only enough to satisfy our direct-to-consumer base, as it remains somewhat constant. The seasonal tourism of camping and skiing in the Laurel Highlands contributes to our sales, and we are located in the heart of the Laurel Highlands. I handle all of the customer relations for our on-the-farm market, and our customers often share their concerns with me. These are some of the things I hear most often. I really don't eat a lot of beef anymore. It costs too much. I can't afford to purchase a whole animal this year. What smaller packages do you offer? We are visiting from out of town. We don't have any places like this where we are from. And recently, the thing I've heard the most is I used to purchase bulk beef from a farmer nearby, a friend, a relative, but they don't have cattle anymore. Just last week, a local dairy in operation for over 65 years announced the closure of their bottling operations due to rising costs of supplies and down demand. Other farms in the area have declared bankruptcy or sold off property and downsized. I can't even get started on the detrimental effects that the weather has had on the vegetation in our region this year. From hailstorms to droughts, our corn and soybeans were among the victims. Nevertheless, farmers are no strangers to the risk and the gamble that they take every single day in order to do what they know and love, and that is to farm their land. And as always, this too shall pass, hopefully soon. Jeremiah 29:11 tells us, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." I'm not an economist, and to be honest, foreign policy is not in my wheelhouse. But this roundtable event is to address on how to protect our farms and food from China. It seems like basic, conservative common sense to me. Do what it takes to keep our farms producing, our markets selling, and our customers buying. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Dave McCormick, known national security expert, a fellow former veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division, and hopefully our next senator here from Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick.
Thank you. Thanks, Lee. Mr. President, thank you for being here. And, a lot of bad things have happened over the last 3.5 years, but there's two particularly relevant to this audience. One is, as Lee said, China now has the upper hand. China is our adversary, smells weakness in all of its relationships with the United States because of the weak policies of Harris, Biden, and Bob Casey, who's been a 98% vote.
Right.
The second bad thing that's happening is our family farms, as you're hearing, our farms across Pennsylvania are struggling. Agriculture is the biggest industry in Pennsylvania. We have 52,000 farms. And under the Biden-Harris-Casey administration, it's been a disaster. Everywhere I go, I hear the skyrocketing prices, the price of inflation. I hear the burden of regulation. I hear the implications of the war on fossil fuels and what it's done to our farmers. And so when you're back in the White House and we have a majority in the Senate to support your agenda, and I've heard you talk about this, I think the people in this room can have a lot of confidence in fair reciprocal trade. Under your leadership, we had that. We've lost that. We'll get that again. Under your leadership, we can make sure we reduce our dependence on China for semiconductors, for pharmaceuticals. We got to have food security, and the people in this room are the providers of food security, not just for Pennsylvania, but for America. We got to stop this buying of farmland. It's going up dramatically. It hasn't hit Pennsylvania much yet, but nationally it's growing dramatically. It'll come to Pennsylvania too. I know you're going to stop that. And then finally, I'm so glad you said it, energy. I mean, the reason many of these family farms are still operating is because of the energy revolution, the royalties that come from the wells on their properties, the incomes coming from energy workers. So this is a very simple choice for the people in this room and the farmers across Pennsylvania. It's a choice between strength and weakness. It's a choice between common sense policies that get our economy back on track, create a balance in our relationship with China, get the upper hand again, and unlock our energy, versus a radical liberal agenda under Harris and Casey, which will take our country further in the wrong direction. I think I can say with a lot of confidence, Mr. President, the Pennsylvania farmers, the agriculture community here has your back. Thank you.
I think they do. Thank you. And you're right, David. Bob Casey, and I've been there for a long time, actually, 4 years, but a long time. He has done nothing for the farmer. He has not been there. He's 100% with the Biden vote, I guess just about 100% of the time. Bob Casey is not the right one. This gentleman right here, he's tough, he's smart, and he loves the farmer, and we're going to turn it around. But Bob Casey cannot help us. He has never done it. Not good for the farmer. So I think you probably learned that the hard way. Thank you very much, Dad.
Thank you, sir.
Darrell Becker is the Fayette County Farm Bureau president. This time I'd like to introduce Darrell Becker.
Thank you. As Mr. Zeldin said, my name is Darrell Becker. I'm a 30-year Fayette County farmer who operates a beef, sheep, and hog farm with my wife, 2 adult children, and my son-in-law. And we have an intergenerational family. I have 3 of my grandkids live with me. It's wonderful. I also serve as president of Fayette County Farm Bureau for the last 6 years, and I'm also the chairman of the Land Preservation Board for the last 6 years. And I was going to talk about land preservation, but I got beat up by my local members who tell me that I need to talk about soybeans. So I will tell you that we all know that China has no desire to buy products from us. We know that from what happened in your last administration, where they didn't even want to deal with fair trade. They're working on being less dependent on U.S. goods, and likewise, we need to be less dependent on them. This is incredible. Last week, news came out from California's All Resources Board, CARB, a governing body in charge of the state's air quality rules, who wants to mandate a limit on the amount of biodiesel fuel produced from soybean and canola oil. Under the proposal, beginning in 2028, they would only be eligible for low carbon fuel standards who use canola and things, will only be able to get 20% of the credits of their annual production. Those replacing American grain production used for oil will be assigned a higher carbon intensity score, thus reducing the interest in U.S. bean products. Meanwhile, the USDA has just reported that renewable diesel fuel imports surged 30% higher last year in the first 5 months of this year so that they could take advantage of these federal and state tax credits. In addition, imports of used cooking oil from China are flowing into the U.S. like never before to capture these biofuel tax credits. Farm Bureau and other biofuel advocates are pressing regulators to close the loophole so that only domestic producers are eligible for these tax credits. Because of this change, estimates project that American farmers in California alone would lose 200,000 acres of production. This is diametrically opposed to what American agriculture is all about. We know China's not our friend. Figures, that's why I got to read. I can't remember all these things. 2024 corn receipts are down 20%. Soybean receipts are down 14%. Wheat receipts are down 12%. Government payments to make up the shortfall are not due until October 2025. Expenses for 2025 may expect to decline 1%, but last year in 2009, China bought 49% of our exported soybeans. Now it's 31%. 70% of our bean crop goes to animal feed. Bean exports in 2023 were $34.4 billion. In 2024, they're estimated to be $27 billion. China owns 384,000 acres of our farmland. That's up 30% in the last 5 years. And guess what? The American government can't buy farmland in China. They don't allow us.
That's right.
Can you imagine that? At present, the U.S. has a huge supply of soybeans sitting at a multi-year low price, sometimes being sold below production cost. Farmers are using reserve funds to buy and produce soybeans now. There's no cash flow available to them due to the low price. You know this is unsustainable. so soybean farmers definitely need our help. Sustainable aviation fuel also uses soy, canola, and other seed crops from American farmer, and this is also under attack. We are putting ourselves at extreme risk in supply chain, knowing that a huge amount of the herbicide 2,4-D and many repair parts for agricultural use are imported from China. How much risk can we absorb and rely on a country that is trying to replace us? We need to build domestic demand. Our government needs to invest in American agriculture. American farmers want a free market that can sustain the industry. They don't want handouts, and they don't want loans. They want to be able to produce their farms. They're all hard. This is the backbone of America. The current administration has shown that they are not friendly to American agriculture. Every producer that I spoke to for this presentation resonated the same message. We cannot survive another 4 years. Mr. President, my 3 grandkids who live with me, if you could see Henry, who's 3, and Holland, who's 2, get into the UTV and drive down to what they call the big barn when we feed our steers, or they go pick chicken eggs, or they help us move cattle. The spark in their eye, the smile on their face, that's the future of America, and I want to make sure it stays here, and I know you do too. So I guess they all said that we wouldn't survive 4 years. I'm sure that when you get elected, that my line would be, help us make American agriculture great again.
Well,
thank you, Mr. President.
We'll take care of it. We'll take care of it. It's not very difficult to do. We're just being ripped off by other countries, and not only China, by the way, but we're being ripped off at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And this administration has allowed it to happen because you were making probably the best you've ever done 4 years ago, 5 years ago. You were doing better. All farmers were. They were doing better than they ever did. And now they're doing very better. I mean, I hear more complaints from farmers than almost anybody, and that's the backbone of this country. So they'll be very happy for a long time to come, okay?
Can I add one more thing and say
Yes.
to you that we've seen the decline of the mom and pop stores. And what you're hearing is that we're seeing the decline of the American family farm. That's America. So, I mean, anybody that's not paying attention to what's going on needs to wake up and get out and vote. And we know who they got to vote for. You, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I love your hat, too, by the way. I noticed it right away. Thank you very much. We'll take care of them. Your grandchildren will be farmers. And they'll be maybe doing better than you do, okay? Thank you very much.
Before we introduce our final speaker, Kevin Sweeney, just want to say thank you to my former colleague, Chairman G.T. Thompson, the chair of the House Committee on Agriculture. We have Kim Ward, the Senate President here in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and Dan Mall, who is the GOP chair of the Pennsylvania House Ag and Rural Affairs. At this time, we're going to introduce our final speaker, Kevin Sweeney, who's a cattle farmer from Washington County. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you for your personal sacrifice for us and your family. Thank you. I'm 71 years old. I'm a new farmer. I've owned my property since 1988. I'm a retired physical therapist, and I have 4 kids and 4 grandkids, and my goal is to develop this farm and make it a legacy farm like some of the people around the table are now talking. I raise beef and sell hay. That's all I can do. My soil is type 7 soil. The USDA has a soil map of the entire country. That soil is only good for raising grass and beef, and maybe grow some trees for timber. But I'm trying to expand it each year. I have a customer base that's getting bigger each year, and I've been full-time retired since 2019, and that's what I do. The issue that I want to talk about today in regard to China is solar panels. I'm being approached, and other farmers are being approached. The current offer is $3,000 a month per acre per year for the next 30 years. That's a lot of money. Who's subsidizing that? Is our government behind these people that are offering us this money? Where's that coming from?
Well, they are.
I mean, that's a lot of money.
That's right. They are, and they're allowing China to come in and just dominate the industry. That's right. They're sending panels over. Many of them very defective, very bad panels, but they're sending them over, and they are really putting a lot of people out of work. But that's amazing.
It's an issue.
That's a form of subsidy.
most of the small farms that are around me, I'm very close to Enlow Fork Bailey Mine Complex. It's one of the top 10 underground coal mines in the country, and they're in that group. They mine a lot of coal. All that coal goes down the railroad, into the rivers, and goes to China. Okay, and it's unfortunate. These companies I'm surrounded by have bought up a lot of the small farms that I was fortunate enough to buy in 1988. They were beef farms. They were the same type of farmers as mine, but they own all these. They own all this property. Okay, my concern is, what if one of these foreign entities come in, and even though they don't own the land, they buy that company and indirectly have control of the lease or that land and are able to use it for whatever reason. My other concern is the federal government. What if, for public use, they come in and say that they want to take my farm and put solar panels on it? What guarantee do any of us have that the government, Big Brother, won't come in and do that to us? We need to know about that. That concerns me. In the news right now is the sale of U.S. Steel to Japan. Okay, and I just happened to be researching it. I didn't realize that U.S. Steel has a land division, huge land division. They have vast holdings in this country. So when when Japan buys U.S. Steel, they're buying a lot of land with it. Will they have the ability to put solar panels on it or use it for another purpose? We don't know. It concerns me. U.S. Steel also owns a lot of coal mines and iron ore mines, which I didn't realize. They have all these iron ore mines out west, and a foreign entity is now going to own all those. And I've said this for a long time. I'm from the Mon Valley, and when I grew up, there were steel mills everywhere. Everybody in my family worked for steel mills. There's none left. They're torn down. They're not even there. The same with coal-fired power plants. They're gone. Should we have some sort of a strategic plan to keep some of these steel mills and to keep some of this stuff as a strategic reserve, whether it's minerals, not only oil, but coal, iron ore, those sort of things? It concerns me that that's just going to go away to foreign countries. It worries me. I have a couple of tax concerns, one being the death tax. My 4 kids, what's going to happen when I'm 71 years old when I'm not here? They're going to pay big money, or they're going to have to sell out, or they're going to have to go get solar panels to keep the property. So, if you can do something about the death tax, appreciate it. So.
By the way, the death tax, as you know, in the Trump bill, you don't have to pay a death tax or a inheritance tax. And under them, they want that terminated. They want you to pay. And what happens, especially with farmers, you're sort of land rich but cash poor. A lot of farmers are land rich and you love it, but you don't always have cash. And you leave it to your loved ones. You leave it to your children, which you want to do. That's what the ultimate is. If you love your children. In some cases, you don't love your children. You don't have to leave them anything, right? But generally, you love your children. And you leave. You have no problem with your children. But you leave it to your children, and what was happening is people were going out borrowing a lot of money in order to pay the tax, borrowing from the banks on their farm, big liens on the farm, very smart banks that know how to do it, and the children would go bust, or they'd spend everything they could to pay the tax, and they'd live a very tough life and usually lose the land. I got rid of that. You have no tax to pay on these small farms and businesses. And it's a great thing. Nobody talks about it much. The fake news doesn't ever talk about it, but it's a tremendous factor. And it was one of the things that I was happiest about, because literally farmers are going out of business. Children, they take the farm from their parents and they have to go out borrow a lot of money, and they can't afford to do it, and they can't pay the interest rates. They end up losing the farm over a short period of time. So we got rid of the estate tax or the death tax. And now it will come back under play under Comrade Kamala. That's what happens. That's not good.
What about our capital gains tax? Are we going to keep that down?
Well, that's the worst. They have unrealized capital gain. How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
Unrealized. So they want to give you a capital gain if the value of your land goes up. Nobody's ever heard of it before. It's a communist thing, It's a communist thing. It's unrealized capital gain. You'll have every business person, every company leaving this country. It's called an unrealized capital gain. And it's a concept that's been talked about for years. I don't know if any country has even done it. but she wants to do it here. And, come to think of it, now that I'm with farmers, it'll affect farmers probably worse than anybody.
We have all the minerals under us, which we own, and they're going to put a value on those. And even though we haven't taken
You know
them,
who's going to
we
make a
have
lot of
pay
money?
for it.
Appraisers, lawyers, and accountants.
Well, I have
Not
two
you.
accountants, two of my sons are accountants. So
They'll be very happy.
It's crazy. I have some expenses regarding fuel, okay? And I had the opportunity to call up my fuel provider last Thursday when I found out I was going to be here. And I'll just give you a couple of numbers. Use a fair amount of off-road diesel. Off-road diesels come down in price, surprisingly, in an election year. Right now, 2024, I can buy off-road diesel for $2.95 a gallon, okay? In 2020, $1.86. Regular diesel, I use for my truck. It has a road tax and stuff on it. It's around $4.50 a gallon now. Back in 2020, it was around $2.80. Non-ethanol gasoline, ethanol gasoline. As much as we want to have ethanol, it's not good for small equipment, chainsaws, and all the small equipment. It eats up the carburetors. It's really not a good thing to have in small equipment. And so I use non-ethanol gas. Right now, it's $4 a gallon. 2020, it was around $3.15, so it's gone up. Propane I use to heat with, it stayed about the same. It was $1.97 a gallon in 2024, and in 2020 it's $1.65. But the other thing, I lime my fields, because the pH, is low. You got to have a certain pH to grow good grass, just like the golf course. You understand that part. Anyways, just recently I had an arrangement to have some delivered and spread. It was $45 or $50 a ton. They call me up. Well, there's been a price increase. It's $70 a ton now, just out of the clear blue. It increased my expense. Fertilizer was $600 a ton. I'm paying $1,000 a ton for fertilizer now. I mean, it's just costs are out of control.
Terrible.
The only thing that helps me is the fracking and the money that I was able to get from that. It's allowed me to keep my equipment. It's allowed me to buy another farm adjacent to me. And I'm hopeful that the fracking continues, and I know it will. And I'm hoping we get more of it so that my kids won't have to be forced at my demise to sell the farm to pay the tax.
You'll be around a long time. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
But it will not continue.
I'm not a worrier.
They get in, the fracking will not continue. I guarantee you that.
My concern in this environment is that small family farms in Pennsylvania are in peril from two sources. One is the foreign competition we've talked about, and the second, I believe, is the federal government. And we need to be left alone. Just get out of our lives, leave us alone, we'll figure it out. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Mr. President, I know you're about to get on the road to an amazing rally up in Indiana, but before...
Thank you for tuning in one more time. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. This is what I love about this man. He is willing to sit down, have a roundtable conversation with the farmers. This is very, very essential. Let me know. Let me know what you think about this right here, man. Also, are you better off now than you were 4 or 5 years ago? Let me know.
You leave, and I know Ambassador Grinnell had some final words. Would like to turn the floor over to our next president, Mr.
Well, thank you
Mr.
very
Trump.
much. And it's been great. I love the farmers. I'm very comfortable with the farmers. I feel I know your business, but I haven't plowed quite as much as you. But I do know your business very well. We've had a tremendous relationship. I've always won with the farmers, and that's because I produce promises made, promises kept. Number one, your energy bill within 12 months will be cut in half, and that's my pledge all over the country. Beyond farmers, that's my pledge all over the country. We have more energy under our feet than any other country. I call it liquid gold, and we have more than any other country. We have ANWR in Alaska, which the first thing they did, the Biden-Harris administration, everybody wanted it. It's the biggest. It could be as big or bigger than Saudi Arabia, and would have supplied Asia, would have supplied vast parts of the world, would have made more money than you could even imagine. We were going to lower your taxes, pay off debt. They terminated it. Reagan wanted it, couldn't get it. Everybody wanted it, couldn't get it. I got it. They were all set to drill, and the first thing they did the first week is they terminated ANWR. But I can get it back very quickly because I got it through Congress, and we'll get it back very quickly. They didn't terminate it through Congress. They just terminated it. Just absolutely ridiculous. but I'll have your energy bill down within 12 months. We'll have your energy bills throughout the country. I'm not just talking here. I'm talking all over. Air conditioning, heating, everything. We'll have it down by 50%, 50. And it won't even be very hard. You know, up in New England, they have tremendous energy costs and a few minor changes, and we can reduce it. New England is a disaster. I won't say they vote for Democrats so much anymore. I think we're probably taking that over because of energy and because of a lot of other reasons. But we're going to protect your fracking. You know, in my case, I was always for it, and in her case, she was never for it. She wants to defund the police, too. All of a sudden, she likes the police. Started a short while ago. I really like the police a lot. Now, she wanted to defund the police. She did things in Minnesota that were so bad. She was bailing out people that wanted to kill the police and were actually trying to kill the police and burning down Minneapolis. So we're going to do things the way you want it. A big factor here is, with all of you as I speak, is energy in two ways. Number one, you want to be able to collect royalties and other things, or even have a job in energy. That's very important to help your farm. And the other thing is you got to keep the prices down. So we're going to do both, and we'll do it fast too. It'll be largely taken care of.
Thank you to everyone watching from everywhere. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I want to say something. Do you think this man is going to be the 47th? Some people say he might be the 47th. Some people say he might be the 47th. Do you think it's going to be the 47th, or do you think it's not? Let me know. Let me know. Smash the like button, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. And also, are you better off now than you were 4 or 5 years ago?
Within 12 months. I predict within 12 months it'll be down 50%. And if they get in, your energy costs are going through the roof. Okay, they're going to go through the roof. You won't have a farm very long, I will tell you that. I just noticed behind me John Deere tractors. I know a lot about John Deere. I love the company. But as you know, they've announced a few days ago that they're going to move a lot of their manufacturing business to Mexico. I'm just notifying John Deere right now. If you do that, we're putting a 200% tariff on everything that you want to sell into the United States, so that if I win, John Deere is going to be paying a 200%. They haven't started it yet. Maybe they haven't even made the final decision yet, but I think they have. John Deere is going to, and anybody else that does this, because it's hurting our farmers, it's hurting our manufacturing. And if you do that, you're going to have a 200% tariff put on the product that you make in Mexico, right across the border. They think they're going to make product cheaper in Mexico and then sell it in for the same prices they did before, make a lot of money by getting rid of our labor and our jobs, and really a great name, because John Deere's a great name. I buy a lot of John Deere, tremendous. I'm one of their big customers. I buy a lot of John Deere product as a private person. But if they're going to do that, we're going to put a 200% tariff on everything that they want to send back into the United States, which means one of two things. Our country's going to make a lot of money, or they're not going to build, they're not going to open, and or they're going to sell it to another country. They're entitled to do that. If they want to build in the country, in the United States, there's no tariff. You can go ahead and you can build in any one of the 50 states. You can go ahead. But if they don't want to do that, we're going to put a 200% tariff on John Deere. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to announce very shortly, if they think I'm going to win, or if I do win, they're going to announce that they're not going to build in Mexico. Mexico's taken a tremendous amount of our business, especially over the last few years with this group, because this group doesn't know what the hell they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. Mexico is taking a lot of business, and a lot of it's done and financed by China. China is building massive car plants now in Mexico. And it's the same thing they're building. And a friend of mine builds car plants, and he said the biggest ones in the world are being built in Mexico. They're going to put Detroit out of business. They're going to put car manufacturing out of business in the United States. And I'm just telling everybody involved in this stuff, we're not going to rip off the United States anymore. We're going to put big tariffs on those cars that are coming in here at 100 to 200%, and they're no longer going to be competitive. So you better stay in Michigan, and you better stay in the areas that you're in right now. And what I really want you to do is come in and build your plants in this country and put our auto workers to work, because we've lost about 60% of our auto working business over the years. And we're going to get it all back, every one of them. We're going to get it all back, and we're going to get it back quickly. And we can control that so easily. So if they're building those plants in Mexico, which they're starting, if they're building and they wouldn't have done it with me, but now I guess they figure When they started, it was a little while ago. I guess they didn't even know I was going to run. They weren't too happy when they heard I was going to. But they're going to have to pay a tremendous tariff, which means two things. They're not going to build the plant if it's not too late. They're not going to build the plant. This country's going to make a lot of money. Or they're going to build the plant, but they're going to build it in the United States somewhere, and ideally a place like Michigan or South Carolina, where we have a lot of auto business. But we're not going to let that happen. But John Deere has got to understand that if they build in Mexico, if they start closing plants, in this case it was in Iowa, they're going to close a big plant and a couple of them. And that's just the beginning. The problem is that's just the beginning. Then all of a sudden you'll hear in a year from now they're going to do another one. All of a sudden they're not going to be in the country anymore. They're going to have to pay a very big price to be able to sell that product into the United States, okay? So that's very important. And I just have to say this. So Dave McCormick is here. He's running for the Senate. He's a great gentleman. He's a hero, great warrior. And he's a real warrior, too. Served incredibly in the military, so highly respected, did great in the military, went out, did tremendously in the private sector. And he's running against Bob Casey. Bob Casey never did anything for you. He never did anything for Pennsylvania. I was president for 4 years. I don't even know if I ever met him. I mean, I met everybody. I don't know if I met him. Maybe I did, but it certainly didn't make a hell of an impression on me. But Bob Casey has done nothing for you as farmers. Well, look at the problems you have. As soon as I left, you have problems. You didn't have problems when I was running things because we ran it and we watched over the farmers. It was very important to me. But Bob Casey has done nothing for the farmers, and he's done nothing for the state. He's got long-term legacy. He inherited the job sort of from his father. And, when that happens, I was telling David, not easy there are other cases like that, too. Never easy to beat, but they're living only on a past reputation of somebody else, in this case, a father. He's done nothing for the state, and I didn't come here for David, but I have a lot of respect for him. And if I only do David, I tell you what, you have to get him. He's an incredible guy. He's going to make your farmers, he's going to help me make the farmers rich. We'll make the farmers rich again. And I appreciate everybody. I appreciate very much everybody. Just hang in there, and I know it's not been pleasant. But the first thing I do is I tell China, you got to start buying. China's not buying like they're supposed to under the agreement. And I'd say, China, you have to start buying. I'd like to, if I can, Lee, I'd like to have a few questions, if you want, from the media in the back. A lot of media here. Yes, ma'am. Well, we're going to protect it by saying you can't come. You can't do it. We don't want you buying our land. We don't want you taking the land and basically taking it off the market. We don't want you doing it. And they're buying at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We don't want you buying it. It's very easy to do. That's a very easy thing to do. But it's causing a lot of disruption, and that's what they want to do. So we can do that very easily. Question? Yeah, please. Yes, sir.
They say they don't see how it will not make items cost more in the United States.
They'll approve it. They'll approve it. And number one, I don't need them. I don't need Congress, but they'll approve it. I have the right to impose them myself if they don't. I'd rather get their support. The ones that understand business all support it. I think David would be a very big supporter of the tariffs because you understand what's happening, right? David's a great business person, led a great company. No, the ones that understand business, they understand. I'll give you an example. China will charge us, and it's not only China. I hate to keep using China because it's everyone. The European Union is a disaster for you also, by the way. They don't want your farm product. They don't want our cars. They don't want anything, and yet they sell tremendous amounts of Mercedes-Benzes, and they sell cars to us, but they don't want our cars. They don't want our farm product at all. They don't want it, but they sell farm product to us. And we have a tremendous deficit. And I had them shaped up real good, but they've gotten out of control. Yep. They're really out of control. And Mexico's out of control, to be honest with you. They're taking a lot of our companies in the last couple of years, and companies are moving down to Mexico. They don't know that if I come in it's not going to work out too well for them because they're not going to be able to sell their product into the United States. They're going to have to pay a price which will make it uncompetitive for them to do that. So we are going to do a real job. We need the support of Pennsylvania. It's a very important state, and she is not going to be good to Pennsylvania between pricing and energy. You know, they started off knocking the hell out of the energy that I had. I had it going at a level. We were number 3 and probably number 4. And by the time I left, we were far and away number 1, ahead of Saudi Arabia, ahead of Russia. And then they cut. When they came in, they started cutting. And then prices started going through the roof at the beginning. And what they did is, let's go back to what Trump was doing. We got to go back. And they opened up the stuff that they were cutting. And it was a similar amount. But what they don't say is that we would be at least 3 to 4 times more production of energy right now. And your prices would never be what they are because you can't compete when you have to pay that much for energy. So they didn't do their job. And by the way, if they won, you could forget about it. They want to go to all electric cars. How's that going to work? They don't go far. They're too expensive. They're made in China. And on day one, I end the all electric mandate. And I'm a fan of electric cars. Elon Musk, frankly, gave me the most beautiful endorsement. He endorses me all the time. He says, this is the only guy that's going to save our country. He's been very generous. And I think he makes an unbelievable product. But you have to be able to also sell gasoline-powered cars. You know, we have gasoline, and they want to use something that we don't have, but China has, because for the batteries and everything, China has and controls that market. But the problem is they don't go far. And they have other problems, like if it's cold, you get a little bit cold up here, they don't work too well in the cold. There are a lot of problems and a lot of assets too. And he's going to do great. His car is fantastic, but you have to be able to have other types like hybrids. Hybrids are, good. It's a good thing. You have to be able to do that. So I'm going to end that mandate. Can you imagine? They want to almost immediately go to all electric. And we don't have enough electric to take care of ourselves. You go to California, they have blackouts and brownouts every single day. California is a mess. They have the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. Has anybody ever heard of him? But worse, they had an attorney general and a DA who destroyed San Francisco and then destroyed California. And I hate to say, because I have a lot of land in California, I hate to speak badly about places, but frankly, my presidency is much more important than my land. Isn't it nice to know? With Biden, it's the other way around. But my presidency is much more important than my land or my business. And I will say it, California is getting hurt so badly. She destroyed San Francisco, absolutely destroyed San Francisco. And now she wants to destroy our country. She was a horrible attorney general. You could steal $950 worth of merchandise for a store and you wouldn't get prosecuted. But anything above that, you wouldn't get prosecuted either. She was a horrible attorney general. She was a horrible DA. She was a DA of San Francisco. That was the beginning of the end. San Francisco was possibly the best city in our country 15, 18 years ago. And now it's not livable. We're going to bring them all back. We're going to bring the cities back, but it's not even livable. So Pennsylvania is a very important place, and it's, I went to school here. I went to college here, as you know, and it's a great place. It's a fabulous place at the Commonwealth, and we're going to make you very happy. All of those things that we talked about are very easily solvable with you. That's such an easy, that could be done in one day. I had a cabinet maker. He said, sir, China and South Korea are dropping cabinets into our country for nothing, and I can't compete. And I studied it, and I ended up putting a 50 or 75% tariff on all cabinets coming into the country. And I didn't know the guy. I met him previous to going in to the presidency. And I saw him 4 years later. He said, sir, you saved my business. You saved the job. I expanded. They stopped with the dumping. And the steel, the same thing. I think the steel people like me the best. Unfortunately, Biden's let it go. I put tariff. They were dumping Chinese steel into our country, David, at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We've never seen anything like it. And I put a 50% tariff on all steel coming in from China and some other places too, but all steel. And we saved these companies, but Biden has let it go. And we need steel. Look, there are some things you could get from outside. But if we're in a war, And we need army tanks, and we need ships, and we need other things that happen to be made of steel. What are we going to do? Go to China and get the steel? We're fighting China, but do you mind selling us some steel? Think of it. These people don't know what they're doing. So I put big tariffs on steel. They were dumping steel, and it was bad steel, too. It was rotted steel, bad steel. It was imperfect steel. People were building girders for buildings, and they check them, and they're not good. The steel wasn't good. But they were dumping at tremendous levels, and I ended the dumping of steel. But these people, since they took over this U.S. Steel, I would not allow that deal to happen. U.S. Steel, this was one of the greatest companies in the world. You go back 70 years, this was the big deal. United States Steel, and now they're going to let the Japanese buy it? I wouldn't let it happen. I'd help them so they can make the steel company good again. This was the biggest company in the world, the strongest company, had the biggest reputation. It represented our country, and now we're selling it to the Japanese. The psychology of that is unacceptable to me. So I wouldn't let that deal happen personally, but we'll see what happens. I hope it's going to be, I hope it won't have closed by the time I get there, but I would not let that deal happen. And you're right, they have other things. You look at China, they're opening up coal plants. Every week they're doing a big coal plant. And John Kerry, I watch this poor guy. This guy, it's so pathetic. He flies over in his own jet. You know, his wife has some money from a certain family, right? Yeah, right? And he's got a little jet. He flies over to China. He sees President Xi. Oh, yes, I will consider this very strongly. I will consider your request to stop building coal plants. And then he leaves, and he comes back. Oh, I had a good conversation. Nothing gets done. They're building coal plants. He had zero impact. But we don't build anything here. And what people don't understand is all that pollution in China, all the pollution everywhere in the world, much of it flies right over the United States, takes 3.5 days, comes in from China, and it's sometimes bad, and it flies right over the United States. So what are we going to do about that? But nobody ever discusses that. They don't want to talk about that. So we'll be nice and clean. Same thing with the oceans. You take a look, the Pacific, it flies in from, they dump it right in the ocean, and in about a week and a half, it's in, welcome to Los Angeles, California, and we're lifting it out of the ocean all day long. We have, it's a massive, big business. We're taking their garbage out of the ocean because it floats right to our West Coast, and other countries too. So it sounds bleak, but we'll get it all straightened out, and we'll get it straightened out fast. And I just want to thank Lee, and I want to thank everybody here. I'll tell you, Rick Grinnell has been amazing with me from just about the beginning. You know, he was the ambassador to Germany, and there was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel when I announced that I was taking Rick back to Washington and giving him an even higher position. This was the happiest woman in the world when she heard he was leaving.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We are currently watching the 45th President of the United States, former President Donald J. Trump. Some people say he might be the 47th. I don't know. But he participated in a roundtable discussion with the farmers in Pennsylvania. What do you think? Do you think this was a productive meeting he had? Let me know. Put it in the chat right now.
Germany. And actually, in a certain way, she liked him, but in another way, he was sort of brutal because he understood what Germany was doing to the United States, one of the many countries that took advantage of the United States, and he got it. So I want to thank you, and you did a great job, and we appreciate it, and hopefully you'll be able to do a great job again. Thank you very much, Rick, and thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on behalf of Protecting American Initiative, thank you for being here, but thank you most importantly for seeing the
Shout out to the OG, the legendary, the former president. You know what time it is. Okay, so now we would move to J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is the vice presidential nominee for the GOP party. He also had a rally in North Carolina for the campaign. Let me know what you guys think about these videos that I've been playing for you guys. Let me know. Let's get it.
feed 3 hungry kids. Now, we took our boys, actually, I'll tell you a story. We took our boys with us on the campaign trail just a couple of days ago when we were in Pennsylvania. And we went to a Hispanic grocery store in Reading, Pennsylvania, and my 2 boys came along with me. And it illustrates how, sometimes kids, their personalities are just inborn, Because we took our 7-year-old boy and our 4-year-old boy, and we go to this grocery store, and I was so proud of my 4-year-old because he set a goal for himself that he was going to do 100 reading lessons with his mama, and he actually accomplished that goal last Saturday. So we're very proud of our 4-year-old. Give him a round of applause. So I say, boys, you can come on the campaign trail with me, and we're going to get you anything you want at this grocery store. And of course, the 4-year-old wants a candy bar, but the 7-year-old, I'm literally talking on camera about the price of eggs and the price of groceries in this grocery store. And my 7-year-old's like, Dad, we need to get a dozen eggs. And I'm like, son, when I said you could get anything, I meant like a Snickers bar or an ice cream. And he's like, no, Dad, you cooked the last 3 eggs this morning. If we don't get eggs, we're not going to have any more eggs. And the 7-year-old, he's got his mama's personality. Very practical, worried about whether we have enough eggs. And right now, all across our country, we've got a lot of families that are cutting back because of Kamala Harris's war on affordability in this country. And Donald Trump and I believe in a very simple principle, my friends. We believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to afford a nice life for your American family. It's that simple. And And that is not that hard. We just got to get better leadership and common sense economic policies back in the White House. We got to get Kamala Harris out of there and put Donald Trump back where he belongs, leading this great country and pursuing common sense economic policies. Now, let's just tick through a few more things. Gas prices are up over 30% thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Groceries in total are up about 25% in the state of North Carolina thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. A gallon of milk now north of $4. Ground beef was about $3.50 a pound when Donald Trump left office. It's now close to $6 a pound thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. My friends, we could do so much better. And to the folks watching on TV or who will see clips of this is not hard. There are some things in politics that are hard, some issues that are complicated, but we just need to get back to common sense economic policies so that American families can afford to feed their children the food that they want. American families, we want American families to be able to afford to buy a home again. Think about this. The American dream, it means different things to different people. To me, it always meant becoming a good husband and a good father. But to a lot of families out there, the American dream doesn't exist without home ownership. People want to own a stake in this country that all of us love. Well, thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, housing is 56% more expensive than it was just 3 years ago. Now, I know a lot of us know young Americans, young families, our kids, our grandkids, and we just want them to be able to afford that American dream of homeownership. But thanks to Kamala Harris, it's not happening. And we got to remember, it's not just because Kamala Harris cast that tie-breaking vote on trillions of dollars in new spending. It's also because Kamala Harris let 25 million illegal aliens into this country. And as much as the media doesn't like to talk about this, when you let in 25 million people into your country that shouldn't be here, and you have them compete against Americans for scarce homes, that drives housing through the roof, and that's exactly what we've seen. This border invasion has made homeownership unaffordable for the majority of American families. And I happen to believe that we ought to have a president who says American homes go to American citizens, not to foreigners who don't even deserve to be in this country in the first place. Now, here's the other problem. We talk about the border crisis, because that is maybe the most significant unforced error of Kamala Harris's administration, is we have got 25 million illegal aliens. Now, you know what kind of stress that puts on the municipal budget of Charlotte? You know how hard it is to afford to provide housing and health care for your citizens when Kamala Harris lets in millions upon millions of people who shouldn't even be here. And that is exactly what she has done. Thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, you've got a lot of American families and a lot of American cities that can't afford to provide basic necessities to their citizens. But it's also just a huge problem for crime and public safety. Now, a lot of you know my personal story. A lot of you know that I grew up in a working class family and I was raised by my grandmother. I called her Mamaw. Like a lot of Appalachian people, I called my grandmother Mamaw. And by the way, let's give a shout out to all the great grandparents in the room right now who are helping take care of kids. We love you. But think about this. When I was, part of the reason my mamaw raised me is because my mom, God love her, struggled with opioid addiction for a big chunk of her early life. And there are so many great blessings that came from having my grandmother raise me, but one of them is I just had safety and stability that I wouldn't have had without her. Now, I'm proud to stand here today and say that my mom has been clean and sober for almost 10 years, and we're so grateful for it. Thank you. And for those of you who are struggling with addiction, or those of you who have family struggling with addiction, there really is hope in recovery. But there's only hope in recovery if we give people that second chance that we know all American families are eventually going to need from time to time. And I remember as a teenager, my mom had taken something that she shouldn't have taken. And I was so terrified that she was never going to wake up from this coma. And I was in the hospital and, a few days, we didn't know what was going to happen. And I remember just begging, good Lord, Jesus, please let my mom wake up this time. Give her another chance. And that time, thank God for me, my mom did wake up. And we did get that second chance. And she eventually got clean and sober, and now we're in a great place. But we know that with the deadly fentanyl that's coming across the southern border today, Kamala Harris has let the Mexican drug cartels turn this state and turn this country into a drug trafficking zone. I really believe that if the poison Kamala Harris lets come over the border in 2024 was coming over 10 years ago, that we wouldn't have got that second chance with my mother. And so we say to Kamala Harris, to every illegal alien, to every person who's contributed to this border crisis, we need a president that's going to go to war with the Mexican drug cartels, not invite them to do business in this country. And that's why we're going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. My friends, this is not rocket science. You go down to the southern border. I've been twice, by the way, and our illustrious border czar Kamala Harris has been all of 0 times. You go down to the southern border and they'll tell you, we just want to do our jobs. We want a president who allows us to enforce the border to keep this country that all of us love safe. We just want Donald Trump. We want Donald Trump because he's going to make it possible for us to enforce the border. We want Donald Trump because he's going to make it possible for us to keep these drugs out of our country. And we want somebody who says to law enforcement, we've got your back, instead of trying to tear us down. That is what we get with the President Donald Trump, and that's why we got to put him back in the Oval Office. Now, here's something that really bothers me about the American media. And like I said, I'll take a couple of questions here afterwards. But what I've noticed from the Kamala Harris campaign, it's not just that her border policies are a total nightmare. It's that Kamala Harris thinks that you're a bad person for thinking that she's doing a bad job. And you see this in some of her messaging over the last couple of weeks, where we've talked about the unbelievable toll that has been caused by illegal immigration. There are communities in the state of Ohio where car insurance rates are going up because the migrant flood that Kamala Harris has let come into our country has made the streets less safe to drive. And of course, that means the car insurance rates go up too. We've got local services, local schools, even in this state, even some of our small towns in the state of North Carolina, where they've had a massive influx of children who don't even speak English. And I've got nothing against those children, by the way, but when you drop a bunch of kids into our rural school districts that don't speak English, then who suffers? It's the children in those districts who deserve to get a good education and aren't because of Kamala Harris's policies. And I happen to believe that we are, my friends. I think that we're the most compassionate country in the whole world, and I don't want to change that. But for American leadership, our compassion must start with American citizens. It must start with people right here at home. And you know, Kamala Harris, she doesn't want to debate that. She doesn't want to debate the costs of the migrant invasion. She doesn't want to debate these issues. She'd rather censor you. And the main tool of censorship under today's Democratic Party, under Kamala Harris's leadership, is to call all the people who are complaining about this migration problem a racist. Even though, by the way, many of the people who are complaining about her open border come from every walk of life and every skin color in our country. Well, I think we should send a message to Kamala Harris, and we ought to stand up for the hardworking Americans who are mad about the border because it's made their communities less safe and it's made their lives less affordable. And our message to Kamala Harris is, how dare you call people a racist for wanting to close down that wide open border? Our message to Kamala Harris is, how dare you call the citizens of your own country bad people because they don't want a flood of illegal migration in their country? Kamala Harris, how dare you attack the citizens of your own country for not wanting their children to die of fentanyl overdoses? Kamala Harris, how dare you call the citizens of your own country bad people? You're a bad person for causing this border crisis. We are not bad people for complaining about it. Let me just talk about one final issue, my friends, and then we'll take some questions from reporters. You know, a lot of this stuff is, like I said, it's not always easy. Politics does not always wave a magic wand and make these problems go away. But the affordability crisis, because Kamala Harris refuses to answer the question of what she would do to lower the price of groceries and housing, of food and everything else for American citizens, Donald Trump and I have a very, very simple answer, and it starts with energy. It starts with a very simple principle: drill, baby, drill. You want to lower Americans' prices. Because here's what Kamala Harris has done. In the name of environmental policy, and of course we all believe in clean air and water. We want our children to grow up in this beautiful country that is clean of environmental toxins. But what she has done is, in the name of environmental policy, she has encouraged the offshoring. She's encouraged us to ship all of our energy and manufacturing jobs to China, which is, by the way, the dirtiest economy in the history of the world. If you care about energy and you care about the environment and you want a clean environment, but also if you just want American jobs, unleash the American energy sector, unleash the American energy worker. Stop shipping this stuff overseas. We got plenty of it right here at home. Let's get it from our own territory with our own workers. And if we do that, my friends, we're going to lower the cost of everything. Because everything, Donald Trump says this all the time, everything requires energy. You want to talk about why our farmers are struggling? Because everything from the diesel fuel that they use to the fertilizer they use has gotten more expensive because of Kamala Harris's energy policies. You want to talk about why groceries are more expensive? Let's talk about the fact that our truck drivers are paying way more for diesel than they were 3 years ago, and they're, of course, the ones who are driving the groceries to the grocery store in the first place. You want to talk about why all of our manufactured goods, our construction equipment is more expensive, it's because it takes energy to make this stuff, and you jack up the cost of energy, and you're going to make Americans poor. So to Kamala Harris, we have one final message on the economy, and I've got some advice for you, Kamala, on how you can answer this question about your specific plans. No more word salad about how you grew up in a middle-class family. Unleash American energy, unleash American workers. That's how you open up this country, and that's how you lower prices for American citizens. All right. So I'm going to take some questions in just a second, but I want to, especially now while everybody's standing up here, I want you to take out your phones. And we're going to ask every single one of you to play your part. Because look, we're never going to have the biased media on our side. And we're never going to have, Kamala Harris lies about Donald Trump every single day and twice on Sunday. But what we do have is the truth, and we have all of you. So what I want every single person to do is to try to commit to getting 10 people to the polls. And one of the ways that we're going to do that is by talking about this rally, this moment on social media. And so if you would, take a photo, take a selfie, take whatever photo makes the most sense, and then post it on social media with the caption, "This is why I'm going to vote for Donald J. Trump." And if we do that, we're going to reach far more people than any reporter or any Kamala Harris campaign could want to reach. Because you all have power. And here's something else. I want you to go to this website. I want to read it because I want to make sure I get it right. Swampthevote.com. Go to swampthevote.com and find out how you can volunteer and how you can help us. A dear colleague of mine in the United States Senate will often say, we need to get out there as Republicans and we need to vote 10 times. And that makes people a little uncomfortable because they say, well, we're Republicans. We don't vote 10 times, we only vote once because we believe in every legal ballot counting, but only once. But here's how you go out and cast 10 ballots legally. You get yourself to the polls and you get 9 friends and family. That's how we do this in the legal and the right way. And here's the final point about this. Look, we have got 3 ways to vote now. Early voting, vote by mail, and voting on election day. And look, I am a firm believer that we ought to have election day in this country and not election season, but we are where we are. So we got to take advantage of all these pathways to vote. Because if I talk to 100 people who plan to vote for Donald Trump in 2020, 95 of them voted for Donald Trump. But then 5 of them, a kid got sick, and so they had to go pick him up from school. Or mom had something, so they had to go pick mom up and deal with some of her issues. Or, maybe they just had a late night at work and they didn't make it. The best way for us to beat the Democrats in November is to get out there and vote. So do everything you can, drag everybody across the finish line, and we're going to take this country back because of all of you. God bless you all, and thank you. So, I want to, again, thank you all for being here, and I know that we're a little behind on time, so I won't take as many questions as I normally do, but if we can, let's start with the local reporters. I unfortunately can't see it because the lights are so bright, so if you've got a microphone, just shout a question and I'll answer it.
Hey, Senator Vance. Nick Oxner at WBTV. I want to ask you about Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. The Lieutenant Governor was with you on stage with you and... Trying to ask the question, if you'll let me ask it. The Lieutenant Governor was on...
I knew I'd get this.
Senator, the Lieutenant Governor was on stage with you and the former president at your August 21st rally in Asheboro, but he's not here with you today. He wasn't with the former president in Wilmington in the wake of the CNN investigation. Is there something disqualifying about the comments uncovered by CNN that wasn't disqualifying about any of the previous comments he made? Is that the question? Look,
here's my view on the lieutenant governor. First of all, what he said or didn't say is ultimately between him and the people of North Carolina. The people of North Carolina are going to make that decision. Now, look, I've seen some of the statements. I haven't seen them all. Some of them are pretty gross, to put it mildly. Mark Robinson says that those statements are false, that he didn't actually speak them. So I think it's up to Mark Robinson to make his case to the people of North Carolina that those weren't his statements, and I'm going to let him make that case. But look, I got to say, this entire episode illustrates something that is fundamentally broken about the American media. You've got in this country right now a record number of Americans who are dying of fentanyl overdoses thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. You've got a record number of young Americans who can't afford to buy a home thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. And you've got a record number of Americans who are struggling to buy groceries thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. The media ought to focus on Kamala Harris and her failure. I am much more interested in pursuing policies that correct the problems of Kamala Harris. A sex scandal in North Carolina is between the lieutenant governor and the people of North Carolina. They're going to make their decision, and we support them.
Senator Vance, Julie with WCNC Charlotte. I'm curious about the debate, how you're feeling ahead of it, how you're preparing, and should this be the last debate of the election cycle?
Well, look, I think one thing that's true about the debates, and whether it should be the last debate of the election cycle, is that Donald Trump accepted a debate on Fox News and Kamala Harris ran from it. And if you think about the difference, between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump did a hostile debate with CNN, a network that's not friendly to him. He did a hostile debate with ABC where, remember, the moderators fact-checked him multiple times and didn't fact-check Kamala Harris when she said outrageous things. Remember, Kamala Harris, just a few weeks ago, you had American troops who were nearly killed in an attack by Iranian militias, and Kamala Harris had the audacity to say there are no troops in active combat. Where was the fact check from ABC for that? And look, if Kamala Harris wants to go on Fox News or wants to do some hostile interviews, we welcome her to do that. But what me and Donald Trump are going to keep on doing is going everywhere and talking to everybody. We talk to the hostile media, we talk to the friendly media, we talk to the national media, we talk to the local media, and we do it because we think the American people deserve leaders who try to earn their vote instead of expecting it to be given to them. Next one.
Senator Vance, thank you so much for answering questions. I am
Thanks.
Casey Jones with WCCB. I want to ask you, you're talking about hostility. So looking at how things are going in Springfield, Ohio right now, where you made claims that Haitian migrants were eating pets that have since been debunked. There are threats to the community. Things are hostile. Knowing that America's so divided right now, would you change anything about the way you spread those now debunked false claims?
Well, what I have a responsibility to do in Springfield, Ohio, or any constituency in the state of Ohio, and if, God willing, the American people honor me by making me their next vice president, this will be my responsibility for the whole country. My responsibility is to listen to the people that I serve, not a biased media. And that's what I'll keep on doing in Springfield, Ohio, or anywhere else. One thing I've learned, and I really do think it's a difference between me and President Trump and the Kamala Harris campaign is that we listen to people and we try to understand where they're coming from. And think about this, that I've learned this in just 2 years in the United States Senate. When there was a train disaster in East Palestine, Ohio, a lot of residents came to me and told me a lot of things. And some of those things it ended up being not totally true. They were based on rumors. But most of those things ended up being based on reality. And they were treated like enemies by the American media for daring to complain about what's going on in their country. And I'll tell you, I promise that as your next vice president to the American people, to the people of this great state of North Carolina, I will always listen to you. Even when the media attacks me, I will listen to you about what's going on in your communities, because that's what a leader ought to do. And the final point that I'll make there is that everything that's going on in Springfield, Ohio, first of all, it comes from Kamala Harris's wide open borders. A small town in Ohio, 20,000 migrants into that community. It has stressed every local service. I wish the American media was half as interested in the stress on the local schools, the stress on the hospitals, and unaffordable housing as they are in debunking a story that comes from the residents of Springfield. And you know, the final point that I'll make on this is it is interesting to me to listen to the American media when they will descend on a town. I've had constituent inbound from inquiries from Springfield, Ohio, just in the last couple of weeks, where, you know what they'll say to us? They'll say, hey, this thing's going on in our community. Could you help us investigate it? But please don't put my name out there publicly, because every person who speaks up has 15 news media reporters show up at their doorstep. And to all of the reporters who are listening to these words, whether they're national reporters or local reporters, did you ever think about listening to people instead of harassing them? Did you ever think about telling the truth instead of accepting the word? Did you ever think about listening to people speak their truth instead of listening to some bureaucrat and assuming that everything that they tell you is true? Journalism is a disgrace. It's about investigating the truth, and unfortunately, far too few reporters do that today. Next question.
Senator Vance, thank you for taking our question. This is Kelly Kendall from WXII. You just called North Carolina a second home to you, but you also said that you want to leave this situation between voters and Mark Robinson. So I just want to give you one more chance here. Will you continue to support Mark Robinson in this campaign?
I'll continue to support the people of North Carolina. That's what my job is as their next vice president. It's not to tell them. Look, I have spent so much time in this state, and I love this state. It is beautiful. You guys have one of the rare, thank you, we have one of the rare combinations of beautiful mountains and beautiful beaches right here in the state of North Carolina. You ought to be proud of it. I joke with my wife that Ohio also has mountains and beaches, and she says, well, the hills of southeastern Ohio don't count, and Lake Erie doesn't count as a beach. So you guys kind of have us beat on the beachfront. But look, the people in North Carolina, when I'm here, and this is the second event I've done today, you know what I hear about? I hear about concerns regarding inflation. I hear about affordability. I hear from young people who want to be able to afford a home and worried they're never going to be able to. I hear heartbreaking stories from people who say, you know, my parents, they got married and they worked and they were able to afford a home to raise a family in, and I'm worried that's never going to be true for me and my children. Those are the people whose problems I am focused on, not a sex scandal, and not something that I think is fundamentally, the voters of North Carolina are focused on the right issues, and that's what our campaign is going to focus on too. All righty. And let's do one more question before we hit the road.
Hi, Senator Kit Maher. I just want to clear up, does a Trump campaign still endorse Mark Robinson? And number two, a second
Kit, go ahead.
Yeah, second question is about your debate prep. It's reported that you are enlisting the help of Tom Emmer to sit in for Tim Walz. Could you talk about?
Thank you for tuning in one more time. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. They are asking the same questions. What? Why are you asking the same questions? Dear Lord.
About that choice and how you're preparing for the debate.
Yeah, well, look, Tom Emmer is a great representative from the state of Minnesota. He has not helped us out yet, but I think that we are going to try to call on him in the next couple of weeks as we really start to, think about how to make our best case during this debate. But look, on the Mark Robinson question, Kit, you've heard me answer it now 2 times. I've been asked, I think, 5 questions. Now, three of those questions have been about what Mark Robinson did or did not say 20 years ago on a message board. As I've said, that is Mark Robinson's case to make to the people of North Carolina. I'm not going to make it for him. And the people of North Carolina, they get to be the judges of whether they believe him or not. It's really that simple. Now, but I really cannot believe that the American media is so much more focused on this than on the struggles of their fellow citizens. What happened? What happened to speaking truth to power? What happened to investigating the truth? If the American media wants to focus on a sex scandal, there are plenty of supermarket tabloids that are welcome, that would love to have you. Let's focus on the real issues that affect North Carolina. And final point I'll make on this. Look, people have found, somebody just behind me said Bill Clinton. That's a good point. Bill Clinton spoke at the Democratic National Convention. How many questions have been asked about his very interesting history? But what I'm focused on is not Bill Clinton or Mark Robinson's history. It's how to make the lives of the people of this state better. One thing I wish that I could do for every single person in this room, even the journalists, is I wish that I could take you on our campaign plane and give you the perspective that I've gotten of this country in the past 7 weeks. This is the coolest, other than being a wife to this beautiful lady here and a father to our 3 kids, the greatest honor of my life has been running for this office of Vice President of the United States. And I'll tell you, you see this country through an incredible perspective when you run to be its next vice president. I mean, from the beautiful deserts of Arizona to the mountains of Western North Carolina, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world, and we ought to be proud of it. I believe we've got natural resources that the Chinese and the Russians would literally kill for. We have an incredible, bountiful land in addition to having the most beautiful country in the world. And I believe we've got the best people and the best workers anywhere on the face of the earth. The only thing that is broken about this country is the failed leadership of Kamala Harris. Let's fire her and send Donald Trump to the White House, and let's do it together. God bless you guys. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We just heard J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee for the GOP party there in North Carolina. What do you guys think? First, I did not know anything about J.D. Vance. Of course, I knew about his story because I watched the movie Hillbilly Elegy or something like that. And it was a very, very, very interesting movie. And, I kind of learned a lot from the movie. But I didn't know the movie was about him until he started running. You guys need to go see the movie. Okay, so this is J.D. Vance also talking at the Believers and Ballots Coalition event in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's go ahead and play that and see what he has to say. Let's get it.
Hello. Well, how we doing?
I don't know which microphone to use here. Is this one on? Hello? There we go. All right. First of all, it is great to be in the state of North Carolina. It is great to be in a state that I think we're going to carry in a big way and send Donald Trump to the White House. So I know we've got a lot of great religious leaders here from all over the state of North Carolina. And before we get started here, I just want to call attention to something that you probably have seen in the news, which is that a Charlotte police officer was seriously injured in a traffic incident last night. And I know we're all people of prayer in this room, so I'd ask us all let's just take a moment of silence, actually, and pray for the officer's full and complete recovery. And let's do that right now. Thank you all for that. And I want to just, while we're on the message of officers getting unnecessarily injured, we know we got a lot of police officers all across the city of Charlotte, but all across the state of North Carolina and our country who fight and serve every single day to keep our communities safe, frankly, in an environment that has gotten a lot more dangerous thanks to the open border policies of the last 3 years. And we want to send a message loud and clear. We will always back the blue in this country. Donald Trump and I will always serve our police officers. Thank you. So I want to recognize a few VIPs here. First of all, you guys just heard from the great RNC chair, Michael Whatley. He's doing a great job at the RNC. Thank you, Michael. Wherever you are, I think he's backstage now. We're also joined by Congressman Greg Murphy. Where is Greg at? Greg, thank you so much for being here. We've got Republican nominee for North Carolina Attorney General, one of the great people in Washington. We're sad to lose him, but the federal government's the federal government's loss is going to be the gain of the people of North Carolina. Dan Bishop, one of my favorite people in Washington. Dan, thank you, man. And then we've also got congressional candidate Mark Harris. Mark, please stand up and say hello. A lot of good people. We got a lot of good people in the state of North Carolina who are serving this state, serving our nation, and we're grateful to them. But we're only going to get them across the finish line if every single one of us do what we need to do to win this race, to save our country, and to take Washington back for the American people and the people of this great state. So I want to talk just a little bit about my faith, because I know that everybody here is a person of faith, or you wouldn't have come to this particular event. And, you know, I actually was a person who was raised in a Christian household by a grandmother who loved me deeply and took care of me because my own mother was unable to take care of me because my mom struggled with opioid addiction for a big chunk of my early life. And, you know, Mamaw was one of these people who, despite the fact that she really loved the Lord and she took her Christian faith very seriously, I mean, she was a woman who hadn't graduated from high school, much less college, but she thought more about what her faith required of her than any person I have met before or since. But Mamaw wasn't a regular churchgoer. Sometimes we'd go to church. Most of the time we'd watch, you know, Trinity Broadcasting Network at home on Sunday. And one of the things that we watched a lot of growing up is a lot of Billy Graham revivals. And it's a very cool thing for me personally, because we started the day here in North Carolina visiting the gravesite of Billy Graham, just, of course, probably 15 miles from here. And it's unbelievable, because one of the people who actually helped me encounter the Christian faith for the first time is Billy Graham with my grandmother. And I just say, you guys have a great tradition of faith and service here in the Charlotte area. Billy Graham's a great one, but there are a lot of great ones just in this room. So thank you. And, you know, Mamaw that's what I called my grandmother. I called her Mamaw. And, you know, she was a woman of many contrasts. She was a very firm disciplinarian, but she also gave me a loving and stable home, which we know all children ultimately need. She was, again, a woman of very deep and profound Christian faith. She also really loved the F word. And both of those things could coexist within Mamaw at the same time. And I will tell you, Of all the VIPs I am happy to have here, the one that I'm most glad to have is my lovely wife, Usha. And I love being on the campaign trail with my wife. It's fun to do this as a team. We do everything as a team, but this one in particular has been a great joy for me. But I think that the one thing that my wife would change about me is that sometimes I talk a little bit like my mamaw does. And the problem is we've got a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old, and so they start to talk like their daddy does. And I will not, we are in a house of worship, so I will not repeat some of the things that have come out of the mouth of my 4-year-old in the last few weeks. But honey, I promise you, I'll honor the curse jar. I'll get better, and the kids will stop talking like me and stop talking like mamaw. And that's going to be a very, very good thing for our family, but also a good thing on the campaign trail. Because, you know, sometimes we have a bunch of reporters back there, and, you know, this is not a cuss word, but I sometimes worry that one of my kids is going to look at the media and says, Daddy, is that the fake news? So I got to be a little bit more filtered. I got to be a little bit more filtered, and like I said, honey, I'm going to commit to that work every single day. Now, I think like a lot of young people, and a lot of people who were raised in the Christian faith, I started about the time that I was sort of towards the end of my Marine Corps service, started to feel like I was smarter than the woman who raised me, and that I knew things that she didn't do. You know, like, you know, I think a lot of 21-year-old kids, they get this idea that they know everything, and they forget the wisdom of prior generations. And that was certainly me when it came to my faith. And so by the time that I got out of the Marine Corps, which was in 2007, and went to college, I really considered myself a non-believer. I might have even called myself an atheist from time to time, because I sort of assumed that mamaw was wrong, and that the only people who believed that what she believed were superstitious and backwards. And I was arrogant. There was an arrogance there. And, you know, one of the things that really led me back to the Lord is a recognition that I didn't know everything, and that there was some wisdom. Even though my grandmother was not an educated woman, she was a very brilliant woman, and there was a lot of wisdom in the faith that I had discarded as a young man. And in particular, when I met and fell in love with my wife, Usha, and I started to think about the big questions, not about getting more education credentials or about where I was going to work or trying to make more money, when I started thinking about the important stuff, like what kind of a father did I want to become? And what kind of a husband did I want to be to this lovely person who I'd fallen madly in love with? That led me back to the Lord, because I found the answers in the Christian faith of my grandmother for what I needed to be as a husband and father. And that recognition that, you know, God didn't care about how much money I made. God didn't care about where I went to school. God didn't care if I wrote a best-selling book or ran for vice president. But God really did want me to be a virtuous husband and a virtuous father. And that made me realize that the Christian faith that I had discarded was, in fact, the best solution to the problems that confronted me as a young man. And that got me back on the journey to my faith. And my wife, despite not growing up, not being a Christian herself, not growing up in a Christian household, was incredibly supportive. And eventually, I was actually, in 2019, I was baptized for the first time. And that was... And I tell you that story in part so you know a little bit more about this guy who's standing up here asking you to support him to be vice president of the United States, but also because I do think that there is a lot of wisdom in the Christian faith and in the Christian tradition, a lot of solutions to the problems that confront our country. And I think we as Christians are called to be a light in a dark place. And unfortunately, there is a lot of leadership coming from Washington that is in a very, very dark place, and we are called to be the light that counteracts it. And I think in some ways this election is fundamentally about whether Christians are going to be allowed to live our faith, whether Christians are going to be allowed to advocate for our principles, and whether Christians are going to be able to raise our children and build communities that are consistent with our values. And I don't think that's an overstatement. You know, when I was asked by Donald Trump to be his running mate, and it was a crazy moment for us and our family. I remember the president called me on the Monday of the RNC, and that was like the deadline for him to make a decision. He had to make the decision on Monday, and he called me probably about 1 o'clock on Monday, and I don't answer the phone, of course, the most important phone call of my life, and I don't answer the phone. And I get a text message from a campaign staffer. It says, you just missed a very important phone call. So I think, call him back. He answers the phone and says, JD, you missed a very important phone call. And now I might have to pick somebody else. So I almost have a heart attack right there in Milwaukee. Our flight had just landed in Milwaukee for the RNC convention. And then the president proceeds to ask me to be his vice presidential running mate. And then hysterically, he hears my 7-year-old son in the background and puts my 7-year-old son on the phone so that he can read the statement that he's about to put out on social media. Of course, my 7-year-old has no idea what's going on. So the president of the United States is talking to my 7-year-old Ewan. He's like, Ewan, what do you think about this statement? And Ewan's like, oh, it sounds pretty good. Has no idea who he's talking to. Has no idea what's going on. But of course, our lives changed in that moment. But I want to take it just a couple of days forward from that. And I was, laying in bed Tuesday night, probably 3 a.m, and I'm unable to sleep. And I think all of us have had this moment, right? We've got something big going on in our lives. We're feeling that pressure, but we're also feeling that excitement. And I was just unable to sleep. And I remember thinking to myself and getting kind of stressed out about the fact that I couldn't sleep because I've got the most important speech on Wednesday of my entire life. And here I am, unable to fall asleep. And I'm just worried that I'm going to go out there and make a complete idiot of myself because I don't have enough sleep. And I remember just laying there in the bed, Usha's sleeping soundly next to me, and I just say, Lord Jesus, please let me go to sleep. And the last thing that I remember was that prayer, and I woke up feeling great 5 hours later. And I'm one of my favorite theologians is a guy, is a movie character played by Samuel L. Jackson in the movie Pulp Fiction. You ever seen that movie? Well, if you haven't seen that movie, it's very R-rated, but Samuel Jackson is almost shot in that movie, and he's a gangster, and he basically decides because he believes that God has saved him from getting shot that he's not going to be a gangster anymore. And I'm going to butcher what he says exactly when he's talking to his friend, his fellow gangster, who's like, that was not a miracle. That was just something that happened. And I think that's exemplifies the debate that we sometimes have, those of us who are spiritual people, who are people of faith, have with non-believers is we see the work of God in a lot of what's going on in the world, and they just see random coincidence. And so he says to his friend who just sees random coincidence, he said, look, whether this was an according to Hoyle miracle is insignificant. But there are a lot of things that happen that people think are miraculous. God finds my car keys. God changes Coke to Pepsi, But what is significant is that I felt the touch of God. And I remember feeling in that moment, like, even though, I said a prayer and I went to sleep, but I felt the touch of God. And that's what makes it a miracle to me. And I think that what we have to think about in this election is we have to remind our fellow Americans, whether they're believers or not, that the touch of God is still a very real thing in this country. And we have to make people see it, feel it, and experience it every single day. So for that to happen, and for us to be, I think, real soldiers for our faith, we've got to get out there and talk about it. But we've also got to get out there and make the case to people, whether they're secular or religious, whether they're people of faith or non-believers. We've got to get out there and we've got to make people see that this election, I really think, will determine the course of religious liberty in our country. Because when we talk, my friends, about persuading people, or when we go and knock on doors or talk to people about our faith, or when we try to raise our children to share our values, what we're really doing is living in a country that is blessed with religious liberty. And of course, you wouldn't know it according to the reports of the mainstream media, but I believe the most persecuted faith in the world today is the Christian faith. There are places all over the world. I mean, there are hundreds of millions of Christians who are living under threat of violence right now because they live their faith. So don't believe that it can't happen here. Because if it can happen anywhere, then it can happen anywhere else. And I think that we're living through a time where we have the biggest opponents of religious liberty and people of faith running for office that we have seen anywhere in my life. And I don't like to say that, and I wish that it weren't so, but you just have to look at the record. I want to talk a little bit about that record, but when we went and visited the Billy Graham Library today, and we went and saw his gravesite, you know what really jumped out at me? Is that over 50 years, Republican or Democrat, Billy Graham advised presidents, he prayed with presidents, he worked with presidents, because while we might disagree about things like tax policy, or we might disagree about things like which regulations are going to best promote the public safety, we all agreed that people of faith deserve to have a place and a voice in this country, and that has changed. Now, let's just run through a number of ways in which the Kamala Harris administration has been a chief opponent of freedom of conscience, of free speech, and of religious liberty in this country. Number one, Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she says that she stands for working people, despite the fact that, her running mate has this slogan, "We believe in America that people ought to mind their own damn business," both of them pursued policies that would have people fired for refusing to take the COVID vaccine shot. Remember that? And there are a lot of people, a lot of military veterans, a lot of nurses in our hospitals at a time of a terrible healthcare and hospital shortage, a lot of workers, millions of them across this country, who felt the pressure of Kamala Harris's war on freedom of conscience and on bodily autonomy when it came to that vaccine. So, this is not an abstraction. This is not just a difference of what two candidates are proposing. This is a difference between two candidates and their records. Because whether you believe that you should take the COVID vaccine or not, Donald Trump and I believe that is your decision, and you shouldn't be fired for making a decision according to your conscience. Now, I believe that the Republican Party is the pro-life party. We're going to talk a little bit more about freedom of conscience. And we're the pro-life party because we believe that every life is precious from the moment of beginning until the moment of natural death. That is our belief as Republicans. And by the way, we're going to have disagreements from time to time about how best to advocate for all of the most vulnerable people in our society. But I think that is a fundamental principle of the Republican Party, and it will stay that way. But Kamala Harris is not just disagreeing with us on the particulars of public policy. She is trying to throw people in prison who share our values for having the audacity to advocate for those values in the public space. Now, we saw a couple of years ago a pro-life Catholic father of 7 treated like a common thug in his own home for daring to go out and advocate for the unborn. And I think our message to Kamala Harris is, look, we welcome disagreement on the question of how best to protect life. We can have that debate, but we can only have the debate if we have a president who believes in the First Amendment. We shouldn't be throwing anybody in jail for pro-life advocacy. We ought to be celebrating their exercise of their rights. Now, can we possibly forget a few years ago? Now, Kamala Harris would love for you to forget that her administration has been the biggest advocate of letting progressives take over the public schools in this country's history. Now, I happen to believe that whether you're going to a private school or a public school, parents ought to be able to raise their kids according to their values and let the parent. Let the parents determine the values. Let parents impart morals onto their children. And why don't the teachers teach reading, writing, and arithmetic, which, by the way, is what most teachers want to do. I'll never forget this. I was talking this is during my Senate race, and I was talking to somebody in Ohio, but she had actually been a teacher in North Carolina when there was the big debate about whether we were going to let biological males in girls' bathrooms, right? That was a big debate in the state of North Carolina a few years ago. Of course, it's still a live debate all across our country. As crazy as it is to me, we want to protect our young girls, and part of the way you protect them is to ensure that sex predators are not allowed into the restrooms. Very common sense. But she was a voter of mine, and she was much more socially moderate. She actually came up to me and said, look, I actually didn't have a strong view on that particular issue. In fact, I actually, if anything, probably disagreed with your perspective on it. But she was voting for me for a whole host of reasons, but she made an observation that before she had moved, that what that policy had done, when the federal government orders progressive politics into our local public schools, even if she disagreed with the federal government on that issue, she didn't like being deputized by the federal government against the parents in her school district. And I thought that was really interesting, that even if she agreed with them on a particular issue, she didn't want to be made to go to war with the values of the parents in her school district. And I happen to believe, and I think this is a core part of Christian social teaching in our country, is that we want to build strong communities. We want to build strong neighborhoods, and we want to build strong families. But you can't have strong neighborhoods and strong communities if the federal government is ordering teachers to do something against the will of parents. So Donald Trump and I promise a federal government that will be allies of parents in teaching their children their values, and also allies of parents and teachers who just want to teach kids reading, arithmetic, and writing at school. Let the progressive politics stay out of the classroom. Now, not only did Kamala Harris pursue a lot of this ridiculous progressive policy in the classroom, but she decided to weaponize the federal government against any parent who dared to speak up. Now, we remember this was a few years ago, and Kamala Harris would love people to forget about it because it's politically damaging for her, but they were labeling parents who are going to school board meetings to raise their voice domestic terrorists in their own country. Donald Trump and I believe that if you're going to a school board meeting to speak your voice, you are a patriot and not a domestic terrorist, and you ought to have a federal government that stands up for you. And if you look on issue after issue after issue, Tim Walz says, governor of Minnesota, pursued legislation that, one, would do abortion right up to the moment of birth, even to the point where doctors wouldn't be required to provide life-saving care to a baby who survived a botched abortion. And we can disagree about abortion policy, but that is just sick. That is just sick. Nobody like that should be anywhere near the Oval Office. But then you talk about Kamala Harris pursuing policy after policy after policy to censor Christians, to silence people, to prevent them from exercising their rights. And I think the contrast in this election couldn't be any more clear. Whether you're a person of faith or not, whether you're a Christian, a Jew, or any other faith, Donald Trump and I believe the First Amendment protects your right to live your faith as you see fit and raise your children in the values that matter to you. And Kamala Harris would rather censor you, rather silence you, and in the case sometimes of some of these crazy transgender bills, where you see children taken from their parents because their parents won't consent to life-altering gender reassignment surgery, we're the party of conscience. We're the party of you get to raise your children as you see fit. And by the way, we are the party of common sense. And all Christians, I think, need to unite behind this ticket. Now, the president, it's interesting. The president called me about, what is today? Monday. He called me, by the way, when you run for vice president, you don't know what day it ever is. It's actually amazing I came up with Monday so quickly, because half the time I really don't know what day of the week it is. But 8 days ago, the president called me, and he told me that he had been, they had taken another assassination attempt at him. And of course, my first reaction was disbelief, but the first thing that I said is, sir, are you okay? Not just physically are you okay, But, you know, that's a traumatic thing to go through, and he's now gone through it twice in as many months. And I'll tell you, you know, Donald Trump, I really believe when you see that clip of an assassin's bullet missing him by just a few millimeters, I believe that Donald Trump is here by the grace of God, and all of us should be grateful for it. But of course, the president, when he called me, he was totally fine. I mean, I think I was more shaken up, even though I was sitting in my home safely in Cincinnati, Ohio, I think I was more shaken up by it than the president. And I said, sir, you know, are you okay? And he responds, yeah, I'm doing fine. But I'm kind of mad because I was on the 6th hole and I was about to make a birdie and they wouldn't let me finish. And yeah, I chuckled a little bit, but then I thought to myself, isn't this the kind of person that we want to be the president of the United States, a person who can literally take a bullet, stand up and raise his fist in defiance, a person who's more worried about missing a birdie putt than he is about an assassin's attempt on his own life, because that is the definition of courage under fire, and Donald Trump has it in spades. Because look, you're going to disagree with us from time to time. I think in this room we probably agree on 95% of issues, but you're not always going to agree with even your favorite politician in the whole world. But what we need in office is not just a person who has the right ideas on public policy or who substantively agrees with us more than the other candidate. What we most need in the Oval Office is somebody who shows courage and grace under fire. Because we know, my friends, we know that eventually some crisis is going to break out somewhere in the world. And we know that the President of the United States is going to be the person who gets the phone call when that crisis breaks out. Who do we want representing the American people and fighting for our interests? Kamala Harris, who's afraid of the American media, or Donald Trump, who can take an assassin's bullet in stride and get back to work the very next day? So while we may not always agree on every issue, I think it's so important that we win this race and reject the politics of censorship, violation of people's rights of conscience, and violation of Christians' right to raise their children as they see fit. I think we need to send a message from this room, from the entire state of North Carolina to Kamala Harris, that we reject the politics that tells people that Christians can't live their values. We reject the politics that tries to silence people. We reject the politics that tries to fire people for not wanting to take a COVID shot. We reject the broken politics of Kamala Harris, and we're going to send her back to San Francisco where she belongs. So normally at these events, whenever I go out and talk to people, I always try to talk to the media afterwards. We're actually running a little bit behind schedule. And so I'm just going to say a few more things. I want to talk about Get Out the Vote and how all of you can play a major role. And then I want to move on. But, you know, I want to – the reason why Get Out the Vote is so important, especially with Christians, especially with people of faith, is because the media in this election has shown a willingness to completely cover for Kamala Harris's radical record. Now, we talked about a lot of issues that are important for people of religious faith. Of course, obviously so. We're in a church talking about religious liberty. But let's talk about, you know, Christians care about the economy, of course, because Christians believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, no child should go hungry and no family should be unable to provide the basic necessities of life. But one of the things that we're seeing is under Kamala Harris's policies, a lot of people are really, really unable to live a good life. And I think the media ought to talk about that more and maybe even ask her some questions about why Kamala Harris said that she wanted to defund the police, but now she doesn't. Or why she said that she wanted to end all deportations, but now she doesn't. Or why she said she wanted to end fracking and offshore drilling, but now she allegedly doesn't. Because on all of these issues, what her actual policies have done have caused real suffering all over the United States of America. We want American children to be able to have a nice meal with their families. That's harder because Kamala Harris made grocery prices 25% higher. We want everybody, rich or poor, to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night, but that's become harder because energy is 40% more expensive, thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. We want our young people and our beautiful families to be able to afford the American dream of homeownership, but that's harder because Kamala Harris's policies. And most importantly, at least to me, is that we want this country, we want the American dream to be an American dream of second chances. Because, as I told you, my mom struggled with addiction for most of my life. And now I am proud to say, by the grace of God, she has been clean and sober for nearly 10 years, and we're so proud of her and so grateful to her. But as I remember being a teenager, and I remember praying at my mom's hospital bed because she had taken something that we didn't even know what it was, and we were worried she was never going to wake up. And I think anybody who knows, anyone who suffered from addiction, knows this combination of hope but also frustration.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in one more time. We are currently listening to J.D. Vance. Let's get it.
With anybody that's dealing with it. Because at the same time that I'm mad at mom for taking those drugs in the first place, I'm just praying, Lord Jesus, please let her wake up. Let this mistake not be the one that takes her life. And for me, those prayers were answered. And I'm so grateful for it. And I remember thinking when my mom was in the depths of addiction that, I wanted to be a father more than anything else. I wanted to be a good husband and a good father. Thinking to myself, my mom, as smart and as funny as she is, because of this terrible addiction, she's never going to meet her grandchildren. She'll never meet my kids. And now I sit here, and I've got a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old, and she's the best grandma to those grandbabies that they could ever ask for. It's an amazing thing. So we got that second chance with mom. She spoils them a little bit, but the grandmas in the room will know that's just par for the course. But we got that second chance with mom. And I believe that the reason we got that second chance is because the poison that's coming across the border in 2024 is not the poison that was coming across, thank God, 15 years ago. And to Kamala Harris, who has increasingly taken this campaign messaging that if you dare complain about the border, you're a racist or a bad person, even though a lot of the people most frustrated by her border policies are black, white, brown, and everything else. She attacks people for daring to complain about her failures. But we don't believe that we need a southern border because we hate anybody. We believe we need a southern border because we love the citizens of our own country and we want them to have second chances. And that has got to happen. And I think the audacity for them to say that we're bad people for caring about the border, to say that we want to separate families, when thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, there are 325,000, that is not an exaggeration, 325,000 children that are missing in this country right now because Kamala Harris has allowed the drug cartels to take over the southern border of this country. And we know, and a lot of your ministries and a lot of the work that you do in your churches addresses and helps these people every single day. I know it. We know that a lot of these poor children have been sex trafficked. A lot of them have been used in drug trafficking. A lot of these innocent young girls are dealing with horrors that are, thank God, unimaginable for most American citizens. And we want to keep it unimaginable by reimposing strong border policies that saves the lives of those children, but saves the innocence of American citizens and the families that they're raising right here at home. It's very simple. But we are not going to do that. We're not going to get that chance to improve this country and to solve the people's problems unless we win. But I got some good news for you. 43 days from now, we are going to do exactly that. We're going to win the state of North Carolina and turn the entire country red. Somebody back here has a sign, the outlaw and the hillbilly. I like that. I like that. But look, we're not going to do it unless we work our tails off. Because as confident as I am that if the election were held today, we would win. And the election, of course, is going to be held on November 5th, and we're going to win then. But my friends, it is tight. And there's a lot that needs to happen between now and then to ensure that we win this race for the American people. But we're never going to get a fair shake from the media, and we're never going to get a fair shake, of course, from the Democratic operatives. But, of course, I repeat myself because the Democratic operatives and the media very often one and the same. But what we do have is the power of our voice and the power of the right? They don't care about politics. Well, my friends, when you've got Kamala Harris, the biggest threat to religious liberty we have had in at least a generation, you better care about politics because Kamala Harris's politics, they care about you. They're very simple. And so what we've got to do is use our voice, use our platform, use our pulpit, use the connections that we have to make sure that people of faith get out there and reject the Kamala Harris politics that is an assault on religious liberty and parental rights. And the only way that we're going to do that is if you talk to people. So every single day over the next 43 days, I want you to do everything that you can to get out there and fight for this country and make sure people get out to vote. And I'm going to make two very specific requests. Now, the first is, if you would, stand up and take out your phones. Everybody here, stand up, take out your phones. And all of us, we use social media, whether it's X or Facebook or Instagram or whatever social media network you use. And so what I want you to do, whether you take a selfie or you take a photo of me, take a photo right now. And here's what I want you to do with that photo. I want you to post it on whatever social media you use, and I want you to tell people why you're voting for Donald Trump in November. Because even though they're not going to tell the full story of what happened here today, and even though we're not always going to be able to get our message out through the left-wing media, we can get our message out through one another. So please, get out there, talk to as many people as you can, talk to them at church, talk to them on social media, make the case for Donald Trump, and we will win. Now, the second thing I want you to do, and I want to read this, I want to make sure I get this right. I think it's swampthevote.com. I want you to go to that website, swampthevote.com, because that has a lot of good information and gives you an ability to sign up and participate in what we have going on. It is shocking. Millions of church-going Christians will not vote in the 2024 election unless we convince them to. And I have a colleague of mine, he loves to say when he's standing in front of a big crowd like this, he'll say, well, we need to make sure and get out there and vote 10 times. And that'll make everybody kind of uncomfortable because they'll say, well, we follow the law. You can only vote once legally. But what he means is vote 10 times the legal way. And the way you do that is you take yourself to the polls and then you get 9 friends and family to go to the polls with you. And here's another thing that you may not realize. I talk to a lot of people, of course. I'm running for Vice President of the United States. But I talk to many people who will say, you know, if I talk to 100 Trump voters, 95 of them will say, well, I voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But 5 of them will say, I wanted to vote for Donald Trump in 2020, but something came up. You know, my son got sick and I had to get him home and take him to the doctor. Or something happened with mom, I had to take her to surgery. Or maybe I just had a late day at work and I couldn't get out there and cast my ballot. Look, I don't love that this country has gone from election day to election season, but it is what it is, and we got to play by the rules that are set. So use early voting, use mail-in voting, use voting on election day, whatever you can to get out there and make sure that if 100 people plan to vote for Donald Trump, 100 people actually get out there and do vote for Donald Trump. And I'll leave you with just this final thought, my friends. one of my dear friends, who actually was very influential in me returning to my faith, I remember before I ran for Senate, this was probably February of 2021, when I was thinking about running for Senate. I had never participated in the political process, and I was talking to my good buddy, and I said, man, there's so much that's wrong with this country. I was frustrated with so much, and I kind of went through, at the time, some of the big corporations in Georgia were going after the state for passing very moderate voter ID laws. And Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were out there arresting pro-life Catholic fathers of 7. And I was so frustrated, which is, running through the litany of things that were going on in this country that I was frustrated by. And he finally, he snapped me out of it, because you know what I was doing? There's a technical term for it: whining. I was whining. And he kind of snapped me out of it. He said, yes, JD, you're right. There are all these problems and all these issues, but despair is a sin. And I thought a lot about that over the last few years. So I talked to a lot of people, and I talked to a lot of Christians, and I think we're all good people, but I do think that sometimes we Christians give into this idea that things have gotten so bad under Kamala Harris's policies that we should despair. But I'll tell you what my friend told me almost 4 years ago: despair is a sin. They want us despairing. They want us depressed. They want us disconnected from this political process. But our faith is in the Lord God Almighty, and our God is a God of hope. So let's go win this thing, and let's do it together. God bless you guys.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. You just heard the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. That is very, very interesting what I just heard. He has been smart, sharp. Actually, I didn't know anything about J.D. Vance until he was chosen for the vice president nominee for the GOP party. But now I know why he was chosen, because I can see he's a bright person. He stays on topic, and he's sort of kind of like different from the 45th president of the United States, former President Trump. So he compliments Trump. All right, let's see what's going on with this person. It's just interesting. Let's listen.
Secret Service. This is a Fox News alert. In about 2 hours, the suspect in the second assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump will be back in federal court, where a judge will determine whether he can be released on bail.
Brooke Singman has brand new reporting that has come out in the last half hour about the suspect's movements and a note he wrote long before the attempt. Brooke?
Yeah, that's right, guys. So Ryan Ruth will appear in a West Palm Beach courtroom today at 11 a.m. Eastern time. This is the DOJ releases this letter from Ruth where he says, quote, this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Now, this letter came from a civilian that contacted police after they say Ruth dropped off a box at their house several months prior to the attempt. After learning of the incident, the witness opened this box and found ammunition with the letter that also says he will offer $150,000 to whoever can, quote, complete the job if he failed. The DOJ also saying Ruth had 6 cell phones and 2 license plates, and his internet history revealed he looked up Trump locations into October and had to travel from Palm Beach to Mexico. Last week, he was charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. The charges came after a Secret Service agent noticed what appeared to be a rifle poking out of a chain-link fence at former President Trump's Florida golf course while Trump was golfing. The Secret Service agent fired in that direction of the rifle. A witness spotted Ruth then fleeing from the area, and he was arrested shortly after. Now, the 2 charges carry a combined maximum sentence of 20 years in prison, but federal prosecutors say stronger charges could be coming. Meanwhile, the House has unanimously passed a bill to enhance Secret Service protection for presidential candidates, and that bill is now heading to the Senate. Guys.
Brooke, thank you very much. This
so many questions.
No kidding. So months ago, Ruth drops off at somebody's house a box, and the person didn't open it until Ruth popped up in the news. So obviously, this is just pure conjecture, but obviously it seems like, just like in the movies, dropped the box off and said, hey, if anything happens to me, open the box. And in the box, ammo, a metal pipe, building materials, tools, 4 phones, various letters. What's interesting is it sounds like he had no intentions of being killed by return fire because he was trying to figure out how to get to Mexico. The plates on the Nissan not registered, actually, that car, so he had a bunch of extra plates. He had 2 additional license plates. He had 6 cell phones in all. He had 12 pairs of gloves.
What's questionable, though, is in this letter it says this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you. I tried my best, gave it all my gumption that I could muster. So does that mean he's tried in the past, or was he talking about this latest one?
He failed. Ainsley, I also think, based on this letter, can we stop saying we don't know the motive? I mean, it's pretty clear in the letter what his motive and why he decided to do this and who was the intended target. I'm so sick of these press conferences where they come out for us and go, we don't know yet. We don't know his motivations. We don't know why he decides to do that. He spelled it out as what we would call in the legal field or criminal justice field as his manifesto. This is the manifesto. He even tells the person if he can't finish it, he asked someone else to finish it, and that he was going to give him, I think, $150,000. So this is a manifesto. We know the motive in that. We should stop saying we don't know.
They'll have to prove that he actually wrote this letter, that this was actually Ruth, and what attempt is he talking about? Is there another one that he tried and he failed? And also today, the judge is going to decide if he can be released on bail. We interviewed Jonathan Turley. He said, I doubt it. He probably will hold him, but he's being held for having a gun, even as a felon, which is illegal, and then taking off the serial number of the gun, but not charged yet with anything, with any stricter laws like trying to assassinate a president or trying to assassinate a Secret Service officer. So the Attorney General for the state of Florida, she has said that they are expecting more charges against him.
At the very least, it shows premeditation. It shows that he had a plan. And so let's see where they go with it, because now it's in the ball is in the Fed's court to figure out the new charges. But clearly, even on those 2 gun charges that he's being held on, he could wind up in prison for over 20 years.
Yeah, for just those 2 charges.
Yeah.
If these other charges are added, could be for life.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. That is just out of this world. That is definitely out of this world. What type of thinking did he have to be able to think that he is going to, go out there and do what he's not supposed to be doing? That's just wild. It's absolutely wild. That is wild. And the letter, some people are saying, like, why is the media putting out the letter? But it's wild, but it is. All right, let's go listen to CNN. I think Kamala Harris is going to take a trip to the border. Let's go listen.
Breaking tonight, the Harris campaign is considering a last-minute trip to the border. On Friday, during her trip to Arizona, she's hoping to change the narrative that she's soft on immigration. A new poll shows that more than half of Americans believe that Trump would be better on the issue. A trip to the border, good idea, bad idea?
Good idea. Do it all. I mean, I don't have any objection to that. I think that at the end of the day, I think that people, when they have a question about substantive policy, when it comes to immigration, I mean, there's only one person who's actually serious about passing immigration law. And what I have to remind people is like conjunction junction. You remember how a bill became a law? Conjunction
What's your
junction. What's your function? Yeah. And so, like, of course, she had a policy position on immigration. But Senator Langford, I do believe, was the senator who put up one of the toughest immigration bills that we've seen. It went through conjunction junction in the United States House of Representatives and Senate, and the person that killed it was Donald Trump. Is it what Kamala Harris wishes? No.
That's that's not completely accurate. That bill was never brought up. That bill was never brought up in the House. That bill was only brought up in the
Why was it not brought up in the House is the question.
Because that focused more on the process to bring people into the United States versus securing the border.
And who made the phone calls to the members of the United States House of Representatives?
Hold on. Okay. The bill addressed border security. It actually had a proposal to, quote unquote, shut down the border
when they hit a certain number of thousands a day.
That was a Republican idea that the White House adopted.
And Republicans can disagree with it.
It addressed it, but I mean, it addressed both sides of it. A lot of Democrats hated it, but Republicans hated it more. And here we are. So
Look, we argue about this bill all the time. We are where we are. We showed the poll. She's down on this issue. Going to the border is not going to fix that. I don't know if you all have seen the video. There's this amazing video of her from a couple of years ago out chanting, down with mass deportation. Doug was right behind her chanting along. I mean, her views on this are so obvious. Going to rallies and chanting, running on it in 2019, 2020. I mean, we know where she is on immigration vis-a-vis Donald Trump. Going to the border is not going to change that. The American people are going to see him as tough on it, tougher than she will ever want to be on it. They don't trust Democrats on this issue because of the last 3.5 years, the day one executive orders, and then waiting until the shadow of an election to try to pay some lip service to it. It's not going to work.
Scott, I don't disagree with some of the things you said about lip service or how it's going to play out. But I do want you to understand the simple fact is that Kamala Harris is the person who's actually saying that she will sign a piece of legislation. The Republican Party bastardized people such as Marco Rubio, the Gang of Eight. Have we not been here before? That they literally excommunicated from their party for trying to come together on comprehensive immigration?
I think that this is...
Nobody believes she's going to be tougher.
One of the things about this moment, the Harris campaign has just been trying to kind of float above it all, to float above the immigration arguments, float above, some of the nitty-gritty details on some of this policy. But this shows that they realize they have to do something. One of the other things that happened today, though, is that we got some crime statistics showing crime is down. Again, this was also going to be something that Trump wanted to run on Harris against. But the statistics are what they are.
Yeah, I think you said it in the last segment. Even though you said vibes don't necessarily win election, I do think that vibes very much contribute to how people feel about issues, whether it be real or whether it be imagined. And the reality is, in most people's minds, they feel like crime is out of control. Like, I'll take my city where I'm from, Detroit, as an example. When I was growing up, the level of crime in Detroit, Detroit was always in the top 3 as being one of the most murderous cities in America. 600-700 murders a year, easy. It's maybe half that now, okay? And I realize, though, the population has decreased, and that's part of it, but the approach to safety is so much better than it used to be. But unfortunately, between social media and people passing around violent videos all the time, no matter what those statistics say, I still think it roots in people's minds that crime is just out of control. And I think we're much safer as a society today than we were when I was growing up.
So I think to your point regarding social media, it's very easy to share a violent video. That those things move very quickly across the internet. But these FBI statistics leave room for questions because there are a lot of cities, major cities like Los Angeles, that are not providing that information.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but because we looked this up, I've heard this before. The FBI addressed this today. Those major cities now are reporting their crime statistics.
But they didn't in 23 on these numbers. When you go to the FBI website, they're not there, especially for homicides in LA.
Let me answer what you're saying. So now they do. Los Angeles, New York, all the major cities, any city with over 1 million people, those police departments report into these statistics. In some past years, they reported them, but the FBI did not include them because of a reporting issue. But if you look in the report, they talk about the past trends. They include that data now from those past years. The trend is still going down. So crime is going down.
But in a city like DC, the most recent crime data from DC, there have been 274 murders. It's up 35%. Robbery, you're looking at up 67%. Some of these major cities, crime is still an issue, and people are still seeing the videos because that crime is happening.
I was a long-time DC resident, so I understand what you're saying. But overall, for the country and for most major cities, it's down.
I have 2 points. I actually think you're hammer, meat, nail on head. I think you're right. And I think Scott's right. I think Jamil's right as well. I think that Democrats, for a long period of time, we put our head in the sand when it came to issues of crime, right? We talked about it in the way that you should, being smart about crime, but we didn't necessarily address the way that people feel about it. Like my mom would always say that I don't want less police officers. That's why people chose Joe Biden in the 2020 primary, because nobody wanted to defund the police, not Democratic voters. They just wanted better police, right? It wasn't about taking police off the street or defunding them. They wanted me to be able to come home safely while police were out there patrolling the neighborhoods. And so I think everybody at this table is correct that this is a serious issue that you can no longer put your head in the sand about. But I think that there are different ways in which you go about doing it. Like, for example, Kamala Harris being smart on crime, being a prosecutor, prosecuting drug rings, human trafficking is one thing. Donald Trump abusing the law and then saying he wants to give law enforcement, particularly to black men watching this, all right? Donald Trump is somebody who says he wants to give immunity to law enforcement officers, regardless of the act that they commit. Do you know how patently absurd that is? And so you have differences on policy. But the fact is, and it's a good question, and I'm glad I think we all agree, crime is a very serious issue. It's who do you want to challenge that serious issue?
I think this is multifaceted.
Can you agree? Can
I
chime in and agree?
No, we're well past that.
That was A block.
Right. Harris has some holes in her record. I mean, I think she tried to bail violent people out of jail before. She raised money for that. That's number one. Number two, she called for police to be taken out of schools. Number three, she has advocated in the past for decriminalizing illegal immigration when people come across. And so she has once again, we're back to the same conversation. What is her record? What are her public statements? What actions has she taken? And then what is she running towards in the shadow of an election? Which just makes me suspect that she wants to be tough on crime.
I hear you, and I hear you. And if I was Kamala Harris standing on stage beside Scott Jennings, what I would say is that you can't. But I'm definitely some lightweights you don't worry about. So what I would simply say is you have to look at her record as district attorney. You have to look at her record as attorney general. This isn't someone who hasn't prosecuted these people and locked these people up. This is a serious candidate with a serious law enforcement record. And as for sheriffs in schools, right now we're at a point we have to have that. Because we have mental health issues, we also have a gun problem. And so until Republicans want to come to the table and talk about the fact that every single school shooting we've had that we talk about involves a semi-automatic or automatic rifle, and we should put a ban on those weapons, then we don't really we can't meet in the middle.
But you admit that her past rhetoric would call into question how tough she wants to be. I mean, people are weighing this, like, here she was here she is. Like, what am I supposed to believe?
That's the 25% of voters right now who are saying, I don't know where she stands, and so I can't make a decision, because what they've seen before, what she's saying now, and what her past is, whether it's on crime, the economy, immigration, whatever, they've seen what she said before, they've seen where she's trying to say she is now, and that's why they're saying, I don't know which Kamala Harris to believe.
Breaking news tonight, Senate
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, smash the like button. Okay, so the 45th president actually had an interview. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. All right, so let's watch that interview. Now, concerning the vice president going to the border, well, I think it's high time she actually visited the border.
Have a clue. They don't even know what's happening. And I think that I will feel safe. I think I'm going to feel safe.
Are you ever scared?
I can't be scared, because if you're scared, you can't do your job. So I just can't be. I have thus far had somebody protecting me, because you almost think it couldn't have just been 2 times. I mean, 2 times. If I go another 300 or 400 yards walking, which I would have been there in a few minutes, right? Probably 15 minutes. Nasty things could have happened, would have happened. But we had a very good Secret Service agent that spotted a rifle coming out of a very, very dense group of trees and foliage and plants. Saw the rifle, and he started shooting. He didn't talk, he shot. And then they caught him with the help of a woman, by the way, that got the license plate, and they were able to get him in a high-speed chase down a highway. That was one. And then, of course, Butler. Everyone knows about Butler. That was a quick turn of the head to show a chart. That was a good immigration chart, showed what a good job I did, but that will go down as my all-time favorite chart.
In looking at a possible second term, I think people are curious what specific positions you've discussed giving to Bobby Kennedy, Elon Musk, and Tulsi Gabbard. 3 people, by the way, who were Democrats, or in the case of Musk, I don't know, at least supported Democrats. What specific positions do you see them holding?
And we have a lot of other Democrats that have come aboard and will come aboard. Bobby will do great on health and on the environment.
But does that mean like Health and Human Services?
No, it doesn't mean anything. It means it could be, but I didn't make deals with anybody because it's not appropriate to do it at this. It's too early. But it's getting to be that time, isn't it, when you think we have just a short while to go? It's amazing. But a short while in my life is an eternity. So we'll see what happens. But Bobby's a really... what he's done on healthcare over the years. I mean, I've known him for a long time. And with him, it's eating what you eat, what chemicals you put in your body. I mean, he's been fighting for this for years. He looks at other countries where they don't use chemicals or they use much less than we use, and the people are healthier than they are in the United States, which is not that healthy a country. Also environmentally, and I understand the environment, I think, as well as anybody, but I also want to have the greatest economy. We had the greatest economy ever, and we're going to have the greatest economy again, even better. We're going to bring back the auto business. We're going to bring back a lot of businesses into our country that nobody thought would have been possible. Now they think it would have been. And what I did during my term, I had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think in the history of the world. There's never been such production that we had. And I'll be able to do it again, and I think very quickly. One of the assets we have is we have more liquid gold, meaning oil, etc., under our feet than anybody else, than any other country, including Saudi Arabia and Russia. And we were energy independent just a short while ago. We'll be energy independent, but we'll actually be energy dominant again. And we're going to make a lot of money. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to pay down debt. And we're going to do things that nobody would have thought possible. But Bobby's great. Tulsi has always been good from the standpoint of common sense. She's like a common sense person. I've watched her for a long time on shows. I've known her a little bit. And it was a great honor when we got her. She's, you're right, she was a Democrat and popular too in Hawaii. And she will be terrific.
And Elon Musk?
Well, Elon is Elon. I mean, Elon is, he's endorsed me very powerfully. He feels this is the most important election we've ever had. And as you know, he probably has a couple of other things to do. But
he's indicated he might be willing to help with like government waste type issues.
What he will do is, and the thing that we talk about more than anything else is exactly that, it's costs.
Thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. We are currently listening to the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. Watch and enjoy the interview. Let's get it.
He's a big cost cutter. He's always been very good at it. And I'm good at it. But Elon, I'll tell you what, he will go in and he'll say, this is what you have to do. You have to do this. He is so into that. He feels there's so much waste and fat in this country, and he's right. He's 100% right, and he's been just great. He's given me ringing endorsements, even though I disagree with him a little bit on the electric car. But he agrees with me from the standpoint that not every car should be electric. They have an electric mandate that will put Detroit and every other automaker out of business entirely within 2 years. And I'm going to terminate that immediately. That'll be in the first day. I'll terminate it. And we want electric cars. But we want really to have all cars. You have hybrids, you have everything. You have gas-powered cars. We have gasoline, more gasoline than anybody else. We want to use it. Right now, they're mandating electric cars. They don't go far. They're very expensive, and they're going to be built in China. They're all going to be built in China. And what the auto workers, the union, has done is just a disgrace. We've lost 50% of our business over the period of 25 years. A lot of it went to Mexico, a lot of it went to China, it went all over the world, Japan, it went all over the world, and we're going to get it back. We will be at a level that nobody would have thought possible with automaking, and I'm going to cut fuel prices in half within 12 months, so that, because the energy costs are so high, the biggest problem, and you can see this even in polling, that people have is everything's too expensive, because under Harris or Biden or both, you can call it any way you want, under them, under this administration, the costs have gone out of control. People cannot afford it. If I cut energy, and I'll be able to cut it in half within 12 months, if I do that, oh, the world will be, this world, the world that we live in, will be a different place.
We continue our conversation with former President Trump after a break. On immigration, which you've mentioned, most people seem to think that you can tighten up the border. And for the untold millions who are here illegally that you referred to, you've talked about a mass deportation program. How is that practically possible? Because a lot of the millions of people have had children here who are American citizens. And don't you think the first time there is an image on television of a family tearfully being told to board a bus, that whole program would end?
That's right. If you take a young woman with 2 beautiful children, and you put her on a bus, and it ends up on the front page of every newspaper. It makes it a lot harder.
So yes to mass deportation, even of women and
So
children.
we're going to
and
look
so
at
on.
it very closely. The way you phrase it is exactly right. You put one wrong person onto a bus or onto an airplane, and your radical left lunatics will try and make it sound like the worst thing that's ever happened. But we're getting the criminals out, and we're going to do that fast, and we know who they are. And the local police know their names, and they know their serial numbers. They know everything about them. We work with the local police, the local law enforcement, which is great all throughout the country. But we have to get, look, we have people, we have murderers that have been let into our country. They're not going to get better. We have people that are insane, that their mental institutions are, the mental institutions all over the world have a much lower population, and in many cases, they've been emptied out. The jails are down to much lower numbers, and soon they'll be emptied out. They're emptying out into the United States of America. We're not a dumping ground. We're going to get all of those people out, and we're going to get them out fast. And we have no choice, because that's not sustainable by any country.
On the economy, which you've mentioned, for our viewers, a dozen eggs under Trump cost no more than $2.08 and as low as $1.46. Under Biden-Harris last month, $3.20. A gallon of unleaded regular gas under Trump as low as $1.88, never hitting $3. Biden-Harris as high as $5.06, and last month still $3.52. Kamala Harris has been very short on specifics when it comes to economy, other than saying she wants an opportunity economy. What are the specific mechanics of how prices come down? You know, the steps that would be taken in a second term for you?
So, first of all, she can't do an interview. She could never do this interview because you ask questions like, give me a specific answer. She talks about her lawn when she was growing up. This woman is not equipped to be president. She's not equipped to deal with President Xi, who I took in hundreds of billions of dollars with him, and Putin. We had no war with Putin. Remember, and I'm just going to go off just for this, with Bush, they took a lot, Russia. With Biden, they're trying to take everything. With Obama, they took a lot. With Trump, Russia took nothing. Just remember that. You know, it's a little chart. But what happened, and when you look at what took place, was so sad. When they took over, they cut the oil way down, and oil started going through the roof. It was going to go to $10 a gallon. It was going to go to numbers that nobody's ever seen. And so they went back to the Trump drilling. They said, let it go back. That was the only good thing, but they stopped. Because I would be there, but 4 years later, I would be triple what the number was. Right now, they're just about even where I was. But they only did that because of the fact that they eventually have an election coming up. And you remember at the beginning what happened. That's one of the reasons that Putin went in, because it went to $100 a barrel instead of $40 a barrel. And he could fight all the wars he wants with those kind of numbers because he's a big seller of oil and gas. So what happens is they went back to what I was doing, just said reopen, just reopen. It wasn't hard. It's so crazy what they want to do. They're going to destroy lives. They're going to destroy what they have done to this country, and especially in the sense of allowing millions and millions of people come in, because that's something, you know, we can fix the gasoline situation and we can fix the anything.
Do prices come down magically because it's not them?
They come down with energy and they come down with interest rates. We're going to get, as I told you, we're going to get energy down by 50% in 12 months. We're going to have it. It's going to be a major smash on energy. If you look at the energy for, and I'm not just talking about cars, I'm talking about air conditioning, heating, your basic energy, operating a bakery, operating any kind of a business, it's all having to do with energy. That was where they started wrong. When they cut way back on what I did, and again, just so you understand, they then let it go back to where it was, which was a very smart thing. Otherwise, you would have had, I think you would have had a depression, if you want to know the truth. But energy was rising at a level that nobody had ever seen. And then they said, go back, go back. They were telling people, go back to your wells, go back to drilling, go back to fracking, do whatever you have to do. But if they win, the day after, they're going all the way. They were only doing that because of an election coming up. They're going all the way. It's madness. And what they've done to our country is mad.
I'm wondering, looking back at you sitting out for 4 years, basically, at least, is there a benefit to that in terms of you being able to see, maybe to regather, regroup, see who you could trust and who you can't trust?
Well, that's a good point, but I'll tell you the maybe bigger point. It would have been easier if I did it, contiguous, to be honest. You have to go a long way back in history to see the one person that was able to do it non-consecutively. But the benefit is, more than anything else, it shows how bad they were. It shows how bad this radical left, liberal, crazy philosophy is with defund the police. They wanted to defund the police. She still wants to defund the police. Anybody that wanted to defund, she was a leader of the defund the police, Kamala. I'd call her Harris, but nobody knows who I'm talking about when I say Harris. They only know, it's a sort of interesting, it's her last name, but nobody knows who I'm talking about. Defund the police, all of these different things. It shows how bad they were. It shows how much they don't work. And I think it makes it much easier for me to do my job. People want us to do the job. They've got to stop crime. They've got to stop crime. You go out for a loaf of bread today and you end up getting mugged, killed, shot. If you look at Chicago, just a short while ago on Labor Day weekend, they had over 100 people shot. 17 people died. You don't have numbers like that in Afghanistan and all these other countries we talk about as being unsafe countries. There are no numbers like that. You take a look at Chicago, you take a look at the crime all over the United States. That's why the FBI has to give the real numbers, but the DOJ gave the real numbers, and crime is absolutely out of control. We're going to make sure, we have a little expression, it's called MAGA. It's called Make America Great Again. That's what we're going to do, because America is not great now.
By the way, we asked Kamala Harris for an interview, but so far, she hasn't agreed. Back after a short break. On COVID, you frequently say at your rallies and so on that you don't feel like you get enough credit on COVID. But by nearly every assessment, the CDC failed miserably at job one. And yes, the COVID vaccines were developed in record time, but as we now know, they don't prevent infection, illness, or transmission, and they have very potentially serious side effects. Do you think that maybe they were approved too fast? And in hindsight, based on what we know now, what would you have done differently?
Well, I think they're doing studies on the vaccines, and we're going to find out, and it'll come out one way or the other. But I really had a mandate to get vaccines done, and I got them done very quickly in record time. The Democrats love it. The Democrats love it, and the Republicans don't. It's very interesting. The vaccines, they love it. I have a friend of mine who said to me, why don't you talk about the vaccine, what you did with the vaccine? He's a Democrat, but I'm sure he voted for me. He said, what you did was the most incredible thing that any president has ever done. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives all over the world. And this was just recently, very smart guy. He said, I don't understand why you don't talk about it. And I don't talk about it. But if you go to Pfizer, if you go to some of these companies, they have charts and they have all sorts of statistics. And I say, why don't you release those statistics? Let people know. But I don't talk about it. I can say this, the Democrats would love to claim it. The Republicans don't want to claim it. But it'll be determined, I'd say, over the next 12 months. I say this in terms of overall, I think I did an amazing job with COVID. I never got the credit for it. Remember that more people died under Biden-Harris than died under Trump. And they had a much easier time because when it came in here, nobody knew what it was. It came from the Wuhan labs, which I always said, but nobody really knew what it was, where it came from, nothing. They knew nothing. And we got hit. And I got great credit on military. We knocked out ISIS. We rebuilt the military. Great credit on military. Great credit on the economy. I never got great credit on the fighting of the China virus, which is COVID, but we call it the China virus because we like to be accurate. But if you think of what I've done, I took a disaster that came into our shores, that dust flew in from China, and we started making things like the ventilators. We were supplying the whole world with ventilators within a period of 7 months. We took auto factories and started making ventilators in auto factories. We did the gowns, the costume, all of the different things, all of the rubberized products, the masks, everything. And we also had to go because when I took over, the cupboards were bare. We had nothing. We were supposed to have, but we had nothing. And in all fairness to previous presidents, the reason is that nobody really thought a pandemic in this world, in this age, was possible. You remember 1917, we had the great pandemic that people talk about. 100 million people, they say, died. And basically, this would have happened here, too. And it didn't happen here. I think I did a great job. I think I will not be given credit for it. But there are a lot of people that think I did a really fantastic job on that. Nobody knew what it was. Nobody knew where it came from. And remember, we had far fewer deaths than Biden, and Biden just got the tail end. So we did a good job.
More with Donald Trump after a break. Questions that are just sort of one sentence maybe. What are 2 things you do to stay healthy?
Well, I used to play golf a little bit. That gave me, so I don't know, but it seems to be quite a dangerous sport in retrospect. I try and eat properly. I do the best, and I try and get some. I do, but proper hamburgers. But I like perhaps all of the wrong food. But then I say, does anybody know what the right food is?
You're
I
right
have
about
people
that.
lecturing me for years. Oh, don't eat this, don't eat that. They're gone. They have passed away long ago. And here I am. So I'm not sure I want to make too many changes.
And then, if you're not successful this time, do you see yourself running again in 4 years?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I think that will be it. I don't see that at all. I think that hopefully we're going to be successful.
Mr. President, thank you for the interview. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cheryl.
Whoa, we heard the 45th. He said he isn't successful this time. This time, he is not going to run again. Whew. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Okay, right now, this is going to be the last video for the day. We are going to throw it back to 6 years ago when the OG, the legendary former President Trump, hosted tax cuts for Florida small businesses at a roundtable. Let's get it. Sub up, sub up, sub up.
It was going to be next to.
Oh, what a group. What a group. These are my friends. These are great friends. And we have great friends right here. So thank you very much, everybody. We really appreciate it. We've made tremendous progress in our country. We're working on new trade deals that are going to be great deals. We're, as you know, very tough on Cuba. I have no choice. Not fair. Not fair what happened. We're tough. But this is our, we're going to celebrate a little bit. I love behind us, USA Open for Business. Whose idea was that? That's Marco. It was Marco. And it is. It's open for business. We're doing tremendously. Companies are moving back into our country now. We have billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars going to be coming back in. Already started. Apple, $350 billion investment in really a new campus, beautiful, beautiful campus and plants. And I've always wanted that. So many of the companies are bringing back their money. They're putting it to work. Chrysler's opening up a big, beautiful plant in Michigan, and so many other car companies. And it's a whole different story. They all want to be part of it. And I want to thank Senator Rubio. He's been a great friend. Great. And Mario, I want to thank you. You have, right from day one. Thank you. Our Secretary of the Treasury, he's right there, and our Secretary of Labor. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Steve. Great choices. Not all of my choices were good, but they were great ones. Tomorrow's tax day, and we're going to hear from everybody and we have heard from so many people. They're so thrilled. And remember this is the last time you're going to fill up that long, complicated, horrible return. I would say that some of these companies that do all that work on getting a lot of money for doing your tax returns, they're not going to be too happy with us, but that's about the only business that won't be. So tomorrow, last day, very importantly, next year it's going to be a simple, for the most part, one page. It may get a little bit bigger, but it'll be simple and easy to do. And very importantly, you're going to have a lot of money left over from what you have. And we didn't get one Democrat to vote for us, and Senator Nelson was hostile to it. And let me tell you, if for any reason they get in, meaning the Democrats, they're going to raise your taxes way up high, they're going to terminate this out. Of course, I'll veto it, that's all right, but eventually they want to terminate and they want to raise your taxes. And we cannot let that happen because this country is starting to rock with our businesses coming back in. It's starting to really rock. So we've had massive tax cuts, and I mean massive. We've had tremendous success from the company standpoint and from the people standpoint. They're going out. They have a lot more money to spend. And, you know, something happened that we didn't even expect. Nobody talked about it. When we first had it passed, it started with, well, AT&T. We might as well give them credit. But they gave $1,000 bonuses to their employees, and that's a lot of employees. Then all of a sudden, other companies came along, and now you have all of the so many of the big companies, they've given bonuses to the people that work for the companies. That was unexpected. Nobody thought that was going to happen. And most importantly, we waited till February 1st, and you see what's happened to your wallet. I mean, you're getting a lot more money in your weekly or monthly checks than you ever thought possible. So people are really liking it, and very importantly, it's great for the country. Our taxes were the highest or among the highest, but just about, I would say, Marco, they were the highest in the world from a business standpoint. That's why businesses were leaving. Now, they're not the lowest, but they're on the low side, and businesses are pouring back into the United States, and that means jobs. That means jobs. So we've created, since Election Day, that beautiful, beautiful day. Was that a great day? That was a beautiful day. Mario was saying we got a big, big percentage vote over here, didn't we? Huh? We got a big percentage vote. But since Election Day, we've created 3 million new jobs. 3 million. And people, if I would have said that prior to the election, that we'll create in a short period of time 3 million jobs, they would have said, that's ridiculous, that's an exaggeration, how can it be possible? We would have taken a lot of heat. But we've created 3 million new jobs, and now the number is even higher than that. So since Election Day, 3 million new jobs. Unemployment rates for Hispanics. Are there any Hispanics in the room? No, I don't. For Hispanics, we have the lowest level ever recorded. In other words, you have more employment. Now think of it, lowest level employment rates. For African Americans, the lowest level ever recorded. And I'm really proud of that. Unemployment for women, lowest level in 18 years. Women out there. So that means if you're a woman and Hispanic or a woman and African American, you're really doing well, right? That means you're really doing well. Remember when I used to say that I used to take heat for it, what do you have to lose? I'd say, what do you have to lose? Every once in a while I'd say, if it was a rambunctious stadium or something, I'd say, what the hell do you have to lose, right?
And I get criticized by those people, the fake media back there. Fake media. No, I'd get criticized for using the word hell. I say, I've heard a heck of a lot worse than that. But the economy, Larry Kudlow's here someplace. Where's Larry? Larry Kudlow. Where's Larry? Come on, Larry, stand up. He just gave me a number. He said the economy is entering the greatest boom in many decades. In other words, it's now at the early phase. Would you say that, Larry? Of the earliest and greatest. This could be one of the greatest booms ever. I think it will be, actually, because the companies are so strong and they're ready to rock. What do you think, Larry? Good. I thought you were going to say that. Could you imagine if he didn't? Could you imagine if he said, no, I disagree with that? Right. Everybody's going to benefit, he said. That's right. And very importantly, and by the way, John Bolton is here, and we just had a big, successful hit. John? So I think John, that's pretty good. I didn't expect that. I'm a little jealous. Are you giving him all the credit? That's. Uh-oh, you know that means the end of his job. You know. He did. Did he do it? Did our generals do a great job? Did our military do a great job? Yes, they did. And you know, with way over 100 missiles shot in, they didn't shoot one down. The equipment didn't work too well, their equipment, and they didn't shoot one. You know, you heard, oh, they shot 40 down, then they shot 15 down. They watched. Then I called, I said, did they? No, sir. Every single one hit its target. Think of that. How genius. Not one was shot. So we have the biggest tax cut in history, bigger than the Reagan tax cut, bigger than any tax cut, but what else? The individual mandate is gone. That's on Obamacare, which is about the end of Obamacare. So we had Obamacare beat, then one senator decided to go thumbs down. Do you remember that evening? Do you remember that? No, nobody remembers. Thumbs down here. It's all right. Because Alex Acosta has come up, and you know, this is a plan that a lot of people have wanted for a long time, associations, and we're going to have tremendous sign-ups. And Alex, when is that, tell me if you could, when is that going to be ready where people can actually start signing and doing it in groups and through cooperatives, et cetera?
That's right, Mr. President. We hope to have that by this summer.
It's going to be incredible. You're going to get tremendous insurance at a very low cost. So the individual mandate is dead. Anwar is up. That's the big energy that nobody thought. You know, it's funny. I didn't want to do it. I said, no, let's not do that. And then a person called up who I have a lot of respect for in the energy business. He said, is it true that you're going to get Anwar as part of your tax cut plan? You know, they put a lot of things in. So we had the individual mandate. We have Anwar. I said, yeah, it's true. Tell me about it, because I'm not inclined to do it. I said, for a very specific reason. He said, well, I tell you, it's pretty amazing. He didn't benefit by it, but he said, they've been trying to get this passed since Ronald Reagan. Nobody could get it done. No president could get it done. Nobody. It's impossible. It's perhaps the biggest, the best in the world in terms of energy, in terms of a field. He said, nobody's been able to get it done. As soon as I heard that, I called up. I said, put that back in the bill quickly. Right? And we got it done. Marco, we got it done. That was a big deal. And that's a lot of jobs in Alaska. That's a lot of jobs. So just another thing, because, you know, the tax cut is massive, and not since Reagan. But this is bigger. You look at the whole bill, it's bigger than anything ever passed. But very importantly, and that's a tremendous asset to our country, but we did another thing that people don't talk about much. We cut regulations at a level that nobody's seen in the history of our country, more than any other president. So I'm here 15, 16 months. And we've cut more regulations than any president, whether it's 4 years, 8 years, or in one case, 16 years. Nobody's even close. And we're not finished yet. Where roads and highways would take 17, 18 years to get a permit or not even get approved. You know, the worst is they go out 17 years and then they'd vote it down. We're looking to get it down to 2 years and maybe even 1 year. And maybe get rejected. You know, nobody's going to say it's not going to get, maybe it gets rejected, but if it does, it's going to get rejected quickly. You're not going to take an entire lifetime to get something approved, and then all of a sudden you find out, and I've had projects where it took years and years, and then you go, fortunately, they got approved. But I've had projects that took 4, 5, 6 years to get approved, big building projects, and I said to myself, going into the final approvals, I said, you know, if these 5 people don't vote for it, I've wasted millions and millions of dollars, and I've wasted 5 or 6 years of my life trying to get a project approved. It's not right. You know if something's good, if it's good, and if it's going to get approved. So we have the biggest regulation cut, and I'm not so sure that the regulation cut, Marco, isn't even more important than this massive tax cut, but it's right up there, and we're continuing to go. So we think that things that would take sometimes 2 decades to get approved can be done in 2 years and even 1 year. And again, if they're not environmentally good, if they're not safe, if it's not great for our water and our air and all of the things that we watch and we think are so important, we're not going to approve it. But we're going to have fast approvals. We have many, many jobs that started now that would never start if the other administration came in. And that's why you see the job numbers the way they are. The job numbers are through the roof, and the training numbers are through the roof. And you see it. And they don't talk about regulation much. I think it's as important as the big, massive tax cuts. So I just want to let you know that business and consumer confidence in our country is at an all-time high. Larry just gave me the numbers, and there's nothing close. So we're at an all-time high. And the tax cuts for a family, let's talk about just families now, because number one, the jobs, you have choice. You know, we're creating choice for our great veterans, all right? Choice. This is a different kind of choice. So this is a different kind of choice. This is choice for a job. In the past, jobs, we weren't doing great, and you'd have one job and you'd hold on. You really have choice. People are hiring, and wages for the first time in 18 years are going up. Because I used to make the speeches. I came down here and made one. Wages were stagnant and even going down. People made more money 18 years ago, and today they're working 2 and 3 jobs. First time in 18 years where wages are going up. Congratulations. Enjoy your money. Congratulations. So today, we're joined by Florida business owners and workers who are experiencing the incredible results of the tax cuts, and I'd like to invite each of you to share some of your stories. If we can start, let's start right at the end of the table.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You look like a very prosperous guy, I have to say.
Trying to be. My name is Alberto Bello. I'm of Cuban-American descent, born and raised in Hialeah, Florida, and very proud of that. Thank you. My family history in trucking goes back to days since 1972. My father opened Palmetto Transport in 1992, and I was successful enough and happy enough to take the company over in 2004. Due to the surging economy we have now in South Florida and to the tax reform, I've been able to invest in newer technology, been able to buy more equipment, and hire more employees for my business. And Mr. President, I just want to say thank you for making America great again.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Marco, you have been such a help. I'd like you to say a few words before we go next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Being here, I think it'd be remiss if I first didn't thank you for being a champion for the cause of freedom and democracy in this hemisphere. That was very clear this weekend with the Vice President's presence at the Summit of the Americas, whether it's on Cuba or on Venezuela. The United States has led the way on fighting for freedom. And I want to thank you for John Bolton, because I said the day that he was hired was a bad day for Maduro and Castro and a great day for the cause of freedom in this hemisphere. And I want to thank you for fighting for the American worker. Because behind all these businesses, they're going to be the first ones to tell you is the American worker. The American worker has been forgotten for far too long. The people that put in 8, 10, 12 hours a day, 6, 7 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week. There's dignity. Work isn't just about money. It's about the dignity that comes with work. And they've been beat up and ignored for far too long, whether it's taxes, whether it's jobs sent to other countries. This tax reform is about them, but you're doing something else that's very important. You're finally doing what I wish previous administrations have done. You are taking on the cheating and the stealing the Chinese have committed against our economy for the better part of 30 years. And finally, I want to thank you as well for the child tax credit. Millions of parents across this country will have more money in their pocket come tax time next year because of your leadership and of your work. And if I may, for 15 seconds, because a lot of those people covering this do so in Spanish, rather than let them use an interpreter, can I just say something to them? So, quiero darte las gracias, señor presidente, por ser un campeón a favor de la democracia y la libertad en este hemisferio, a favor de la libertad del pueblo de Cuba y del pueblo de Venezuela. Muchas gracias.
So I was going to ask, is he better in English or Spanish? But they didn't stand for the English and they stood for the Spanish, so I don't have to ask the question. That's very good, actually.
I just said they saved a bunch of money by switching to Geico.
That's good. Very good. Thank you, Marco, very much. We appreciate it. And, you know, Doral, right down the road, I own it. Surrounded. I don't think about it anymore, I will tell you. Surrounded by Venezuelans, as you know. A lot of Venezuelans. Those are great, great people. And we are working very hard on the Venezuelan horror show that's happening. And I think you see that. I think you know that. But I got to know the Venezuelan people because so many of them are in that area, the Doral area. And I will tell you, these are great people. So between Cuba and Venezuela and really, hopefully every place else, you are very well represented. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So go ahead. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Dr. Patricia Junquera. I was born in Cuba, October 27, 1948, and came to this country in 1967. Since 1984, I have practiced dentistry in Miami-Dade County. For my business and my practice, the tax law that was passed on December 2017 has brought improvement to the practice, like we were able to buy new and last generation equipment. My office, Junquera Family Dentistry, includes is a large facility with a dental unit. It's a small corporation where our clinic has 4 dentists and 14 employees, and all of them have beneficiated from this law. Secretaries, hygienists, assistants have all received bonuses, also an increment on their check. Huge motivation is noticed. Due to the changes in that tax policies, we plan to open more positions in the front office and as a hygienist. It is a pleasure to have you here with us, and I am glad that you are taking action to make America truly great again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Beautiful, beautiful job. So I know Maximo, and you built a great company, and now it's become, you just said, even greater. So go ahead, let us know. How many more people are you hiring?
Well, number one, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Maximo.
It's really overwhelming a feeling to think that almost 60 years ago, at age 13, I arrived in this great country of ours, and that one day, 60 days later, I was going to be next to Marco Rubio, our greatest senator, and one of the best presidents, perhaps the best president. My name is Maximo Alvarez. Most of you people know me as Max. I said this before. I'm a Pedro Pan. I was one of over 14,000 children that came from Cuba without parents. And lo and behold, I happened to arrive at the finest, most generous country in the world. And my notes look similar to the president, believe it or not. He's got just notes just like this, so just really, because we talk from our hearts, so we don't have to read very much to tell you our little story. It's a story of many, many millions of people who come to this country to look for an opportunity. And our president has now restored the capacity of people like me that started a business from the trunk of our cars to become a very prominent company where we impact over 40,000 families. And thank you, Mr. President. I'm very happy that right before he was elected, we had a town hall meeting, and I took the liberty of electing him. I said, we're going to elect you in November, and we're going to see you soon. My God, I look prophetic today. Just to give you an idea about the impact of the tax laws passed by Mr. Trump, our president, who, by the way, didn't get everything that he wanted, but still we settled for it, because he has to deal with some people who still do not understand what really makes America great, but I'm pretty sure in time they will. But just to give you an idea, my company, who runs and or supplies over 400 gas stations in the South Florida area, we have hired over 40 people that definitely we have not been able to hire if not for these tax cuts that allow us to have the extra income to do this. For example, something very simple. The fact that we can now write off the equipment that normally would have taken us 10, 15 years to write it off. Now we can do it immediately. Imagine how many businesses that produces, how many families are working, how many people need to install that equipment, and so on and so forth. So thank you, Mr. President, because it's not only the tax laws, it's the regulations, the ridiculous regulations that we had that prevented people to do what I did 31 years ago, starting a company with nothing and became a very prominent company. And this is the only country in the world that you can do this. And I hate to get emotional, but it happened to be in the petroleum industry. And of course, we're supposed to be bad people because we damage the environment, when in essence, we probably protect the environment more than anybody else. And it was this president that allowed the construction of the Keystone Pipeline, which will then, believe it or not, will provide cheaper oil, cheaper fuel to all of us. And it was Mr. Donald Trump, our president, who made that happen immediately. As a typical Latin person, I must stop now because they told me only 1 or 2 minutes. I could be here for the rest of the day. I just want to tell you that those of us who have been successful are now an example of all our children to follow in our footsteps. And I challenge my colleagues to understand that if I gave everything that I have today, it would only be 10% of what I was given when I came to this country of ours. Thank you very much. On a side note, he owns Doral. I live it because I've been at Doral since 1988. Thank you very much. where he took something that was run down, that it was absolutely third world country, and made it into the nicest place that we have in South Florida. Thank you very much. And that's on the side note.
Actually, he was much quicker than I thought, okay? So, Irina, you have a great story. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be here with you today. It is a great honor.
Thank you.
My name is Irina Vilariño. My family and I arrived in 1980 during the Mariel Exodus. We brought nothing with us, only the clothes we were wearing. However, we didn't come here for a handout. We came here because this was the promised land, a country that promised political stability, respect of law, opportunity, and freedom. In 1984, we opened our first restaurant in South Florida, Las Vegas Cuban Cuisine. Today, we operate 15 units, including La Casita, Cuba, and Miami International Airport. Thank you. And we employ over 400 employees in South Florida. We were hit hard during the last administration's tax hike, and are most grateful for your Tax and Jobs Reform Act. It allows us to keep more of our hard-worked earnings, allowing us to reinvest in better and new operations, thereby creating more jobs. I personally think it's better for the country than studying tadpoles in some dry river down in California. Thank you. Government helps small businesses by letting us do our jobs and getting out of the way, by unleashing the American spirit. Your incentives have created huge demand in the labor market. So, therefore, in order to retain and hire new employees, our hourly employees have seen an approximate wage increase of about 20% in this short time period. People are earning more, and therefore, this gives them confidence to go out and spend more, a win-win for everyone. On a personal note, I'd like to say that I've been a supporter from day one. You announced your candidacy, and I have Facebook to prove it.
Good.
Having come from a country that promised everything and only delivered misery, I knew that 8 years of promoting appeasement, apologies, and entitlement was taking us down a path of no return. Lastly, I leave you with a thought from a great Cuban thinker, José Martí. It is a sad thing not to have friends, but even sadder must it be not having any enemies. That a man should not have no enemies is a sign that he has no talent to outshine others, nor character to inspire, no valor to be feared, no honor to be rumored, nor goods to be coveted, nor anything to be envied. I am grateful millions of us had the good sense to elect a man who believes in the greatness of this country so that it may be preserved at all costs for future generations. Thank you, and God bless you.
I think the politicians are being beaten today. So, Mario, give us a good few words, please.
Mr. President, after that one, it's hard to follow. But let me first agree to what our fine senator stated. This community understands freedom, what it takes, the loss of freedom, and your support in this hemisphere, but particular for the cause of a free Cuba and a free Venezuela, is something that we thank God every day for. Number one. Number two, again, this is a community that's very diverse. And, Mr. President, one of the things that I never thought I would see, and I was getting frustrated, is finally moving the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. Thank you for your courage. As you saw, Mr. President, Hialeah is very special. This is a hardworking community. These are hardworking people. These are folks that, again, most of them came from a place where freedom does not exist. They work hard, and they understand that when the federal government takes their money, again, it's their money, and kind of does some things that are not very productive, they understand that's not the way to do it. And you heard it here today. This bill has made it possible for hard-working men and women in places like this, like Hialeah, to keep more of their hard-earned money. And for that, obviously, we're all grateful. But, you know, folks know me as an appropriator, but I'm also on the Budget Committee. And if you look at where we were, folks, look at where we were. CBO had the forecasts for the next foreseeable future, 10 years, of less than 2% growth. That's where we were headed. That was the new normal. And I think a lot of people may have kind of given up, but look what happens when you cut regulation, you lower taxes, you free up the American people, good things happen. So we're very grateful, and no place in the country is more emblematic of the hard work of the American people and the entrepreneurship that here in Hialeah. Welcome to Hialeah, Mr. President.
You know, Max mentioned something that nobody thought they'd ever see, and that's one-year expensing. The expensing of equipment and other things that you're going to be investing in where you can write it off in 1 year. Nobody thought they'd ever see that, and that's had a huge impact. I think that's even bigger than the trillions of dollars that are going to come back from foreign lands because, as you know, the money was locked out there. Under the old laws, you could never bring it back in. It was impossible almost. And the taxes were too high. If they did bring it in, it was a very complicated thing to do, but if they did bring it in, the taxes were so high it made no sense. So we have trillions of dollars coming back into our country, but I believe that expensing, a very simple clause that we got in, Marco, wasn't easy, but I think the one-year expensing is going to have a bigger impact than almost anything else in the bill. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, thank you for inviting me amongst this august group of people. Like Max, my name is Guillermo Díaz Rosero. Like Max, I came to the United States in 1960 from Cuba, also without my parents. The uncles that I came here to visit they were in the camps in the Cuban invasion. So I was here by myself with my brother at that time, which is a story that is very common to all the people here. You'll find that most Cubans have a story, and one thing that you mentioned, and when you were describing Cubans, we're motivated and we're passionate about the things that we do. Continental National Bank, which I'm the president of, was established in 1974. It was the first Cuban-American bank in the United States, the National Bank. I joined Continental in 1976, so I've been there for some time. How your tax cuts have impacted my institution, I can tell you that, and as Secretary of State Steve Mnuchin can warrant, we look at the economy to plan our future. Last year was a very strong year. Most banks did not grow 20%. We grew our assets by 20% because of the strength of the economy. I can tell you that we're ahead of the pace from that. One of the things about employment, before you can hire anybody that you wanted because there were so many bankers out of work, not anymore. Now we compete against each other. We have a group of bankers there. We're stealing from each other, and you better pay top dollar in order to get that high, really necessary individual for your business to work with. I want to and our loan revenues are over the top from last year at this point in time. I want to personally thank you, sir, for the actions that you've taken in the world and here in Miami.
Thank you very much. It's very nice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for doing this here in the city of Hialeah. This is a very meaningful place for a lot of us. Jose Maya, owner of Biscayne Bay Brewing Company. We have a craft brewery actually based in Doral, but I actually grew up 5 blocks from here in an apartment building just down the street. I attended middle school next door at Jose Marti Middle School, and I played on these courts of these fields, and there's so many parks in the city of Hialeah. I'm a proud product of the city of Hialeah Parks and Recreation System. My parents, my mother Marlene and my father Nicholas Malaya, both immigrants from Ecuador and Cuba. And for me to be sitting here with you today, living out my dream as a small business owner, surrounded with so many amazing leaders and other successful business owners, is a testament to why this really is the greatest country in the history of the world. So thank you so much for
Thank you
fighting.
very much.
The Tax Cut and Jobs Act has really been just an amazing benefit to the craft beer community. It included a 50% reduction in the excise tax on our beer, which has helped all of us small craft brewers. We're all small manufacturing businesses that are growing, reinvest in our businesses. Biscayne Bay Brewing Company has been able to buy additional equipment, about $100,000 in equipment, also because of other benefits in the tax package that have allowed us to increase our production by 40%. That has led already to 2 jobs being created and potentially another 4 before the end of the year. And that's just one brewery. We have 6,000 craft breweries across the country. So the economic impact of this is tremendous. Then when you look at how that impacts American farmers who sell grain to craft brewers, American hop growers that sell hops, and even companies like All American Container. I saw Remedios here in the audience today. We buy our bottles from them, and they are an amazing success story in and of themselves. So the impact of these laws and your policies have just been tremendously compounding. I think it's important to continue to fight for those issues. I thank all of you leaders that are here that fought the fight in Congress, and also yourself who went around and sold this important package. Continue to fight, and let's find a way to make some of these permanent. In our case, the excise tax cut sunsets in a couple of years, and it's critical that we just continue to fight for this, continue to fight for economic freedom, and like everyone mentioned, the opportunities that we have in this great country that so many of us our parents didn't have in theirs. It's why, so many of you continue to lead, and it's important that we continue to do this, and we're here to support you. I know Hialeah will always be behind you, but all of us in the business community are incredibly grateful. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much. That's beautiful. Thank you. Well, I really appreciate the support that we've had from Hialeah and from Florida, the state of Florida. It was a great victory. It was a big victory. You remember that famous evening, Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. And they started saying, oh, wow. That was a long evening for them. We had a lot of great success. And I think most importantly, somebody, actually not even a friend of mine, said that President Trump has actually produced more than he's promised. And I think if you look at what's happening with the economy, with the regulations, with the taxes that most people said would never, ever be able to happen. They used to call it tax reform. And that's why for almost 40 years they couldn't get anything passed, because they used the word tax reform. So I met with the politicians, and, I've only been doing this for like 2.5 years. So I said, what's the problem? How can you not get tax cuts? They said, well, we don't call it tax cuts. We call it tax reform. I said, that's your problem. Tax reform doesn't work, because we do have tax reform, but people don't understand that, what we're doing is cutting taxes. We're also reforming, but that could be an increase in taxes. We're cutting taxes. So we go the tax cut and jobs plan. Now, I wanted to call it, they asked me, what would you like to call it? I said, how about, this is after the word reform, how about the tax cut plan? And they thought it was a little tacky. I said, but it gets the point across. But we did call it the tax cut plan. So it was very big. I just want to leave you with this. We lose a tremendous number of jobs and money with almost every country we do business with. And in many cases, our friends are worse than our enemies in terms of trade deals. They're being renegotiated. We're straightening them out. If we don't straighten them out, we're going to terminate them and we'll start all over again. But our country has been taken advantage of for many, many years. Whether it's China, whether it's Mexico, whether it's I could name almost every country. The European Union, as an example, it's very hard to do business. We lost $151 billion with the European Union last year. $151 billion. It's very hard for us to get our products in, but they send their cars in, like Mercedes, like BMW, and like lots of other things. And we're straightening that out. We're not going to let it go on any longer. We can't let it go on any longer. So you'll be able to send your product in. But Japan and South Korea, so many countries, and it's massive numbers. I mean, Mexico, nobody knows this. We lost last year, in terms of a trade deficit, $100 billion with Mexico. We can't keep doing this, folks. And we're not going to. So we're renegotiating NAFTA, which was probably the worst deal ever made in the history of trade. But with China, we're at $375 billion trade deficit. So we started a process, and we'll see how it ends up. But we're going to win. You know, I always said we had an imbalance of $504 billion. And I always said, when you're down $504 billion, you can't lose, okay? We lost years ago by presidents and others allowing this to happen. They should have never allowed it to happen. But we're going to bring it back, and we're bringing it back strong. It's already happening. People see it. It's already happening. So I just want to thank all of the people of Florida, all of the people of Hialeah. You are spectacular people, hardworking people. I love you, and we will go on to things I think that maybe our economy and our country have really never seen before. We have such tremendous potential because of people like you. Thank you all very much for being here. It's an honor. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. You just heard the 45th President of the United States. Some people say he might be the 47th. What do you think? I don't know. Just make sure you do your part. Go out there and vote, 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 vote. Don't matter who you want to vote for. Kamala, you can vote for Kamala if you like. You can vote for Trump if you like. Just make sure you are a part of the election. Go out there and exercise your right. Vote, vote, vote. Okay, so now I just learned that the President of the United States, President Joe Biden, he is delivering a farewell address to the United Nations. Let's listen to the President of the United States, President Joe Biden. Let's listen.
Across the political spectrum have stood together, turned the page. We turned the page on the worst pandemic in a century. We made sure COVID no longer controls our lives. We defended the UN Charter and ensured the survival of Ukraine as a free nation. My country made the largest investment in climate, clean energy, ever anywhere in history. There will always be forces that pull our countries apart and the world apart. Aggression, extremism, chaos, and cynicism. A desire to retreat from the world and go it alone. Our task, our test, is to make sure that the forces holding us together are stronger than those who are pulling us apart. That the principles of partnership that we came here each year to uphold can withstand the challenges. That the center holds once again. My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history. With the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come. Will we stand behind the principles that unite us? Will we stand firm against aggression? Will we end the conflicts that are raging today? Will we take on global challenges like climate change, hunger, and disease? Will we plan now for the opportunities and risk of a revolutionary new technologies? I want to talk today about each of these decisions and the actions, in my view, we must take. To start, each of us in this body has made a commitment to the principles of the UN Charter to stand up against aggression. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we could have stood by and merely protested. But Vice President Harris and I understood that that was an assault on everything this institution is supposed to stand for. And so, my direction, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. But most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them. The good news is Putin's war has failed and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, and more united than ever before, with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up. The world now has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom, or walk away and let aggression be renewed and a nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away. And we will not let up on our support for Ukraine, not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter. We also need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations in the South China Sea, and maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, and protecting our most advanced technologies so they cannot be used against us or any of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability to the Middle East. The world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again. Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state, slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 Americans, in their homes and at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence, 250 innocents taken hostage. I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands killed, including aid workers. Too many families dislocated, crowding into tents, facing a dire humanitarian situation. They did not ask for this war that Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, and secure security for Israel and Gaza free of Hamas' grip, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war. On October 7th, since October 7th, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. Full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible. In fact, it remains the only path to lasting security to allow the residents from both countries to return to their homes and the border safely. And that's what we're working tirelessly to achieve. As we look ahead, we must also address the rise of violence against innocent Palestinians on the West Bank and set the conditions for a better future, including a two-state solution where Israel enjoys security and peace and full recognition and normalized relations with all its neighbors, where Palestinians live in security, dignity, and self-determination in a state of their own. Progress toward peace will put us in a stronger position to deal with the ongoing threat posed by Iran. Together, we must deny oxygen to its terrorist proxies, which have called for more October 7th, and ensure that Iran will never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Gaza is not the only conflict that deserves our outrage. In Sudan, a bloody civil war unleashed one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. 8 million on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands already there. Atrocities in Darfur and elsewhere. The United States has led the world in providing humanitarian aid to Sudan. And with our partners, we've led diplomatic talks to try to silence the guns and avert a wider famine. The world needs to stop arming the generals, to speak with one voice and tell them, stop tearing your country apart, stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people, end this war now. But people need more than the absence of war. They need a chance to live in dignity. They need to be protected from the ravages of climate change, hunger, and disease. Our administration has invested over $150 billion to make progress and other sustainable development goals. It includes $20 billion for food security, over $50 billion for global health. We've mobilized billions more in private sector investment. We've taken the most ambitious climate action in history. We've moved to rejoin the Paris Agreement on day one. And today, my country is finally on track to cut emissions in half by 2030. On track to honor my pledge to quadruple climate financing to developing nations with $11 billion thus far this year. We've rejoined the World Health Organization, donating nearly 700 million doses of COVID vaccine to 117 countries. We must now move quickly to face Mpox outbreak in Africa. We're prepared to commit $500 million to help African countries prevent and respond to Mpox and to donate 1 million doses of Mpox vaccine now. We call on our partners to match our pledge and make this a billion-dollar commitment to the people of Africa. Beyond the core necessities of food and health, the United States, the G7, and our partners have embarked on an ambitious initiative to mobilize and deliver significant finance to the developing world. We're working to help countries build out their infrastructure, to clean energy transition, to their digital transformation, to lay new economic foundations for a prosperous future. It's called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We've already started to see the fruits of this emerge in Southern Africa and Southeast Asia and in the Americas. We have to keep it going. I want to get things done together. In order to do that, we must build a stronger, more effective, and more inclusive United Nations. The UN needs to adapt and bring new voices and new perspectives. That's why we support reforming and expanding the membership of the UN Security Council. My UN ambassador just laid out our detailed vision to reflect today's world, not yesterday's. It's time to move forward. The Security Council, like the UN itself, needs to go back to the job of making peace, of brokering deals to end wars and suffering. And to stop the spread of the most dangerous weapons, of stabilizing troubled regions in East Africa, from East Africa to Haiti, to Kenya-led mission that's working alongside the Haitian people to turn the tide. We also have a responsibility to prepare our citizens for the future. We'll see more technological change, I argue, in the next 2 to 10 years than we have in the last 50 years. Artificial intelligence is going to change our ways of life, our ways of work, and our ways of war. It could usher in scientific progress at a pace never seen before, and much of it could make our lives better. But AI also brings profound risks, from deep fakes to disinformation, to novel pathogens, to bioweapons. We've worked at home and abroad to define the new norms and standards. This year, we achieved the first ever General Assembly resolution on AI to start developing global rules of the road. We also announced a declaration on the responsible use of AI, joined by 60 countries in this chamber. But let's be honest, this is just the tip of the iceberg, what we need to do to manage this new technology. Nothing is certain about how AI will evolve or how it will be deployed. No one knows all the answers. For my fellow leaders, it's with humility I offer two questions. First, how do we as an international community govern AI? As countries and companies race to uncertain frontiers, we need an equally urgent effort to ensure AI's safety, security, and trustworthiness. As AI grows more powerful, it also must grow more responsive to our collective needs and values. Benefits of all must be shared equitably. It should be harnessed to narrow, not deepen digital divides. Second, will we ensure that AI supports rather than undermines the core principles that human life has value and all humans deserve dignity? We must make certain that the awesome capabilities of AI will be used to uplift and empower everyday people, not to give dictators more powerful shackles on the human spirit. In the years ahead, there may well be no greater test of our leadership than how we deal with AI. Let me close with this. Even as we navigate so much change, one thing must not change. We must never forget who we're here to represent. We, the people. These are the first words of our Constitution, the very idea of America. They inspired the opening words of the UN Charter. I made the preservation of democracy the central cause of my presidency. This summer, I faced a decision whether to seek a second term as president. It was a difficult decision. Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around. Because the future will be won by those who unleash the full potential of their people, to breathe free, to think freely, to innovate, to educate, to live and love openly without fear. That's the soul of democracy. It does not belong to any one country. I've seen it all around the world, and the brave men and women who ended apartheid, brought down the Berlin Wall, fight today for freedom and justice and dignity. We saw it, that universal yearning for rights and freedom in Venezuela, where millions cast their vote for change that hadn't been recognized. But it can't be denied. The world knows the truth. We saw in Uganda, LGBT activists demanding safety and recognition of their common humanity. We've seen citizens across the world peacefully choosing their future. From Ghana to India to South Korea, nations representing 1/4 of humanity who will hold elections this year alone. It's remarkable, the power of we the people, that makes me more optimistic about the future than I've ever been. Since I was first elected to the United States Senate in 1972, every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone. And what the people call impossible is just an illusion. Nelson Mandela taught us, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done." It always seems impossible until it's done. My fellow leaders, there is nothing that's beyond our capacity if we work together. Let's work together. God bless you all, and may God protect all those who seek peace. Thank you.
Well. Thank you so much for tuning in one more time. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You just heard from the 46th President of the United States, President Joe Biden. He gave his farewell remark at the United Nations. That was a beautiful remark. I'm not even going to cap. That was a beautiful remark. You know, you can everybody believes what they believe, okay? I'm not going to fault you for your belief, and I don't think you should fault me for my belief. I genuinely think that remark was coincidental, okay? However, actions speak louder than words. Okay. So this is the new generation. And we are now in an election trying to figure out who the 47th is going to be. Make sure you vote, regardless of who you're voting for. Just make sure you register and you vote. God bless you. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Okay? Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. I know the times are hard right now. People are going, through a lot of things. People are finding it hard to pay their rent, living paycheck to paycheck. Regardless, stay true to yourself. God got you, okay? God got you. Never ever give up on your dreams. God bless you. Anyway, it is your boy Genesis. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. We are gonna be back. Thank you. Mm, mm, mm.